Okay, got that going. Whew, I'm nervous. Hi everyone. Welcome, fellow travelers, to my bedroom and editing studio space. This is a little bit awkward. You might be wondering why, for a Curse of Strahd conversation, I'm starting it off with me being in my bedroom. Well, it's because after this conversation, I have to be honest, I was very embarrassed. I was getting everything set up for my players, and I made the mistake of not turning on my microphone for this recording, which it feels good to share that. I was tremendously depressed and embarrassed when I said that, and honestly, it was something that really I was very ashamed about. I literally had to cry about it last night and the morning of yesterday, which is the day after. I wasn't okay for the entire day at work. I was, making mistakes and everything that I normally don't do. And it was one of those things where, like, I kind of said to myself that I was going to spend all of today, which is a Sunday, I was going to lock myself into my recording studio space and try to ADR myself, which is something that I absolutely hate. But I was going to try to do it to try and give a lot of clarity, because one of the biggest reasons that I wanted to do this particular conversation was because Curse of Strahd is such a big campaign, and I really wanted to share a lot of education moments with people for this campaign, especially people who've never been a part of it, or have been scared to approach it and want to approach it but have hesitancy. So I really wanted to do it. I really wanted to come in and make this to be also a professional video, where it was sharing all this kind of knowledge and thoughts and feelings I have about it. And I didn't press two fucking buttons on my microphone to allow for it to go through my brand new audio interface to actually go through my computer. But I did a sound recording with my brand new headphones, and I could hear it because it was going through the interface, but it wasn't going through the computer. So I was very embarrassed about that, and so I was going to try and do a voice acting thing where I was going to try to do my own voice. And honestly, I came really close into a lot of spaces with it. I'm watching it right now, but I just kind of realized, and I'm using the microphone that I was using during the conversation with the buttons pressed on, so it does work. So I'm glad I didn't waste thousands of dollars, I guess, or hundreds of dollars on equipment that doesn't work. So good news, the equipment works. Um, but I was very embarrassed, and I was kind of thinking, I was kind of really scared releasing this, because I felt ashamed that I had, done a bad job in terms of my whole like production side of things and all of that. And then I watched the first 15 seconds of this video, and look, I get emotional with this now. You're not gonna hear me get emotional later, so might as well get emotional now. Um, it was very funny in this first 15 seconds of watching my brother, my friends, just just make me laugh constantly, that I just kind of stopped the recording button, and I just stopped making it about myself and trying to make myself sound good, and just kind of realized that the reason I got into this in the first bit was to allow my friends and my family, who are telling amazing stories and continue to tell amazing stories, to have their opportunity to share their insights, perspectives, and everything. And so I'm very thankful for that. And I'm watching it right now, and this is a really great conversation. And I, you know, all of the mistakes that I make aside, this is one of my absolute favorite things that we got to record. I'm really proud of even the production setup that I did for this. I got a lot of glare off of Padon, and there's a few editing things that I'm just making to the video that I'm very proud of. And I'm just really I'm just really thankful for this, and I'm really thankful for you guys for tolerating all of my little mistakes that I make, especially with all of this. I fully believe in the philosophy of being aware of my failures and letting my failures come out. Because, in my opinion, if I fail, then other people won't be ashamed to fail as well. I'm crying, but I'm crying because I'm so excited for you guys to see this amazing conversation, and it just feels so good. It feels so good to share this with you all. So I was really embarrassed, and I was really scared, with it, and I'm really happy with everything that's come through with this. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to try to elevate my own audio levels to an annoying degree, so you guys will probably hear feedback and you'll hear all that, but thank God I learned how to project from Mr. David Wilson, as well as other actors, because you guys can definitely still hear me. Like, God, do I fill up a room, and I'm so glad that I do. So yeah, you guys are hearing me clearly now. The audio works. Soon you won't be hearing me with as much clarity, but that's okay. You still be hearing me in the moments that I think matter. But more importantly, you're going to hear my players, because everything that they share matters and has made me laugh and has made this video worth putting out. So I thank you all so much for indulging my amateurness as a novice to all of this. But I mean, the first thing I ever knew when it was come to making up a title for a company called Novice DMing was not having shame in being a beginner and having shame in making failures or any of that. So I hope you've enjoyed hearing my voice with this much clarity right now, because it's the only time you're going to hear it for the entire rest of this video. But aside from that, you guys are going to hear a wonderful conversation, and I thank you all so very much. Remember always, guys, you are welcome, you are encouraged, and you're amazing, and I'm amazing, and I hope you all enjoy as much as I am enjoying this right now. I swear, this is a really funny conversation. Tears. Damn. Oh boy, I'm gonna stop talking. This is why this is what you want. What you want is this. Started doing production value to his videos.
David, should we all do some warm-ups?
Get some crack for the table. Warm-ups.
Just like that.
When you're talking the microphone like this.
That's my tuition right there.
Talks like a normal person. Is this a multi-directional mic, Liam?
Hello?
It is, I believe so. I had to buy this.
Is it a 463 dB VR?
$7 one. So let's have a conversation. Why does the flirting have to stop? Why does the flirting have to stop? This is made so.
Jack. Is it working?
This is insane.
Painted your mic.
You gave us a bunch of mics.
This is how the campaign started.
We had one mic in the center of the table, and you were like, guys, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Come on, focus. Now we all.
Yeah, now we can just like while people are talking, I can be like, oh fuck, oh my god.
So
So loudly.
I do this thing now before we start where I do like a.
Yeah, so it was really.
Maybe it's not a bad thing.
It was really exciting to play the game.
Am I close enough to the mic?
Is this? Yes. So.
So what we're gonna do, because I will be recording this. So
Renee's gonna hate
we're gonna pretend to do the.
I almost drowned.
Put your arms in the air. Put your arms in the air.
So we're gonna start this thing real low.
Okay, everyone's doing it.
Alright.
The logo on.
Got it.
The logo goes on
Put my
now.
face in
And then we're gonna do the thing.
Wait, what?
So ready? In 3, 2,
Fuck.
Hello and welcome.
Can we
fellow
curse?
travelers.
Are we allowed to curse?
Can I curse on this podcast?
Can we curse?
What the hell do you think we're gonna do?
Can I say heck?
Yes.
I'm really fucking excited to be here.
Checking before Noah. You should have asked.
My bad. My bad.
Gosh.
We're drinking. We can say whatever the hell we want. This is the adult.
This is I just spilled wine on
Your
it.
host is trying to speak.
Welcome, fellow travelers,
had two
to Novice DMing, where you are welcome, you are encouraged, and you are amazing. And the other people that are amazing are these people around me right now. You're amazing just like these people. Say hello, amazing people.
Hello, amazing people.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
That's exactly what I want.
Did I do that wrong?
You did it great. You're just working with talent that...
Story of my
So
life.
I just want to say, it's so good to see you guys again. Oh my gosh, it's been quite a while. But yeah, if you guys are wondering who are these people around us, well, I'll introduce them in a second. But this is our Curse of Strahd roundtable conversation. A little kind of
Yeah.
debriefing. Kind of reopening the coffin somewhat. Talking about our adventure through the lands of Barovia that we went on for a 3-year campaign. I'm so very excited. What are you laughing at, Kylah?
Speaking of coffins,
Is it me staring into the abyss?
You really had a 1,000-yard stare.
I did.
With
you
wine
have
in
such
one
a good
hand.
look with that wine glass. You know, speaking of coffins, I think the home viewers should know what we had for dinner. We had pizza, wings, and bacon. What kind of bacon,
Candy
Liam?
bacon.
We had candy bacon.
That was not for me.
No? He wasn't. He literally said Liam. We had candy bacon, which is a recipe.
Yeah.
This night's gonna go great.
Yeah.
This is gonna go so
Come
well.
over here. I got the recipe right now. So
Yeah.
what it was brown sugar and a little bit of maple syrup. And get a little closer.
Nom, nom, nom,
Stay
nom,
back
nom,
right
nom,
there.
nom,
Okay,
nom,
don't
nom.
move actually. So what we actually have is a little bit of cayenne pepper inside of that as well. We also had, we had a bunch of bacon. It was at least a pound of bacon. So yeah, it was pretty good.
A lot of bacon.
We really liked it. So this is a conversation about the Curse of Strahd campaign that we did. Thank you. First of all,
Cue cards.
on the couch we got Kylah.
Yay!
Hello.
Yay!
Hi, Kylah. It's so good to see you.
Hi, it's great to see you.
Yes, we have David Wilson right
Hello.
Yay!
And
Yep.
Kylah Wilson Zellner. I just said Kylah, and then I didn't.
You're good.
Oh, that's totally fine.
We have Mr. David Wilson right here.
Yeah.
Of the Wilson method.
Of the Wilson
Of
method.
the Wilson method. That is important.
Of the...
We
Will
have,
you do-
on this side, Noah McKinnon over here.
Hello. That's me.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey.
Yeah.
And then we have Padon Knox right here, coming fresh out of the
Yay!
Hi.
And my name is Liam McKinnon, and I'm so happy to be here with all of these wonderful people. Guys, this is our conversation about Curse of Strahd, and I'm really interested to dive in. I want to give you guys at home a little bit of a structure as well for what we're going to be talking about. Before we do that, though, I'm going to do a little announcement before we dive in. First of all, GameCon Canada is coming up very soon. We're shooting this in June of 2025. And next week is GameCon Canada, where I'm going to be a panelist talking about tabletop role-playing games.
Wow.
Leadership. Thank you. Talking about leadership. You didn't say wonderful or congratulations. You just said wow, and I said thank you.
I said whoop whoop.
Congratulations.
I think you knew the intent behind it.
I said
talking about
whoop
leadership-
whoop.
Yeah, thank you. Talking about leadership and
My WoW had better
development,
projection.
tabletop role-playing games. I'm very excited for it, and then I'm also going to be there with Sorry Not Sorry. I won't be performing. I'm an alternate for our YG D&D show, but I'm really excited to be supporting the cast in their production, so it's going to be great. So come out and say hi for either novice DMing or also just say hi as a fan of Sorry Not Sorry, or just say hi because I like everybody. So what I want to say also is a big thank you to some of the players and people who I feel like I'm missing all the jokes right now. All the players and people who are not.
You just shouldn't have given us mics. We're all just like, ooh, mics. Ooh. You shouldn't have done it. Ah! You shouldn't have done it. This was your fault.
Yeah, no, I really shouldn't have. But the people.
Especially with no sound tech to mute us.
Exactly, there isn't. I'm the sound tech.
He'll have it soon.
I know. I'm
That'll be
just-
the next stage.
Yeah.
Just stressing right now because I'm just like, I know I press record on everything, and I'm just like, I hope this is all picking up, but also, like, do I want this to all be picked up?
We'll talk for 3 hours and you'll be like, none of that was recording.
Yeah, let's just take it.
Jamie, can you check that for us?
Exactly. Speaking of a sound tech, I'm going to talk about the people who were not here, but were very essential for this to actually be possible. In the pregame stuff, I want to talk about a big thanks to Abby Weeks as well as Neil Kiefler. You two were members of the party. Neil was somebody who was part of our game to be bringing character named Haruk. that never got to actually be part of the table due to family just taken care of. So thank you, Neil, so much for being a part of that whole pre-planning for everything. And then Abby, who was a part of the campaign up until we did our very first video session with Abby. So if you want to see the very first episode with the devil and his maid, check out. That's Abby. Abby was doing some and is still doing some phenomenal theater work in Calgary. So I'm very thankful to have Abby be a part of this, to have brought Kari to the game. It's such a wonderful thing to have her, and I can't imagine anyone trying to belittle this moment with laughter while it's happening. So thank you so much. Another big shout out to
sincere laughter.
Evan Mapawaki, who was a part of the campaign as well as a guest. He was part of the sessions right before we started recording, and it was wonderful to have him. We were hoping
We
to
miss
get him
you.
onto the actual video series, but he's busy being awesome as well, so we couldn't get him to be a part
Yes,
of
he
that.
is.
Finally, a big thank you to Jordan Carr, who over a year ago, there was a whole bunch of these videos that were not getting put out, and just because I was so busy and procrastinating in the midst of all my other worries of everything. But because of Jordan, we got a whole slew of videos being pumped out, basically in a month-long process. So thank Jordan, you really actually made this thing possible. Every video that was up for a certain point was because of you. So thank you so much, Jordan, for making this possible.
Thank you.
I didn't know that, but thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan.
Jordan, she's absolutely wonderful. So yeah, with all of that, did you just tap a... God.
Fully went.
No, not at all. I don't know what that's gonna sound.
Testing.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, to begin with, here, after all those thank yous, I want to open us up to talking about the structure for this entire conversation. First of all, we're going to be talking about the pre-campaign, everything that happened, before the recordings had happened, because there was a whole lot of time that we had played before you guys even watched, and just talking about the development of the campaign and everybody's character creations. Then we're going to actually go into the actual recording stuff, the things that you guys all saw. At least you better had seen it. No, if you guys are watching this, I'm happy you're here either way.
Fucking better have seen it, I swear to God.
They put a lot of effort in. You better watch it. I didn't record on my 2015 Mac for nothing. And then, sorry, that was a lot of aggression. And then the other thing is just kind of talking at the end, though, talking about Strahd and talking about kind of the wrap up and talking about kind of the end thoughts with the campaign as well. And during this, we're also going to get into some community questions throughout.
Yeah.
So first of all, it's so good to see you guys here. Now you guys have been drinking, and I of course need to take a little bit of my own personal wine. This is a Beaujolais for those of you who
It's happening.
work here.
It's
What
about
are
to
you chasing
happen.
that? What are you chasing
What's
that with, Liam?
I'm gonna say this Beaujolais, as good as it is missing something.
Yeah, what's it
It's
missing?
happening.
Liam?
Disgusting.
It's happening.
This is disgusting.
Here.
See, this is a bit. You can't even get through it. You're trying to. This is a bit. Yeah.
I love it.
I think I need to see it physically mixed before I can.
Yeah. Why do you have
This
to mix
is
it?
not that kind of show.
Why do you have to pre-mix
Talking
it?
about physically mixing it?
Yeah, pour the
Yeah,
milk
pour it
into
in
your
the wine.
wine.
You have a big glass of wine.
Well,
for a
why do you
reason.
have this? Why
You
do you have to
explicitly asked
The
for the
internet
big
wants
cup.
it.
Wine into this beautiful bottle of Beaujolais?
That's a glass.
You said 1% bottle of wine
The-
into this Beaujolais.
I feel like it would just curdle.
The internet is begging for it. The internet is literally begging for
The
it.
internet is begging for it, but I don't give the internet.
And so are we.
Not yet.
Hey, it's
but
it's
us-
the adult show. It's the
If
night
you
show.
gave the internet what it wants, you'd be a lot richer than
Hey.
you are right now.
Kylah, David, and I all have our dogs out right now.
True.
We really do.
Feet are out.
I lost a toenail recently too.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I hate that. I
You know
hate
what you do with that toenail? You stick it in your wine. I hear it pairs really well.
that.
I don't have it anymore. I lost it like
And
months
we have
ago.
found the line, and Liam has crossed it.
Hey,
Too
that's
soon.
fantastic. So,
Hitting the old dusty trail.
so with all of that in mind, let's talk about the stuff that happened before the cameras started going on, before we started actually recording the session. So,
I can't remember that far back.
really? It was 2020.
When did we start?
It
Well, I know the year. Okay,
was 2021.
my note taking.
And
22.
James Wilson, this
Uh-oh.
man right over here,
Hi.
had given me a monumental task. A task to
Yes.
learn Curse of Strahd and run it for himself and his daughter to participate in the campaign, because he found out that Kylah was really into D&D. Actually, David, can you tell the story so I don't?
Just a little bit
I think
selfish.
I think you just told it. I mean, that was it.
A little bit,
The only thing I add to it is the irony of it is that after creating this situation and being all heart centered and yay, and I get to play D&D with my daughter, and I'm so happy. Our characters hated each other.
It was really fun.
I was
was
gonna
really
ask
awkward.
that because I was like, you guys,
Sad.
like
Ooh.
David literally made this campaign so that you guys could play together, and
Yeah.
then
Squally and
especially
Viscera.
Really just
Squally-
took a hate.
It was-
Squally hated Viscera.
Yeah.
I did
Never
not
trust-
hate
You
Viscera
never
did
trusted
hate
Viscera.
I just
You didn't trust Viscera as far as you could tell.
disagreed with a lot of Viscera's actions.
There was a solid 2 months where it
I
probably
think you
seemed like
disagreed with Viscera in
you
general.
were trying to convince me to kill Viscera.
Do you want
There
me
was
to
a time.
kill
What?
that guy?
I don't remember
There was-
that.
What?
There were a couple sessions.
Okay, no, but
where-
Kari also influenced that pretty hardcore. Like
Yeah.
Kari was
Okay,
like,
it was-
we have to
It was
disagree
Kari
with.
and
So
Squally,
Kari
but
was gaslighting.
I'm
you.
there was a
affronted.
couple moments where you would.
I think I definitely didn't agree with some things.
I'm sure there was like 1 or 2 times where you texted me and you're like, "What the fuck is Viscera doing right now?"
I was
Like,
confused. I was mighty
Should we
confused.
kill that guy?
I did not. Okay.
Because I'll
Excuse
totally
me.
That was the
that
vibe you
guy
were
for
throwing
you.
at.
Show me the texts. I don't remember this.
Show the receipts.
I
Yeah,
but
so that
it was
was
very-
that was cool.
I have a question.
I also
Why?
died on your birthday.
That's true. Why did you pick Strahd? Was it just like the horror vampire, the
Ooh.
whole vibe of it?
That's a very
Well, that's
good
a really
question.
good question. Well, I went through all the ready-mades, and I just thought that it. Well, first of all, I know that my daughter loves those sorts of party games, sort of vampires
Indeed.
and such, as do I.
'Tis true.
And I just thought it would be the one that Kylah would enjoy the most, and I knew I'd enjoy it because vampires. Of course, I ended up not enjoying it at all because my daughter hated me.
Didn't hate you.
Just kidding.
Your sad sound sounds a lot like Hannibal Lecter's. Like,
Ooh, thank you. Thank you. I can do the predator sound.
I don't know how I feel.
Oh, now
Can you also do your
Scooby-Doo. Yeah, can we hear the Scooby-Doo after?
No, I'll get back to you.
can we hear the Scooby-Doo, please?
Scooby-Doo? Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo.
Say Rutro Raggy.
Reed.
Say Rutro Raggy.
You gotta do the
Shaggy.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo.
Still Yoda.
Still Yoda.
That's not even Yoda. That's like I'm Scooby-Doo.
That's a Yoda on ketamine.
Maybe my dad is just Michael Scott.
Actually,
There is like a.
Of everyone
was-
I've met in my life,
That was an impression of Michael Scott doing Scooby-Doo. Like that was the impression. Right
David
there.
Wilson doing Michael Scott doing Scooby-Doo.
Shaggy.
I'm not wrong.
That started like Austin Powers and then like
Divulged.
I literally just wanted to do this video because I thought it would be educational to talk about Strahd, and now we're just showing people how to have a good time.
You thought
Sounds perfect.
getting the
This is
5
what
of us
D&D
together was after
Yeah.
3 years of sessions, we'd have an
I've been-
educational conversation.
I've been away
Yeah.
from you guys for 5 months.
No.
I thought
That's
we were-
wild.
It's been too long.
Yeah.
Campaign ended
Oh.
5 months ago.
At least, right? It was like
January.
Yeah.
January 12th.
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those things that it was funny because like I don't know if I talked about this because like I had actually kind of made the decision for myself that I was gonna write off pre-written campaigns. I just started
Oh, is
doing
that interesting?
started doing homework into them because I was like, well, maybe I started doing DMing like 2019, but I got really into it like during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So it was like 2021 was when I had just done a summer camp like actual module series workshop. If you guys want to be a part of it, check out Nova's DMing. But it was basically where I really started to get into what is it about being a dungeon master that I like. And I started realizing that what I love is new worlds. I like to do something that's brand new. I really like to take on the responsibility of being the storyteller. Like more than just the idea. Like a lot of people say, I don't want to do a pre-written because it's just burdensome and I don't want to get something wrong. But for me, it was more like I just feel more confident in like making these discoveries on my own. So if I make the mistakes, it's not even like making mistakes. It was just the idea of like knowing that I can make this journey happen with more clarity than if it was something that was not pre-written.
Yep.
And when I made that decision, I think it was a week or a couple days later, you're like, hey, I got a campaign that I'm going to run, or would like me to run, and you sent it to me. I was like, whoa, because not only that, it's the biggest campaign of D&D. Like, considered the best, considered the hardest for DMs and for players. So I was just like, okay, we're going to start from just learning how to be a DM recently and really get into it to going hard nails on it. And I was like, okay, well, let's see how this goes.
You did an amazing job.
Yeah, absolutely.
After post Strahd, did you find that your thoughts, the way you look at pre-constructed campaigns versus open world, changed at all?
100%.
What did you?
100%. Because like that's something I can talk about later on. But the first thing I will say is the first initial change was just straight up management of my time. Because I remember reading a pre-written campaign and just in Curse of Strahd it highlights creatures for you. I made up all my creatures in notebooks. Like I don't have my notebooks with me right now, but I can grab them at some point. But it was basically like I have notebooks dedicated to writing every single creature stat in like from the monster guide into a notebook. So it was just basically like I'm saying, hey, I'm going to really understand this, and I operate with pencil and paper because it's how things actually stick in my brain. And that then just seeing Spectre on the thing made me go, oh, I don't have to write this out myself. I don't have to commit it to memory. So it made me lazy, but it also made me realize there's a better way to do this. And now
because you brought in open world elements into it,
well,
and certainly because of our backstories, that was
very much so. It was kind of like what I found very important was like even though there was so for you guys to know, Curse of Strahd, like a big thing for the actual development of this was for me to figure out how I was going to actually set it. And figuring out what the best way to do it was. Curse of Strahd comes with 4 considered introductions, and one of the introductions involves like factions from the Sword Coast. So anybody who's ever played like Baldur's Gate 3 or is aware of like traditional D&D, like the D&D movie, they talk about like the Harpers or like the Zentharium or whatever, or the Flaming Fist. They have introductions in the game, and I said these suck. I don't like these. I don't like how these are integrated. I don't like how they're introduced. So I was like, well, Curse of Strahd doesn't need this. You're in Barovia. It's its own world. But how do I introduce this kind of thing to people? So I created a little town. Like I think it was called Quayathe, like right outside. It was I placed it later in a continent called Yunji that I've made up in my world since then. One of my favorite continents to have made. And then just kind of built it like to that to be a place where you guys could like buy supplies before you traveled and to get a little bit of like role play, because it was the first time I've ever played with Kylah. It's the first time I played with Noah really since we had like I think it was like a nightmare session one time way back when. And
The last time we played together was like I would have been 7 or 8, so you would have been 10.
well, that was when we were playing.
That's
like,
so cute.
first D&D with like our uncle. But
Yeah, that was the first time.
When we played a game, like it was after when I was.
Oh my gosh! Right, that I was in high school
Yeah,
at
it
that
was
point.
awful
I was like
because-
grade 10.
Yeah,
I was
it was
15.
awful because we had a card where it was like the first ever time I discovered someone making boundaries. Basically, is like checking in with you. Is like, what do you like more, comedy, combat, puzzles? And I went puzzle 6 out of like 1 out of 6, with 6 being the lowest. And comedy, I was like, yeah, that's fun. Let's do that one. And this guy's sense of comedy was, oh well, puzzles I thought would be really funny for you guys. I was like, didn't you read my questionnaire that I filled out?
Yeah, it was. We were there till like 2 in the morning,
Yeah.
and
I
not
was checking in.
not in a fun way. Where it was like I felt like we were being held hostage. It was not a fun interaction. Yeah, it was just.
Not a fun game where Liam's going to like
Yeah.
like blow wax in his eye. But
Yeah,
anyway.
so it was. Yeah, because I'd played a bit in high school after that, but all the DMs I'd had, I don't know. It was kind of fun to get back into it and have you as a DM that you can rely on, because before I had the DM, our uncle was a great DM but very strict in like advanced D&D rules. Then there was that session where I don't even remember the style of DM, and then the next time I played throughout high school, our DM was always dating someone in the group. And then it was really weird. It was like the DM was always dating the magic user. Like whether it was our wizard or warlock, it's just always how it happened.
People
And
have types.
I know, clearly.
That was awesome.
But then the campaign would end after they broke up, so I was like, well, that's great. And then of course you and David started flirting in a session, and I was like, great, is the DM magic user curse gonna come back?
Yeah.
But
That's true.
no, it was yeah.
You thought that this was going to become a thing, but
Well, yeah, the DM and the magic user started flirting right in front of me. It's like
They
great.
did start flirting.
when you got good chemistry, though, there's a difference
That's
between
true.
good chemistry
That's
and
true.
just, like, repressed sexual tension.
when it
Bingo.
naturally happens,
And
you
there
gotta,
was a little bit of both.
there you go.
Thank you.
There's a bit of both.
Sorry, I was holding
But
the
it's
mic in his hand, so I didn't. It felt
Don't
awkward.
just bump mics.
Just bonk mics.
No.
Here, we'll show you.
So ask
Just
me,
touch tips, guys.
ask me that, I'd love to know, like, your guys' experience with D&D prior to, especially, like, David, Kylah, and Padon. Padon, I kind of know because it is me.
You're my experience with D&D.
That's a Barry Manilow song from the 70s, isn't it?
How romantic.
I guess since I can go first on that, but I had never really played D&D. I knew about D&D, and I've always been like, I'm a huge gamer, and RPG games are my go-to. Like I love making a character, and even if they don't necessarily need a backstory, I will just create one in my mind. So I loved the idea of playing D&D, but I never had the opportunity to until Liam was like, hey, I'm getting into DMing and I want to start a group with, and it was with our old, where we used to work, a bunch of people there.
Barbecue pals.
Yeah, and I just loved playing with our fuck stick fucker campaign. And then
That was your first.
That was my first. That was my introduction to
Man,
D&D.
I
like,
never would have. I never would have thought that.
yeah, I think
you
I
were like an experienced 20-year.
I know. I mean, I think a lot of it is because I played those RPG video games a lot of my life, where I kind of have an idea of what it is, and then I could just pick, especially with picking Zoomiar. I was like, Zoomiar's kind of just me turned up to like 12, where he's just super sarcastic and kind of awkward, and I was just like, I'll just play something that's kind of like me that I think will be fun, and then I don't have to think too much about it. And then obviously you asked me to be part of the Strahd campaign, and I was just all for it because I had so many random characters in my mind that I was like, I can just debut one of these that I always think about. So that is pretty much my entire experience. Another work game that I played for like 2 months with people I work with now, but it just, life got in the way. But other than that, my entire experience has been with Liam as my DM, which is pretty fantastic for my only DM. So, my dungeon daddy.
Yep.
Thanks, son.
You're welcome.
That's so nice. Yeah, you guys. What about you?
Yeah, top that.
Yeah, I won't be able to top that. My story with D&D is very short. I tried it when I was younger, and
You did like 3rd edition, right?
yeah, and it was not a pleasant experience. I didn't have a great DM. Now I know I didn't have a great DM. I didn't understand it at the time. I just sort of blamed it on myself that the math just threw me. As math is not my thing, and
Does
We
struggle
know.
with math.
yeah. I knew there was something coming. I could.
What is
feel
that?
He also
S-
can't
7
draw.
plus cha.
it. Yeah, 7 plus.
And then Liam pipes in with the, no, I don't think that's right, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if you picked this up. From
He got
the
into
videos
it.
that Matt
He figured it out.
People are my. Yeah, just didn't enjoy it. Yeah, and it just.
I just want to flirt with the DM. I don't want to play this.
I don't want to look at math.
Stop making me do math. I don't want to learn the DM. Yeah, it seemed like it was all math. It just became all encompassing at that time, and that wasn't just the DM. That was me too. And yeah, I just didn't. I said, no, I'm out. And then all of a sudden, it appeared. Thanks to Liam.
Well, thanks to you too. I mean,
Yeah.
well, this campaign especially. But you.
Oh, but yeah, you.
What
How
you
did
go?
I get
You
into
go.
that?
Come on, you go.
No,
They're
you
still
go.
flirting.
Well, like, I remember, like,
Doesn't
it
stop.
became symbiotic, like, in terms of, like, talking about D&D. I forget exactly how.
Yeah, when did that
Synergy.
Synergy.
Because it wasn't while we were in McEwen. It was after
It was
that.
during, like, I think it was literally just texting you during COVID. COVID at some point, or you noticed, because I wasn't really heavy on social media, and so I was like talking about D&D and getting into it, and then you started kind of like asking more questions about it. I think I was part of a voice project with you. Like you were leading a voice thing, and I was taking lessons with you. And then we were just kind of casually talking about what we were doing.
Oh, yes.
And then you kind of started.
Yeah, that was that online workshop, the COVID online workshop. Yeah.
And you started kind of sharing more and more information. And you told me that Kylah was getting into it.
Yeah.
And then you started really getting into it and really interested.
Yeah.
So that was I think kind of how that originated.
Yeah, there were two reasons, definitely.
Yeah.
It just started. Maybe I can.
Hey.
Maybe I can try this again, and certainly I was trepidatious about it at first because I remember what the math, but a totally different experience this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As someone from that past with Noah, I can say it was kind of shocking to be like, wait, I'm really into this.
Yeah.
Why am I into this as much as I am?
Well, I think I trust my own imagination a lot more than I did when I was in my
that's really
teens too.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah.
I was asking you why. Why do you trust it? Before moving on,
because I've been teaching it for 30 years.
Cool. So if you have teachers out there, you're much more matched.
Yeah.
The true heroes of our stories.
Yeah.
Kylah.
Mine's pretty short. I started during COVID. Like, I started hanging out with my friends. My friends were doing it, so peer pressured into it. But that's the best kind of peer pressure because it was really fun. So I started a campaign that was a homebrew. And we got really into it, and it was very silly. And then when my dad said that he wanted to try it with me, I was pretty excited and pretty stoked to meet you guys. My only thing was that I was terrified at first because it sounded like most of you were actors, and I was not, or at least like into musicals or very good at like acting out. And so when I came to my first thing, I was like, I gotta come up with something totally different. Just like Padon, like my first character was just me, but a little bit, more enhanced. But Squally, on the other hand, I was like, I gotta come up with something unique. I have to have a voice. I don't know how well that went, but I just made a decision.
Yeah, in terms of Abby and myself, we were the only people with like kind of theater backgrounds there. Noah had done it.
Well, I mean,
I wasn't.
Who? Oh, the teacher?
The one who was like literally
Who taught you?
taught you theater? I was like,
Who taught you at acting
that was
school?
enough. Just a few of you.
He taught me the things that carried with me more into my acting. I didn't know you acted. No.
David,
Why
you
they
act?
say those who can't do teach.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
No, that's true. Yeah, that's true. No, and it was one of the things too where it's like I was very much
Such an asshole.
coming away from the acting.
You're a mean drunk.
Throw a wing at
They're very much like thinking.
Well, you can't throw your bacon.
Like having, like being a part of it, like especially because it's like your dad was a part of it, and that was really cool to be like, yeah, I'm down to do that, and having no kind of concerns with it because it's like I don't know if you guys ever feel this, but sometimes I think you play D&D to be feeling cool, away from the parents and all that kind of stuff.
No, I think not for us. Not for this relationship. It was also really nice though because my dad and I live in different cities. It was really nice to get the chance to spend more time. Even though it was virtual, it was still really nice.
Even though Squally hated.
Squally didn't.
It
hate
was
Mr.
really nice at the start of our
Mr.
sessions before you'd hit record. It'd just be us like getting our stuff ready, and then Kylah would be like, "Hi, Dad. How's it going?" And then David's like, "Hey, daughter. How are you? Oh, you're such a rock star. You got..." And I was like, "Oh, this is so nice and wholesome." And then Liam would do his little do-do-do-do-do. And you just hear, "Well, I don't like Mr. at all."
That voice, that was good.
I had to do it one time.
That was good.
This is David Wilson doing Michael Scott doing Scooby-Doo.
Perfect. So with that, I do want to ask because I want to talk about your guys' characters. I just want to dive right into it. Because this was something where I also learned as a DM, like doing this was very different for the first time I played D&D because I wanted to I found out that I do like doing this a lot, and this is something I value a lot, is being hands-on with character development, especially when it comes to like a pre-made story or any story in general, like even if you're doing
That was also extremely intimidating.
Really?
I was terrified.
Why?
It was a lot.
Because it was a lot of questions.
Okay.
I don't know. I struggled with coming up with a backstory. I will say that. So Squally didn't have too much of like a past because he was just a little hermit guy. But that's mostly because I couldn't think of anything else.
With a little pinwheel.
He had a pinwheel. Yeah, he had a little pinwheel. But he was a little loner, and he just wanted more connections, which is kind of how I came up with the character. But it was really fun once we started getting into it. We started getting excited about it, and you started helping me because I was so behind in like trying to figure out how to connect him to the story. You were like, you came up with ideas as well with the Orin and how he could talk to the wind, and then it was just kind of like this whole thing that started developed while we were talking. But that was not what I had in our first, like, not how I knew what to do it. And then his name even came to be in that conversation because I had no idea what to call him.
That's true.
But Squally's really cute because of Squall.
That's for you. That wasn't something like I was like, I'm not Brennan Lee Mulligan. I'm not smart. So when you came up, it's like I can name this thing of like.
So a squall, if you guys didn't know, is a wind that is suddenly powerful. It's really calm at first, but it's suddenly powerful at different moments. So that's what a squall is, and that's why I named him Squally.
You're kind of that. Squally.
But I'm also timid.
That was great because it was also like the conversation wasn't like trying to be like I want you to fit
really
into
cool.
this campaign. The conversation was just
Very
straight
true.
up like I want you to fit in your skin. I want you to be a character that you feel confident and comfortable as like I at least feel like the setup was good.
But that came after our conversation. Like that's the cool part. Is like that came when we started doing the character development together. Like that came after, which was really cool. So
Orin was also just straight up because I think it was like literally just looking at all the languages in order, and then the first one comes up and I was just like, what would be cool is if like a hermit bird just talks to the wind. And
that's why he has a pinwheel.
Talk to anybody else. Like it's not like it became very powerful.
It became very important.
Did.
Yeah.
Like a squall.
Like whoa.
That's crazy.
I want to then move over then because of that. I want to move to Padon and talk about Aaron in your development because your development especially was something that I found very, very fun.
Yeah, so I don't know if I even told you this. Aaron was a shower thought that I had one day.
The best kind.
Yeah, where I was just like, again, like I said, like I just think about like, oh, this would be a cool character. And I was in the shower and I was like, what about like a barbarian? But like instead of like the normal
small.
barbarian, he's like really just like the nicest guy in the world. But then when he rages, he blacks out and he goes crazy. Like, and then it just like snowballed where when you asked me about the Strahd thing, I was like, for like a weird kind of horror-y campaign, like that would be kind of a cool idea of like this super nice little halfling guy, but then he blacks out when he rages. And then it became, you know, we talked about it and it was the ancestral guardian came into it because it was like that was kind of when he rages they kind of guide him to not attack his friends and attack the other people instead. And then, you know, it was well thought out beforehand, and like the whole being the soul catcher, like that was kind of something you came up with that we incorporated into it, where he's like essentially he's basically Aang from The Last Airbender. Like he when someone in his village who is this soul catcher dies, there become like a new one is chosen, and Aaron was the chosen one, and that's how he got sent out onto his journey, was because he needs to lead his people and protect his people. But he was just like super unremarkable, just like a super classic D&D story of the unremarkable becomes the chosen, and then like he got sent out to learn how to protect his people and learn how to lead his people. So that's when he was like, at the start when I was like, I'm looking for adventure, that's because he was looking for adventure. He wanted to learn what it meant to be in a group, or leading people, or even just protecting people, whatever that meant. So that was kind of the whole thing of Aaron, but all of that came from a random shower thought one day. So
I also thought it was because you are brilliant when it comes to your character development, because you made it the perfect answer to the question, well, halflings are so slow.
Thank you.
How do I make a halfling not slow? And you're like, well, what if I get this ability that increases increases my movement speed so that I'm not as
You're just
slow
like-
as I would be.
Crazy idea. What if barbarian but small?
Barbarian, but tiny. And stout halfling because constitution
Because
boost.
beef.
That's so sick.
So beef. I really loved. What
Beefy
I think
boy.
I really loved about the character too was like, we also kind of established that being a soul catcher, you were not the person designated in for it. Like you were not the person that people were assuming would be.
No.
So it was like, hey, what if this was given to somebody who didn't? Again, it was like greatness is thrusted upon them, and not like you are the person who's like, I have this, and now I'm going off because it's like this is the task that is set out for these kinds of people. Because it would normally be, but you were like, oh, I don't know, like, do I deserve this? And everyone in your village is like, yes, you've earned this.
Yeah.
And trying to make sure you don't question it.
Yeah, and that's like again why I got sent out was like to prepare for being the leader and the protector of our people. Or my weird little halfling village.
Did you have thoughts with the arc? Like when you make a character like that, do you have thoughts going into it with the arc? Because yours is very like traditional fantasy looking back at it, where it's like Aang and Frodo, where it's like the naive
Yeah.
person having all this power thrust upon them, and then by the end of it, like I remember like at the start you're like, hey, I'm Aaron, awesome, let's keep going, and then by the end you're like,
He
I don't
saw
even
some
know
shit.
anymore.
Yeah.
Like after you died and like came back and like like I think if we watched the first recording and then looked at the last, seeing how you played
Very
Aaron
different.
would be the biggest jump. But in playing the sessions, it never felt like, whoa, Aaron's really different now. It did feel very much like
So subtle.
every step went on, but looking back, it's like, holy shit, like you went through it,
Yeah.
and then by the end, you're like, you're a changed character, but
Yeah.
not different.
That's because of Squally.
Yeah, so Squally just would like subtly change my character every now and then.
So there really was a point.
I was like, I
Yeah.
don't remember that either.
I didn't necessarily have like an arc, but it's just tough when, especially this was the first time that I was like, I'm playing a character and I have to think, because again, like playing with Zoomiar, I was like, I'm kind of just thinking like me and playing like me. With Aaron, it was like I made him lawful good, and I am like, his whole job is like, I'm trying to learn how to protect the weak and do all these things, but when he's like the super nice guy, but it's hard to just be that like, hey, everything's great when everything we're doing is
Specifically in
fucked.
Curse of Strahd.
Yeah, we're going into this crazy land where there's no sun and all like, and he's just there the whole thing. I'm like, hey guys, we're doing great. Like I could, so it was like I had to think like, oh well, we just went through this, but like he still has to be good, and like I was holding on to the I need to protect and remember that I'm doing this for my people, but like there wasn't a necessarily like an arc I was going for, and I was very much I didn't want to die. I didn't want Aaron to die, but Aaron was fully prepared to at any moment sacrifice himself for anybody because he thought that was the right thing to do. If it meant his life or one of the others in the group, it was always going to be his. So like I had to be in that, which is why like it was always, if there was danger, especially with like someone like this, like Squally or Vistra, who wasn't as strong and beefy, I was always like, I'm
had
in
no beef.
between them and whatever danger is
Yep.
coming. So like it was just I guess I didn't even realize that I was changing the character necessarily. I was just kind of like going with what was going and trying to think, what would Aaron do in this situation? Which again, is like someone who doesn't have any experience with like acting or character work
The
or
unintentional
anything.
arc.
It was like I was just kind of going. So it's nice to know that I had a character arc. I didn't even realize I did, but thanks for telling me. I appreciate that.
You became quite the leader at the end too.
To anybody who ever questions, like, why was it that, we have David and Kylah here in the game, and, you guys are related, and Noah and I are brothers, and, like...
And Padon's just here.
I'm just in
No,
the
but
family
so-
game.
So this was the thing, is, like, why did I ask Abby, Neil, and Padon to be part of this game? Is because they're just genuinely, like, some of the best players for D&D that I've ever like seen, or just great storytellers. Like Neil taught me improv, Abby and we would talk about D&D constantly, and Padon was like the person who, like, playing in the Fuck Stick Fucker campaign and then like along with Monica as well now, like you two have become some of the best players that I've ever had at the table. So I was like, well, if we got Padon here, this campaign's good. So that was kind of it. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You were the ringer.
I don't feel like that, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Speaking of having your character change, Noah, tell us about Sly in terms of your development and creating of him first of all.
Well, in creating him, okay, I always go barbarian because spell slots scare me. It's an extra piece of paper that I'm always worried about, and I would always
You're
have
so
like,
meta. You're so meta. This is what I should do.
I would always have like an extra like little bolt of like anxiety or panic, or anytime David or Kylah would like text me and be like, "Hey, I don't think I'm gonna be able to be there. Like, do you think you have my character sheet? Can you run? Can you run Squally? Can you run Viscera?" And I'm like, "Oh, I think Kylah has all the paperwork. I think you should ask her."
That day when Kylah and David weren't there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was like, oh no, what do I do? What if I mess up everything? Because it's like, hey, you have like this many rages and arrest. Cool, you can use them. But then it's like, oh, you get this many spell slots, and then sometimes higher levels do more, but you can be proficient in some that cost less. I don't know. Already I'm nervous that I'm getting it wrong.
There's certain spells you can upcast and they get greater level of like damage thresholds or damage increases when you upcast them at a higher spell slot, even if it's at a lower level. Now, when it comes to like the rest situation, there are certain spellcasters that are able to recover spell slots at a short rest, but not always. You have to always have it with a long rest. So what happens is with warlocks, though, they get their spell slots at a short rest because they don't have as many spell slots. Plus, they're always at a higher level.
No, you lost me at upcast, and I think you're showing off, and I know your little smirk. And I know you're showing off right now because you're speaking faster that you don't need to.
That's the smirk.
And you were looking at David and Kylah when you told them all this, and they should know it. This is my detective skills that I know you're showing off.
Did you have the same thing where, like, when we were in combat, you were like, my turn's coming up. I hit twice, and my turn is done. Now we're on to David.
Yeah.
David talks for 25 minutes about his...
So what is...
It also takes him long because of the math. Though.
It's like, it's going to be twice as long when David... I'm like, knowing... That's when I can go fill up my water. It's like, when it's David.
Doing the game now.
Yeah, but... well, I wanted to go barbarian, and I wanted to do... I was flipping through... I'm trying to remember if I picked race first and then stats and then rolled for it, because then my stats were pretty dookie. Like, I realized immediately this is going to be a dumb character.
I was wondering why you picked a tabaxi specifically, because we had 2 animal in the campaign, which
did.
is kind of
Well,
crazy.
Originally, I picked half orc because I was like, oh, I've never played a half orc. That'd be kind of cool. And then were you back from Calgary by then?
Yes.
Okay,
I
you
was
were.
talking with you
Yes,
with
you
your
were.
character.
So you were like, okay. I was like, yeah, I think I'll be a half orc. And you're like, all right, you're a half orc. And what's the other half? And I was like,
Is that a thing?
can I pick something else? And you were like, well, yeah, you can either. And I think, is it the way where it's like you either get all the advantages and no disadvantages of one, or all the advantages and all the disadvantages of both?
Well, it was kind
He's
of
going to show off again.
It was kind of
Yeah,
like,
but I asked it this time.
it was actually like the primer thing of it was going to be half orc.
Yep.
Because the tabaxi
Yeah.
has a lot of bonuses. Like you can do agile speed, which allows you to just move, do a free dash, like basically for
Yep.
yourself. But I was just kind of like, if you're gonna go that route, let's do like your main thing is gonna be half orc, and maybe we can give you claws. Which actually like turned out to be a good thing because you went the
Great
the
with Path of the
barbarian
Beast.
beast thing, and that was actually kind of where that came out more. Was
Yeah.
like that's where the other half came. It's like it kind of more defined your subclass. Then really it defined the idea of like what your what is it called, like your benefits as being in your race were.
Yeah.
But that was kind of the main thing.
Which sure helped you in that castle. Your claws.
Oh yeah,
That was a
I didn't
big
even
moment.
realize all those that came with it, because it was like I picked my like class and I
Changed
picked the
everything
race
right there.
and I went with Tabaxi. Normally, I'm in the same headspace with Peyton where I usually when I play like a but I don't like role playing games often because I end up just playing as myself and I feel so guilty with any decision I make. I'm like, oh man, that little guy's upset at me now. And I know it's a game, but then I'm like, no, they hate Noah. They don't hate the character. So I was trying to be like, okay, well, how can I
struggle.
exactly? So I was like, how can I distance myself from this is the actor brain, but like, what can I do to make me feel less like this character?
You're like, I'm not
I'll
a
make him
cat.
tall, an orc, and half cat. That'll do it.
That'll help.
And then,
Sorry, yeah.
and also I had played in past campaigns. I'd always done them because I thought they would be more interesting than being like, well, everyone does like the dwarf and the elf and the human, and I was like, those are always like good, but like, what else have I not done? So in the past, I've done a turtle, which was pretty fun, and then I also did a tabaxi monk, but then the campaign fell through after like 2 sessions of that, and I was like, oh, I was really excited for that, and I was going through any of my like old D&D stuff, and I found this like little sketch that I'd done, because like if I'm, lack of a better word, bored in D&D, I'll start like doodling like world stuff like to try and keep me invested in it, and that's why I kind of like sketched out like very rough sketch of the crew that one day, and then I was like drawing
That's
out
my
like the
favorite
wolf
picture.
things.
So
I was like,
cool.
oh, that's cool, and I was like, rough sketch it, cool, and I found one, and it was of the tabaxi monk was named Prophet, and he was like this, and I was like, oh, this is like really cool, and it's like this, it was this picture of like a tabaxi monk with like hand wraps, and just like he had been released from prison, like he had been tortured by this like faction, so he had like a bunch of scars all over him, and I just saw it and I was like, I want to bring this character back, but I don't know if I want to do a monk. So I like rolled the stats, and they weren't that great, and I was like, hey, well, I can get a buff with like barbarian stuff, and that'd be really cool. And then we kind of kept talking about things, and I was like, okay, well, how does this half orc, half tabaxi creature come about? And then I went pretty dark with the backstory. Like it was like he was like a slave in the faction from being like ostracized because he was like a half-breed in this like orc faction after like his father like assaulted someone in a raid, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is like gonna be really dark and really brooding. And then I realized like in the second session I was like, oh crap, I don't want to be like the dark brooding character when it's like it really clashed it with everything when it's like you have Aaron like, hey guys, I'm ready to go on an adventure, and then you have like Squally like, hello, I'm spinning my pinwheel, and then I'm like, you don't understand me. It's like I've seen things. It's like we all die.
Through the hole inside of your billet as you put a spear through his chest.
Can I
We
ask
all die.
where the Cajun foghorn leghorn accent came in?
Cool. Yes. Okay.
a good
So
question.
I named him Sly because I was like, who's a favorite famous cat? Well, like Garfield, yeah. But I was like Sylvester from Looney Tunes, and then I went Sylvester Stallone goes by Sly. So I was like, there's his name, Sly. He's named after like Sylvester the cat, but the nickname for Sylvester Stallone. And then
Outstanding.
it was from Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. There, it takes place in Louisiana, and Jacques the boatman becomes a werewolf halfway through, and he's like, he goes up to, it all comes back to Scooby-Doo, David. He goes up to Shaggy and Scooby's like, well, mon chéri, I believe you're in the wrong place. And I was like,
If you want honey,
if you want to go to the right place, if you want haunted. And I was like, let's try this. And then that lasted probably 4 sessions, and I was like, uh-oh.
even a session in the
It came up
recording that I found
sometimes.
was like, yeah, it was like.
I think I gave
goes
up halfway
back to his native tongue where he's confused, like, oh, let me tell you something.
Yeah, but then I started laughing whenever it came my turn, and I'm like, this is so stupid. It got to the point where everyone's like, so Sly, what do you think? And I'd be like, can't. I just started doing that. It's like, oh, guys, we gotta get through this like really dark forest. What's gonna happen? We all might die. I'll tell you one thing. And I'm like, this is not it. I do declare this.
It was also,
I say.
It
was-
we killed it.
I say. I do declare we gonna kill them guys. And
the
I'm
other
like,
problem is we were playing virtually and we couldn't
my
understand
mic kept
a word
cutting
you
out.
were saying.
It was gibberish.
It was just gibberish. Be like, oh well, I do. And
Well, I just walk up on the middle
What?
of the bayou.
What did you just say?
Part of that
I didn't get a single word of that.
Part of that was I don't one of the things I don't like about D&D is I feel on the spot and I'm always worried like, oh no, I don't have time to like think about the consequences, so I just gotta do something. So sometimes I would speak gibberish because I knew you would be like, what did you just say?
Giving you time
It would
to-
give me time to think about it.
That's
It's like, you know, on
awesome.
like Zoom meetings
Love
when
that.
people would like freeze so they can like, yeah, it was a lot of that where I'm like, well, we going down to the body with it, we gonna get them, and you're like, what did you just say? And I'm like, I don't even
Pardon
know.
me.
I'm like,
We're
Working
going
on
to
it.
Kill them, and we should do it now.
Yeah, Liam, I think Sly just wants to go out and kill him. That's what I think he wants to do right now.
Sound choice.
Yeah.
So we needed subtitles on Slide.
We did.
Yeah, we needed something.
So,
That would have been great.
but then I forget how we got to the cursed blade.
That was because I knew you were upset with rolling low.
Sweet.
So let's
it was a pity curse. I was like, this is a really cool thing.
I swear Liam's good at what he does. So, no, so the thing was like, at the time I was a little bit like, with magic items and stuff, like I even had a conversation with David one time, we did a one-shot where he's like, hey, I'm going to play a paladin. I was like, great. And I'm level 1. I was like, great. And I'm going to have a holy avenger. I was like, excuse me? And that was kind of the moment where I was like, wait a second. Okay, I'm okay giving you a holy avenger.
Yeah.
I just hope you're okay with me throwing a horned devil at you as your first encounter. And the reason being is because like if there's a weapon that's so powerful,
You still have to go on the hero's journey.
you're well, it's more like something's gonna want that weapon.
Right.
Or
That's
people
true.
will want it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you've ever watched Harry Potter, but the Deathly Hallows, when somebody's like, I have the wand of super powerful wizardness, someone's
Everyone
like,
wants it.
great, I'm gonna cut your throat in your sleep. Like,
Yeah.
and that was kind of like,
Give me that.
it was kind of the biggest thing of just like, give me it. So that was
I should have got that.
the reason for the sword was because, and I understand very much rolling low stats. I personally have embraced that a lot more, and I think the DM should embrace low stats a lot more too. And I didn't want you to look at low stats as being like a thing where it's like I'm useless, I can't do things, I'm not effective. Because we got like full on beef boy here, and just like having a 20 con. I didn't.
That was the thing, yeah.
Aaron rolled very well for his stats.
Yes.
And was
Wow.
very, very powerful.
Did you ever?
It did give me a bit of like barbarian, like stat envy when it's like I come into the campaign. I'm like,
Small
I'm supposed
man
to be like,
syndrome.
yeah, exactly.
Small
I'm like,
stat syndrome.
It's like I like have it where I'm like, oh yeah, so I was like 6'5", 200 pounds, strength of 13, con of 14.
And then Aaron's like, yeah, 2'10", my strength is 16, my con is 17.
You literally could like in that opening space. You literally
2'10".
helped a guy stretch out a freaking boat or leatherworks like saddle in town, and it was just like, okay, hello.
Funny.
But for that sword, it was that kind of thing because I really did like your backstory and your like as we were structuring it. And I was like, you know, I do want to give you an item that can give you a boost, and also be a benefit that you won't really understand as to why it helps you fight the magical monsters that are in this world, and making you the like Aaron never used any new weapons aside from his light hammer. I don't think really ever.
I bought a hammer in the first session, and I used it to kill Strahd.
Yeah. you had that hammer throughout, and it was like you never advanced with it. But I was like, for you, I wanted you to have something that could make you effective in those moments, because then when people are like, why can't I kill a ghost well, but you can clearly do something really effectively. It was because of that sword. That was kind of the thing for me of like, I'm going to give you something that nobody else has. Because I didn't want you to then have that stat envy. I wanted you to actually...
But it was cursed.
When those moments... Yeah, it was.
It was the thing that made me go into like blind rages because there was a couple sessions where
was-
like
And then you were like,
I'll
where
let you
if
know.
there was any undead on my character sheet, it was written in like the flaw sections. Like if there was ever a hint of an undead, I have to seek it out and destroy.
But was that
it.
after
yeah.
you died, or
No,
was
that
that
was before.
that was?
That was
No,
yeah.
wait.
Oh,
That
that
was
was the
after.
sword.
No, okay, so here's the thing.
after you died
It
was
was
the
There's
smoke.
two
It was
curses.
amplified. It was
It was
amplified.
amplified.
Two curses.
Sword, I'll tell you guys this because you didn't roll high enough in the game to identify what the sword was. It was a sword of vengeance.
Yeah.
So the sword of vengeance is when something hits you, you have to make a wisdom save.
That's what it
or
was.
You will kill
That's what
whatever
it
is-
was.
Oh.
Yes, I had
It
to.
was amplified when you died.
And it was all undead needed to be
Exactly.
destroyed. Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, and we'll talk about it a little bit with that, but I also want to have some time to let you talk a little bit about the development of Vistra as well, for yourself. There's something I am going to quickly do to run off, like my little production guy brain is going to
Oh,
do this.
sure.
So I'm not just immediately saying talk about Vistra. As your prompt,
We'll be right back.
Yeah, no, we're going to keep going. Liam's not gonna
That's
do a
all,
tra-
folks.
Here, you know what? Liam's going to do a little transition. We're going to talk about Vistra after this transition. And we're going to
Yeah.
come back. And
Hold on. Okay.
Where'd my
Sorry,
bacon
the
go?
minute you started it, I spilled wine on my crotch. I was like, I
Hate
don't
it when
know if I
that
spilled it
happens.
on the couch, but you can't see, so we'll never know.
Great story.
And we're back after that. So David, talk to us about Vistra and the development of her, because I don't know if people caught it on at the end of this whole thing, but it was kind of bookended by something that you had really posted about on your social media. I see when you had talked about Vistra.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but yeah, I'm sure you remember.
So glad it didn't matter at all.
That was an awesome lead-in, Liam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I'm sorry I screwed it up. Yeah, and please feel
Maybe
free.
Liam should tell the story first.
Yeah,
No, just you go first.
But now I want to know what he posted.
it's yes and David.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the
If
professional
only-
improviser, unfortunately.
Oh,
David's an actor. I
I'm
guess,
so
but,
sorry.
It's not. There was this beautiful moment, like.
You are absolutely
No.
right. You got me. You
Doesn't
got
happen.
me.
So what it was,
All right.
you just had a post thing though where you had said really beautiful write up, which I'm sad you don't remember it, but it was like this beautiful write up where you had talked about Vistra, like getting your powers and finally truly being free and being a warlock, and that was like that statement. And I remember reading that statement when you posted it right before the campaign was
remember
going
now.
on, and I was like,
Right.
interesting that you think that's freedom, and so that's
Yep.
what I wanted to bring up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, correct me if I get any of these facts wrong because it's way in the mists of the past here. But
Fake news.
the mists of Barovia.
Mr. Barovia. So, step one, Strahd. Step two, I had already, I had gone kind of the more good, like even like a bard, a light domain, Clash Star cleric, a fun-seeking but serious elf archer, and so once Strahd was picked, I knew I wanted to do something darker. That's part of the reason I chose Strahd. So I want to do something. Now, a lot of the backstory just came to me. Now you are, as always, a great help in fleshing it out. But this is where I might get stuff wrong. But I believe a lot of the backstory just whoosh came, and it was the fact that she had grown up in a like she was high end family, lots of money, lots of riches, but her whole line was betrothed to a line of devils, and her whole family's job, as far as the women in that society, were to be force married to these devils in order to, and this was your part, to help the devils, what's the term? To bring it to the earth.
Them to the material.
To bring them to the material and bring their evil to the material through the consumption, not consumption.
Just
we're
literally
looking for.
through the pact of marriage.
Through the pact of marriage, yeah. But but her trauma-filled backstory and how she escaped. She was going to be married in about 5 or 6 days. She escaped. Had to kill people she trusted in order to get out, because she saw what happened to her sister, or she didn't want this for her sister, and she decided, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to be part of this.
What a parallel too to Strahd and all his marriage
Right.
stuff. Very
Yeah,
cool.
exactly. And all that came pretty quickly, and then you helped me fleshed out reasons and sort of make it more fleshed out. But yeah, she has a chip on her shoulder because towards certainly males, because all she knew growing up was her domineering father, who was part of this sect. See? And yeah, absolutely. And these
Towards
demons.
the patriarchy.
Yep, absolutely.
All men are trash.
Valid. Good answer.
Yep.
Good answer.
Speaking as all the men,
Yeah.
and as knowing that Kylah played a man, we were all trash.
Yep.
Every single one of us.
I guess I did.
Hey,
And-
only the two women PCs.
He was just a
well,
little guy, though.
exactly.
He wasn't a man.
yeah.
He was
Yeah,
just
so
a little
she-
guy. He was
she
just a
took
chill
her-
little guy.
She
Little
took
guy.
her hatred for Grixanoth,
Yes.
the lesser devil that she was
He
betrothed
was a
to.
bearded devil.
Bearded devil, thank you.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah, and got out and
Was he hot?
No.
No,
We saw the photo of him. It was like this red rendered like.
Thing for
No.
beards, I guess.
no.
Hell yeah.
Then
Yeah,
get out
this
of there,
is-
girl.
Yeah, exactly. So
Get out.
her, yeah,
Hello.
her,
Better, queen.
she's got a lot of rage going on, basically, and she
Makes sense.
I'll go.
Yep. And,
Vistra's deep backstory could be described as "Get out of bed, a man, queen. You go, girl.
Hey.
You don't need no
not
man.
happy.
Let the woman speak, please.
Not happy.
You don't need no man."
Yeah, and carried with her quite a grudge that she was going to lead. So she didn't know how she was going to do this, but she had heard tell from one of her the so-called gardener in the compound, but someone who was her trusted friend is going a little far, but someone she trusted. Telling her that there were ways, and so she was leaving to find a way, either magical or not, to lead an army of women and to take out this entire situation that was going on in High Namaskar and take it out hard.
Yeah.
And she ended up with this group of happy-go-luckies.
Yeah.
And really didn't know what the hell to do with them because she'd never experienced anyone that was nice to her without wanting something.
Yeah. That was very interesting and very good. No, I remember. I think we actually did a little role play thing
Yep.
of Vistra using this like wonderful character developing kind of mechanic that I learned from someone I met at Calgary Comic-Con. I think it was around this time.
Yes.
Or maybe it was just before.
This rings a bell.
No, it wasn't. I had gone to Calgary that first year of Strahd. I wasn't with that same mechanic, but we had done a little scene kind
Yeah.
of helping figure this out because we had done a solo session together and you really liked that with
Yeah.
Faye Lynn, the Elf Archer, and then developing with Vistra. I was very curious. Like you said that you wanted to go darker with it, and I remember like observing a lot of your character choices that you had made up at that point. Were making a lot of like traditionalist, like this is the kind of like when D&D newest edition of D&D has not made stat increases with race. They've done it now with like your background. So like if you are a sage, like you can increase certain things now. But back in the time of 2014's edition, they were still sticking with like race kind of buffing to work with a class. And a lot of your choices of class kind of went to like strongly to like the traditionalist kind of spaces. Like you had Vistra be a tiefling.
Yep.
And I was curious to ask you, like, was it because of like that element of like because the backstory for Vistra is super rich. Like the development of it was really good. And I loved that take because you're right, Kylah. It was very much that thing of like it's a great character to bring into a space where there is a domineering male presence of Strahd. And much of Curse of Strahd has been criticized as many D&D campaigns have like many male kind of driven NPC kind of spaces. So I liked the idea of you bringing someone who is very much like finding a sword, like the sword of Morado as a hexblade that was like literally driven by like this kind of like Joan of Arc type entity, but like one that was driven and like scorned
Absolutely.
and brought into shadow energy. But I was just curious as to why it was like tiefling warlock for you. Was that kind of transition of like darkness?
To me, that came after I decided that it was some character. The whole Grixanoth devil story came first.
Okay.
And then it's like, what race would be caught in that situation? And it's like tieflings,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, she came around the corner after the sort of trauma story came out.
Yeah. A lot
Like,
of
it has to be a tiefling.
a lot of the backstory stuff. I think my favorite backstory, especially, was talking about like Aaron and Vistra for me, were like my favorite like people who had backstories that could inherent. And I'm not like we saw with Squally, there doesn't have to have a huge backstory. You really don't, because that's
Just a little bit.
But that's the thing is like you don't. And I think people like get this wrong. It's like you don't need to have these major backstories to have a character, but
As long as someone has a major backstory.
Well, that's part of it too. Is my other 3 characters, 2 for just one-offs and 1 for the campaign, they didn't have as rich a backstory as Vistra. Not even close.
Yeah.
I mean, Phelan a little bit, but yeah, this just felt. It was just something to do with hanging around with vampires in my thoughts. It's like, this has to go a long way back. This has to have some darkness to it. This has to have some grit to it.
Yeah.
And it just kept developing from there.
With that, do you ever? Because at least with me, finding and creating characters that have like a backstory, I fall into the trap of like looking at that as their Bible and not wanting to swap it off. Did you, in playing Vistra and seeing like how it weaved through, like throughout the different missions, where it's like you have, Mike Sly started off as being like a super dark, gritty character, but then as it went along, playing with Aaron and Kylah and riffing with them, it was a lot of fun to play the big dumb cat, and then with you having this
Big
really
brother who took care
dark,
of us.
this really dark,
Fashion forward.
exactly.
Yeah, we can't
It was
forget
like-
that.
The backstory can
Well, the
keep you in
backstory-
keep you in a cage a little bit. Is that
Yeah,
what you mean?
for me, like, did you find that sometimes,
Not at
like, there were moments where I'm like, oh, this is fun playing Sly, like, as this, like, yeah, he's this big tough guy, but also he's proficient in seamstressing, and he's great at
Right.
this. But then in the back of my head, there's a part of me being like, this isn't the character you made, but it's fun, and keep going with it.
Well, that's an interesting
Like,
question.
did you have those moments
find
where
it
you're like
limiting.
playing like?
Yeah, I think you guys in the audience would know better than I the true answer to that question. But I will say, right from the beginning, I saw 2. Now I'm going to use the word redemption arc with quotes around it, but there's basically 2 redemption arcs.
Yeah.
One of which you'd be
It's like-
ill-advised to call a redemption arc, but she was going to go one of 2 ways. Either she does the typical thing about, oh, okay, just because this happened doesn't mean this happened, and she figures out that men are okay, and she doesn't go to war with the entire
That's the story David wanted
right.
to tell
Yeah,
with this character.
it doesn't go to
Hey,
go to
men are
war
good.
with
a
her.
woman, so I can then say
Like-
men are actually not bad.
Yeah, but I mean, either you
I'd
go
play a
the
woman.
well, jeepers.
Not all men.
Either
I'm
Say
so
not all
sorry.
men.
Keep going.
No, that's fine. Either she finds her powerful redemption in the dark or the light, and whether they're both redemption arcs can be argued by others, but that I knew that there were going to be those 2 possibilities, and also knowing Liam well enough, I knew that those choices somewhat might be made for me as well. But yeah, I always knew those 2 were there, but with which, to try to answer your question, to me anyway, felt like I still had lots of room to mess with it, because I was very sure not to decide which one of those 2 arcs it would be.
Okay.
I have a couple questions that came about while you were talking, but I don't know if you want to talk about this later because it's kind of part of the campaign. The man-killing sword.
Yeah, I have a big
Was that
question about
is
that.
that an actual thing, or did you guys like kind of
Those-
brainstorm and
Is
create
that the shadow
that?
one that you made? The sort
You
of
guys
one?
made
Sword
that
of
up?
Murata.
The one where it
Or-
was like, it wants to kill all the men.
I came
sexist
up
sword.
with the
Yeah, and it was
name,
like,
and
a man
Liam-
is in front of you, stab him right
Yeah.
now.
The best question all the time. Hey, I'm attacking a wolf. Is this wolf a man?
Is this a man?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is this
exactly
stick a man?
Balls? Can I take a look?
It wasn't even anything. It was like,
Do I
is
get
this
my
stick a
point?
male? Is this vegetable a male? Like, can I kill it?
This edition of
This
D&D
rug that we're fighting.
Yeah, is it a male?
This edition has a man in it.
It must be a man. We can kill it, right?
There's a moment.
I get more damage.
There's a couple times I remember Liam going, well, this is an inanimate object, so it doesn't...
It happened more than once too. That's
Yeah.
why it's so memorable.
There's a great thing in the newest edition of D&D where there's literally an action where you can study. And I'm just like, do you want to make a medicine check to check and see if you would want to do that? That's what I would absolutely be doing nowadays if it was
Yeah.
run in this newest edition.
How do we gender an object?
So that's cool.
That question, okay, then you get 2 though. 'cause
I technically I had 3, but I don't want to just keep asking a bunch of questions.
You
But
wanna just start with that one if you really
that one was good, and then the vomiting the black goo.
Yeah,
That was a
We
character
never
arc.
really figured that out.
Before
did
you
we?
before you answer that, actually, sorry, I just want to say one thing that you did really well because that it ties in. But something you did very well, like you did stick to the backstory in a way that you knew like Viscera would react to like her
Yes.
trauma,
Yes.
and like that was something that I think Squally hated, Kylah hated at first, is because you kept trying to leave the group. But it makes so much sense after we knew about the backstory because you didn't necessarily trust us at the beginning.
No.
That was something that Squally was like, this is the
didn't
team.
trust anybody.
This is the team. We have to be a team. But then you kept doing your own thing. And I was like, the fuck? I was like, where are you going?
It's just like we don't even have a name.
Just leaves. But that's something that I really admired is you kept coming back to that. But also you wanted an arc really badly. And that's where like the goop came, which I really admired. The goop.
Okay.
I do remember there were days. It's like going in like to a session, like walking in the halls at school, bumping into David, and David's like, Liam's not gonna know what the fuck is happening. Like, and you just be so
Smug.
excited. You're like, I was like, what happened last night? And like, I started throwing up black goo. You should have seen Liam's face. He didn't know what the fuck was going on,
remember that.
and he has no idea where
was
it's gonna
kind of-
go.
And
It was
Viscera
surprising.
drops on her knees and starts throwing up black goo, and Liam's like,
And that's our session.
All right. So the answer, to answer your question, if everyone looks back, what happened before every single time I threw up the black goo?
Well, you killed a civilian the one time.
No, that was
No, that wasn't it.
No.
That was, oh, wait, something nice had happened, right?
right.
Yeah.
That was
so
Viscera
you're like-
throwing
A
up.
genuinely nice thing happened.
Yes, she was throwing up her trauma.
Yeah, you were throwing up your trauma.
And every time, and because the
I
purple
remember this
started
too.
coming back, and I started feeling better, is because I was getting rid of the ectoplasm that gets placed in the women folk of High Namaskar in order to make them be okay with being taken by the devils.
Damn.
You've got to tell me that stuff because that's smarter
That's
than
real.
anything I could have thought about. That's so good.
That is one thing
Surprise.
I really appreciate with your character work and stuff is that you just would be like, no, this is what's gonna happen with my character. I'm not gonna run it by our DM.
Was
it's like
bold.
this is a character thing. This is what's happening, and you, I think, I don't know. This also ties into a question to you later, but when you just kind of have a character say, "This is what's happening," like with David being like, "No, my character is throwing up. It's not. I'm not gonna roll a con save or do anything. I'm just gonna be like, this is what's happening. I vomit. That's what happened. Squally turns brown. Sly is
That was all your guys'
incoherent.
idea, by the way.
This is actually something that I love because this is actually something that I've noticed. Like, I wanted to hit on all 3 questions that have just recently come up because there's a lot of relevancy here. That I agree with. I think that I recently played a Vampire the Masquerade session with Sammy Silver, who is an amazing player. She had a moment where she's like, I think I might roll for this. I might roll a check to see if I'm going to be a good therapist or if I'm going to go for the fun thing. And she went for the fun thing, and the fun thing was her to berate her misogynistic patient. And it was like, we have played at tables a lot where people will roll the dice to make a decision and see if something happens. Because they need the affirmation of a dice roll.
Yep.
And I love
I'm
that
guilty
you
of
didn't
that.
do that. Like, you didn't just say, I have to make a con save or I have to do this. It's like you just do that because I think that there's a hindrance, I think, to an element where we believe we need to rely on dice in order to determine what our character would do. And it's like, no, you are a good storyteller and you can trust yourself. You know your character enough and you have good instincts on these things to happen so that when I'm confused on it, it's not because it's like someone hasn't checked something with me and it's like I say, I wish you told me that because I wish I had then highlighted more moments where that could occur.
Of course. Oh, yeah.
But it's also kind of like, it's so much better if you just have ownership of it yourself. You're not asking for permission for it.
It happened.
It just happened. It
Well,
was great.
and I will say, not that I need to be in my defense, but in my defense also, the ectoplasm thing as a matter of controlling their women was in my head right from the beginning, but I didn't know I'd be throwing up until about 10 sessions in. And all of a sudden, when she made a decision, I went, oh, X-Files just went off in my head, and right by the tree is like, yeah, that's what's going to start happening, because she's going to start to feel like she can release this now. But she's sure as hell not going to trust anyone to tell
Character
them.
development.
Yeah, and I really
Right.
it was really fun to.
Until she did.
Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, not
Yeah.
the whole story, but
And with your DMing style, it's really good to know that you also, because I think a lot of games and campaigns, it's a lot of the players trusting the DM to make sure, and that's where it's like the reliance on the dice and checking, and there is
Can I do this? Can
Huh?
I do this thing?
yeah, it's like I'm gonna do this. Can I do that? Can I do that? It'd be like if it would totally like diminish the moment if David's like, and Viscera collapses on the ground and starts throwing up. Can I do that? Do I have to make a roll? Do I have to do that? Rather than
takes the immersion out of it.
exactly,
Well, and also, I know I can trust him.
Or the important.
exactly, or the flip where some DMs don't want to give up the control because especially in homebrews, I know, like, you know, from living with you, how much work and thought is put into a session. Like how much time and effort you put into like, okay, this is what I think is going to happen, and then one small thing can derail hours of work and hours of prep, and then that sets up you for the next 2 weeks, you being like, well, what am I going to do next? But with you, you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what we do next. Whereas some DMs are like if David had been like, and Viscera collapses and is throwing up black goop, some DMs would be like, actually, can you roll a con save? And they'd put the DC at something crazy high because they don't want to have to deal with that because that can derail their plans.
Yeah.
So it's like a confidence thing on, and one thing that it's tricky to find in a good DM, and I think that's a good thing. We had a great balance of a very confident and trustworthy DM and confident and trustworthy players, where we all were like, we all want the best for this campaign, and like, yeah, it's selfish.
there it is.
We all want to survive and win, and you want to
There it is.
go through this campaign, but we were all like, no, we trust each other enough to like. There was a good like balancing act where you were like, well, David's not going to do something stupid just for the sake of it to derail me.
Level of trust.
It's going to be a character thing, and let's see where this goes.
Even when the
Rather than-
characters aren't getting along. That's
Exactly.
the cool part.
Yeah, that was it felt a bit more real because we weren't all just hunky dory like, hey, yeah.
There's
Oh, you want to kill all these people? I don't. You're my best friend.
There's one thing I'm just gonna say on that is like I never look at a player's interaction with their character as a derailment. Like to me, like I don't even look at the concept of like railing in that space. That's not derailment. That's something that you are aiming for all the time. Is I think hell, look away from like DMing, just looking at being a storyteller. Like you want people to invest their time to make choices. Like as an actor, the moments that I found wonderful that I think I even took for granted, like being an actor, was just like the moments that literally just organically came out of me. And when a director literally is just like whatever they're doing is like beautiful, like it's just beauty. It's just beauty in terms of how people are being who they are. And what I love about this medium in terms of even more than theater, because like gosh, I've been beaten a lot with the theater industry in the last few years since this campaign. It's just like I've discovered that this medium is so great because you actually allow people to be who they are and to explore those things and to find that trust. To your point, talking about backstory stuff, because it's very funny when you talk about that, because it's like, you know, talk about the plans you've made. I like to put it on the same flip for players to be like, look at the plans that you made for this character that you had, this very serious person who had a proficiency in rowboating and then seamstressing.
I forgot. I was like,
I never
how did that?
will.
The
No,
rowboat
I
was
have it
important.
written down, and
We
like,
needed the
partway through, I
rowboat.
was like,
All about the
I was like,
needed the
I have
rowboat.
proficiency in it. How did I get that?
You got
And I was
one of
like-
the most significant situations that ever happened.
Yeah.
That was huge for me. Without the rowboat, I wouldn't have
Yeah.
found the gem and
It
spoken
was
to the
one
water
of
Oh my god.
and the
Yeah.
wind.
Which one?
So one of the
Rowed
things.
out to the lake to find the gem, and then Squally talked to the.
This is
the
this
water.
is this is one of the things.
Yeah.
And the wind.
This
It
is
was
one of
big,
the-
big moment for me.
We'll
big
literally get into this right away, but it's like for me, like again, it's like when you go in that place of backstory, I would encourage a player to look at their backstory and say, this is what you've established about your character up to this point. And now I want you to then imagine, how do you then take this person and how does it change when you are around 4 to 5 other people?
to 7 other people. How does that open up the possibilities of your imagination? Because I don't think that, like a DM, when it's come to my story, like, it's not even my story, it's just kind of like this idea or these thoughts I've had. How do they become informed by the people that are around me? I wanna touch on all these different things that come up, and I was actually gonna ask you guys about backstory too. I want to open that up to all of you because I thought that was a great question. Do any of you guys have comments regarding the Noah's backstory question?
Like the locking into it.
Yeah, locking into it. Do you guys have anything locking into it or anything like that? If you don't, I go on to the next one, but I just wanted to see.
Oh, I'll just say, like, kind of like I said with Aaron, it was like, it wasn't necessarily about his backstory. It was just about character traits more than anything. Of like, I need to follow these specific character traits because I know you kind of, in a game of D&D and with something this dark, like, you have to be adaptable and you have to be able to move with the story and with what's going on.
Do you see that as a code for that character?
Kind of. I feel like that's, for me, that's the way that I stay, that the best way for me to stay in character with the character is to just be like, these certain things are what make him him, and then it's like I can move around that, but I just have to remember those things and then just be adaptable kind of around that.
See, that's so interesting that you say that, because I would say out of any of us and any character I've ever played with in D&D, it felt like Aaron had the strongest code.
Yeah.
Yep.
He did.
Yeah, he
it was,
stuck to
and
his.
it was protect and I
So-
don't want to say serve and protect, but
Yeah.
There's some good
Vistra has no issue with it.
but
this
it's
is what
like-
Liam comes up with is like
But
don't,
it was
don't
so,
shoot hat. Yeah.
but it wasn't sort of like paladin in your face code. It was a very subtle.
Ahoy!
Don't worry, don't worry. Yeah,
No,
it was
it's
just
kind
such
of
a subtle,
He sees someone.
consistent code.
He sees someone in trouble and he wants to help them. It was always that.
Really
like,
cool.
I remember one moment where I was like, oh, I don't want to make this about Aaron, where it was when the lady with I think she was with the cart was going by and she had
Dream
a kid.
pastries.
The dream pastries,
Yes.
but it was
Yeah,
she
dream
had a
Dream
kid.
Yes.
And Aaron was like,
pastries.
I need to go try to help that kid, and the rest of you were like, no, we have to keep going. And I was like, oh, this is tough because Aaron is like, that is a kid in trouble.
Yep.
And the rest of my party is saying, let's just go. And we ended up in a fight. And I was like, Padon felt bad because I was like, I might have just derailed this whole thing, but like, it just felt like what Aaron would do. So it's like, that's also tough where I was like, I don't want to make it all about Aaron with his code because your characters weren't like that. With like his code, if you want to call it.
That's
that.
the adaptable
But
part,
that's
right?
what
Is
was
like
so
also
cool,
trying
yeah.
to play with other players and figuring out what they want to do
Yeah,
is like the
and
whole other
being
side
the
of
lawful
it.
good, I always want to help with characters who like Vistra, who's like, I don't fucking care about these people. Like, Aaron's like, I care about every single one of these people, and it's just like you have to be kind of adaptable in that scenario, and that's why like in that one specifically, I remember it vividly because I thought about it so much. So like I feel so bad because I think we ended the session getting in a fight, and then we started the fight the next time. And I was like, man, did I just get us in a fight that we didn't have to get into? Just because I thought it's what Aaron would want to do. Like, it was tough at times.
If nobody has touches on the backstory stuff as well, more comments on that, I do want to bring up because you guys were talking about a lot of like events in the campaign. So what I want to just do for everybody else, does anybody have any little things they want to talk about the backstory?
One thing I just wanted to quickly add was the uncomfortable. Like, I definitely wanted to stick to Squally's personality, and Squally's like little timid little guy. But the second I got a curse that told me that I had to be the most proud and the most like out there person ever, I was like, oh no. I was like, how do I be the complete opposite of Squally? And it was so difficult. So like trying to come away from like what that standard was for me was actually really hard, just because I had locked into that little guy attitude. I was very happy when that curse broke.
With that, I think I'm going to give a little bit of a brief summation of some of the events that took place before all the cameras rolled. So, imagine, if you will, we start off our Strahd campaign in an outside town called Quayathe, and everybody is getting all their bearings, and they find out that there is a group of Vistani who are traveling outside of town, and the mayor of this group asks, this town says, hey, go take care of these people. They're kind of causing a little bit of a commotion. We aren't really trusting of these people. These wonderful group of adventurers shows up, and they interact with the Vistani. They get told a wonderful story by Green Fire of a individual named Strahd who was cursed, and they are hoping for someone to lift the curse from this person who literally saved their people's lives. Our players progress with the Vistani to travel in, but before they even go into Missa Barovia, they need to get some food, and so they decide to go hunt for Aruks that are being herded by a Cyclops. And Liam makes it the most easy encounter in the world to just simply grab an Aruk and run away. And literally they do that, but then Sly over there says, no.
I'm gonna get him.
Are we ever going to get to Barovia?
Sets up a trap. And I rolled 2 natural ones in the process of having the Cyclops hold his ground and then try to stand up because I'm trying not to kill my players immediately. And they kill the Cyclops at level 1. I don't do experience points level up because they would have leveled up to level 3 immediately. We did milestone, but they got experience points that were like currency, so they could use those towards feats. But anyway, they traveled into Barovia. They receive a reading from Madame Ava that basically has
I've never
5
taken
points
more
start.
notes in a game than when we got that initial reading. And
You
I
were
have no
so
clue
impressed
what
with us
they
about
mean.
the
4
Cyclops.
pointed star with a center card, and I will let
Yep.
you know that in terms of the cards, I'm trying to see exactly how it would be. Leftmost card was the Enchanter. The topmost card was the
4-point sword.
Symbol evoker.
Evoker.
Yeah.
The rightmost card was the Hooded one. The base card was a dungeon. The central card was the Seer. That was the reading that set our players off into an adventure that when they went to the village of Barovia, they had been tasked to get Irina Koliana safely out of Barovia because there was threats to her life. And as they went in, there was Kari had done a divine sense to check out this one house that was filled with undead. They opened the house to try to clear it.
Dun, 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 dun.
2 players died the first day in Barovia.
Yay! Death buddy.
Hey, when 2 players die, you don't need a better story moment than that to tell them what kind of world they're gonna be into. Right
Oh, I
now.
was pissed. I started immediately
That was-
rolling for a new character.
I remember that.
I was like, fuck it.
Elf.
If I wanted the most perfect thematic thing of like, hey, this isn't the regular world, best moment that I ever could have asked for is just a bunch of zombies to come out.
No, that was my moment of like, oh, we need to take this seriously. Like, we just died
Yeah.
like immediately.
Yeah.
So
I was like, level 1, we just kill a Cyclops. We're
Can we go
doing
back
great.
Into an open world that
And then
Liam
we
makes
died.
up, please.
David's like, I'm
Whose
done.
idea?
I don't
Whose
wanna
stupid
play
idea
anymore.
was this anyway?
So dumb. You know what? But while this is happening, I also just realized I'll probably talk a little bit here. But speaking of that, David, you were very generous to gift me as well with the Curse of Strahd box.
The pretty one.
Yeah, it was very pretty.
The
I
coffin.
got to open it. You didn't even open it.
Coffin,
Okay?
I know. I wanted
Very
you
generous.
to.
You want
Well,
this?
and you opened it with
Well, let me
gloves
ask you
and
a question.
gloves and
You wanna open
everything.
This one right now? Because I was gifted this by a wonderful member of the community
Aw.
recently.
You're
Aw.
kidding.
Yes, because I gave you back your copy here.
Aw.
So if you, while I'm going down to this, if you want to open it up,
Sure.
there.
That's so funny.
Hey, that's all right.
Is it? Was this because
That's a
they'd
wholesome
seen
moment.
our?
No, this was because I helped
This is a
them in
classic
an
novice
education
DMing
situation, check out
wholesome
novice
moment.
DMing for education opportunities. I talked to them about Strahd and about a bunch of stuff and like horror storytelling, role playing, and they gifted.
I
this.
am so happy for you. This is
Yeah.
great.
So remember to turn off your microphone so there's not a lot of stuff.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm gonna turn off my
Remember
microphone for a
to
minute.
turn on
Classic.
Okay.
Novice DMing wholesome moment.
At that moment, there was a situation in which there was a situation then where there was a young child being taken away by an older hag, and rather than you guys intervening, you guys didn't and let that child be taken away out of town. It progressed. You guys traveling all around. You guys went to the Wizard of Wines. You guys interacted with members of the feathered of the Keepers of the Feather without knowing who they were. You guys went to Chris and then met the Abbot to resurrect your 2 characters, which gave you guys cosmetic changes where I did open a little bit on the bottom there just so you could have a little bit of a help there, just in case, because I foresaw this. but you got your feathers changed multicolored, and you had permanent scars on your body that wouldn't heal and just kind of reveal themselves.
Squally the mood ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys,
Sly the fog machine.
you guys traveled all across the Valaki. You guys interacted with.
Should have been in a circus.
The burgermaster.
I tried.
Isak
You did.
Stransny.
You got drunk and I
guys
threw
met,
you.
Vampire spawns.
I flew.
One of them later you guys met had been Esther, and you guys had
The maid.
fought these people.
The maid.
You guys saw,
Your French maid outfit.
ethereal hags. You guys had literally ventured off to be looking for these gemstones that could help replenish the Wizard of Wines. And one of them, which was out in the lake that was outside of Valaki, you guys have gone out to, and with the help of the proficiency of the rowboating and Squally's ability to speak to the wind, you were able to succeed in finding one of these ones and literally just developing the expansionist with homebrew pantheon that I've developed with philosophy for Squally and becoming an expansionist cleric. Along this journey, you guys had Feld Isak Stransny. You guys had experienced the first taste of Strahd Vanzarovich's power one day.
On the
You also
Ouija
went-
board.
Hmm?
The Ouija board.
The Ouija board. You guys had a Ouija board reading. You also ventured into the death house to save Father Donovich.
That went well.
Did not go well.
Terribly.
It went very bad.
Very bad.
Oru was like lifted up and taken away. You guys basically had gone through a full journey across this whole spectrum. Had a fogged visit with Strahd, and then later had gone into the castle. After which you guys had, you guys had a Ouija board reading first, and then had a Count Winter Splinter and a bunch of these druids at this giant hilltop where
I died.
where Aaron had died, and then at that moment, and then at that moment, Squally, you had written a wonderful speech going to be berating Vistra, and that was the very first thing I recorded, because at that point, I was like, everything...
I have no recollection of this speech.
That's really fun.
Like, literally, it's just...
I'm so happy that you know that. With that, this is an unboxing video, and it's also all of us. That's the things that you guys, the kind of the main highlights of everything you guys have been talking about. And I just wanted to share all.
Aaron died before we went to.
Yes,
Yeah.
he died when
Before
you
we
guys bought the giant tree.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah.
that happened
Before we went into the bones.
Yes, I
Yeah.
remember that.
Yeah, you also got.
No, you got ripped in half. It wasn't just a...
It wasn't.
Aaron,
you
it
were-
wasn't
you were
just a
fully
hole in
Yeah.
your chest. You got
And
ripped
you were-
in half.
You'd lost your
I
arm.
I
want
watched
you
the
guys
whole
to
thing.
know. I want you guys to know that I asked Liam to possess me with an evil spirit out of spite because I was mad at you guys for letting
Did you
me die.
actually?
Yes. And I said
Wow.
that I'm probably going to attack them at some point and it's going to be really fun for me. And then I did, and it was really fun for me.
I feel betrayed.
That was also the
Yeah,
thing
it's
when you were
kinda
talking about
fun.
like going blackout rage. I really wanted you to not have a ghost with you because I wanted that was also when we changed your subclass from ancestral to wild magic.
Which was fun.
That was very fun. And then when you lost that spirit, you literally became a berserker, which I thought was awesome.
That was pretty sick.
But yeah, so
I did not
I
appreciate
remember
the
thinking-
player versus player, though.
Sorry.
I did not appreciate the PvP.
Right.
My favorite part about being wild magic was when I got the teleporting one, and I was teleporting like 30 feet in the air to hit something in the air, and then kept falling and doing damage to myself.
Yeah.
that was very fun.
I remember thinking when that happened, I just thought, oh, I hope this isn't going to be something that happens every 3 days in this entire campaign, where not only are we going to have to deal with Strahd, we're going to have to deal with this whack job going off and attacking us at any moment.
Because there
But
were a couple
luckily-
times it got close with Sly.
Yeah,
I think
Sly
that
there was a
too.
couple times it got close. I don't think I ever rolled against anyone. I don't think so.
Except for when I
outside
changed
the
your
winery,
character.
it got close.
Yeah. Yeah, where it was like someone was trying to stop me and I was just in
Yeah.
blind rage.
Yeah.
So there's that. There was a couple times, but I
when
never.
when I told you to switch your swords, you were pretty ragey and.
Oh, well,
and
I wasn't here for that.
Yeah.
So
That was Liam.
It did
having
happen.
a moment, just trying to understand how Noah would react to that, and I think I did a pretty good impression. I think I did. So I mean, with all this stuff talking, I know you guys might have some questions regarding this stuff. I know that there's a lot we can get to, especially when it comes to the boring stuff. But like honestly, there were so many things I would love to know. Like, you guys have, like favorite moments or standout moments. There's a couple things I would love to talk about personally regarding this that I really was really proud of, especially with the story. But like, I'm just curious if you guys have any moments that were really like big highlights or things you want to like kind of address off of the stuff that happened during your first times in Barovia and beforehand? Like, if there was anything there. The one thing I will share just very much was like Abby being a part of this, so like having Kari, the development with her character was very much like having her be. I was very proud of Abby for this, and if Abby's watching this, shout out to you. I was very much proud of this one moment where it's like that death of Squally and Sly, where Abby was learning her character for the first time because they'd never played Paladin, and she never played Paladin, and what happened was Squally had gone down in the fight, and Abby had made a medicine check to see how to stabilize you and failed. And the next roll came up and it was the death save, and you failed that roll and you died. And then immediately Abby then said, I could have saved Squally. And the reason being is because Paladins have lay on hands. And I thought that was one of those beautiful things because Kari was designed as a 16-year-old girl. And I thought it was so beautiful as like someone who was on a journey. Like that was one of the moments where I thought like the player not knowing the mechanics was one thing, but the storytelling moment was so beautiful because I was like, isn't it so cool that a 16-year-old who like she was traveling into this world to find her brother Tristan and his missionary group, and then someone who was forced upon like, I'm gonna try to do this, I'm gonna try to find these people, and I'm gonna force myself to be prepared, doesn't fully know their power and doesn't fully know what they can do, and then that moment happens, and I'm just like, that to me
Very
was like
serendipitous.
Yeah.
Are we waiting for question period? Are we just talking about highlights for now?
I'm just curious to know. Yeah, well, if
we
you guys
have
had any
highlights.
questions about this, but if you guys like highlights, I want you guys to kind of like. I'm very
I think let's
interested
do highlights first because I have more questions. I have a lot of questions.
So yeah.
So let's do highlights.
Let's do let's do highlights. Do it. Who's got?
It was a really dark moment, but I feel like it weirdly like kind of brought our group closer. Was when I think it was Malvo's mom.
I was gonna
got
say.
turned
I
into
was
a
gonna ask you for
vampire.
that immediately. That was big for
Yes.
Squally.
And-
Huge for Squally was
And
Tereska.
we had to kind of
Yeah.
sacrifice her.
Tereska's death was like actually
Yeah.
harrowing.
But I think it was like a really dark moment, and I remember it. But I think it kind of bonded our group in the game a lot more.
It didn't need to happen,
Yeah.
but it did happen, and it was unavoidable. Like we could not change it
Yeah.
at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
That was coming off of your guys' fight with Isak Stransny and all the guards really of the Burgermasters when there was like a big moment where like you guys noticed like these cultists were killing like the government of Valaki. You guys were literally on this moment of like discovering, oh, these people we were like thinking were the bad guys are now being attacked, and in a horrific secret way, and then you're starting to slowly discover their allegiance to vampires.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, like after a big fight where there was so much violence that happened, like one woman is missing, and you guys go out and find her in the woods. In this moment, I pulled you guys away all separately into this like fog scenario, talk to you about Strahd, or talk to you as Strahd, and then you had seen this woman that you were gone out for, and she had died and actually been brought back as a vampire spawn.
Yeah, nothing harder than a mercy killing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a big turning point. I don't
Any
think
other
we need to talk
highlights?
about it. On that note.
Well, it is Strahd. This is going to happen from time to time.
Ooh.
She's just funk.
I mean, I feel like a lot of the moments were like really dark moments because it was a dark campaign.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like we got like it. A lot of those dark moments were like kind of what bonded our group. Like, those are the things that I think of when I think of this campaign, are those like really low moments that we had to kind of come out of.
Were they enjoyable for you guys personally? Like,
Oh, hell yeah.
I was sad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's enjoyable is
But
a
yeah.
tricky word to pick with it because
Enjoyable may not be the
it's
yeah, I'm
from
sorry.
as a player and probably as a viewer, you're like, oh my gosh, this is like really good story stuff. Like this is like bringing all the characters together like that. No other experience did. Even like 3 of us dying didn't bring us closer together. It was when we all had to witness like probably the biggest failure of our campaign was this one innocent woman being turned and us having to mercy kill her, and then explain that to her son. Like that was like the big thing where it's like, oh, this is the thing that's we're a shared experience for the 5 characters, and this is what's gonna stick with us, and this is like the biggest scar that any of us will hold, even though 3 of us have died. Aaron's missing a limb. Sly is. Oh, he wasn't. But
Not yet.
didn't he have a hole in his chest?
No, not yet.
He was torn apart.
My-
The limb
my
didn't happen
time
until
of-
Baba Lysaga,
my
right?
timeline
I don't
has
want to
is
undercut what you're saying,
thrown.
'cause you're saying great stuff.
Anyway, but it's like that throughout. That's probably one of the first times we see Aaron
Yeah.
not being all, "Hey, buddy." It's like Squally's like normally one who's like full of words and ideas is silent. Vistra, who's one who's always with a snarky comment or this veil of cynicism, like, ugh, this backwater hick town is like no comments, serious. Like all of us were just in this, like, you're like, okay, what do you guys do? And there was probably like silence because none of us were like, what are we supposed to do? I think it was like, so I was like, well,
Enjoyable.
I'll put her down.
I say enjoyable is not the word, not because I didn't love it, because I did love it, because it made it so important and it made it so valuable. Like it made it darker, it made it make more sense, it made our character development, and it made our team stronger. So I think it's like so important. Like I'm never not glad that those things didn't happen, but like dang, yeah.
Yeah,
It, like,
not
grounded
enjoyable
it.
in the sense
grounded
of
us,
rich
yeah,
and fulfilling,
100%.
Not necessarily. Like it was fun. But yeah, rich and fulfilling more than enjoyable.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
When you say, I will say enjoyable comes up because I really think about the concept of like these games have kind of like in the last little while have become like a concept of like entertainment in my brain. And so you're like, I'm watching a lot of actual play stuff, and I'm actually stopping watching a lot of actual play myself just because like the entertainment factor of it is not why I got into them in the first place.
Right.
Like first season Critical Role, for example, is one of my favorite things in the world. But there's the scenes I remember watching is when Scanlan yells at his group, or the Vecna fight, or the fight when Grog fights his uncle. They're not enjoyable things. They're really hard things, but they're so freaking good.
It keeps the people watching.
It keeps the people watching. The grounded moment I think was really great because like for me, you guys have been really. And this is what like Curse of Strahd in the very beginning kind of opens itself up to let the players kind of interact and find where they want to go. But there was a timeline. I was like, you guys are gonna have a week. In a week's time, this festival's gonna pop off. And so for me, I was like, I'll give you guys 7 days to do whatever you want to do. And after
including
7
die.
days, yeah, including die. And then after 7 days, it's like that is 7 days. After that, it's your moment to then see what this is and what the threat is. Like Strahd's not just a name; it's a real person, and it's a threat. It's like this is like what they're capable of. And I remember too that moment because it was a moment where I remember looking and being cognizant of this is dark, this is heavy, and you guys didn't want to do what you guys were gonna do, which was like stake a woman who is a vampire spawn, doesn't want to go back to her son. And I was like, I don't want you guys to have to do that. I don't want you to have to feel that. And so it was literally like, we pull away. Like, it was like, there was just a moment where, like, that was the moment where I then felt myself take the spear and, like, the tree limb that you guys had carved and then do it. Like, I felt myself do that. Because it was kind of that moment of, like, I feel like I've had that moment a lot of times as a DM history. Like, you guys with the Fuckstick Fuckers know, especially the story I talk about, like, with, like, Enki and stuff. With like sending that off, like I've had more moments where I have been responsible for handling those kind of heavier moments because they are so hard.
Yeah.
They're so difficult, and it's like I feel personally that those moments are important. I'm literally doing that in another campaign that I'm currently doing, which is like very difficult. A lot of heavy stuff. Like we're even dealing with like just like animal violence. Like there's evil dogs, but they're dogs.
Well, that's what separates the really good ones from the good ones, I think, is handling stuff like that with grace. Figuring out how to not just maneuver around it, because can be a cop-out, and not just slamming your head against a wall either, but silly puttying it, which is what you did really well. every time something like that happens. I want to ask a question out of that. Sorry if I've interrupted you. Did you have the way of bringing us back to life fully fleshed out, the way you did fully fleshed out before it happened? Or do you have to make that up when we fucked up?
So, that's a good question. That was actually a situation where I knew where to go if you were needing resurrection. What was very interesting is like in terms of the write up for it, there is a place that you can go to.
Right.
Resurrection magic is something that is available. Like it's not like it's like restricted. You can go and do it, but something happens after a full day. After a full day of being dead, something happens to your person, and I was like, well, what could happen? And I was kind of liking the idea of like different souls coming into the space, and like those souls kind of inhabiting your characters in different ways. So like Squally,
Radavan.
yeah, having some kind of like being come through your body and yourself. Yeah, exactly. Those souls coming in.
Donna D.
Yeah, I had a weird Irish guy.
Yeah.
But that was
I had
Nibble
a
Knobs.
dude, bro.
Donna D. Thistle Whistle was the person.
Because Donady was there,
Oh, but
and
then
then
you also
Donady
had,
wasn't there.
Nibble Knobs.
And then it was Nimble Knobs.
Who I will say, that one in particular, in terms of the death ones, that was tied to your reading. That one
Yeah.
in particular.
Well,
I
isn't
was like,
isn't Nibble Knobs the seer? Or sorry, wait,
he was the evoker?
the evoker.
Yes.
Nimble Knobs was the evoker.
Yes.
I have that written down because Strahd said it in the Ouija board.
The other ones were very much because like I really thought of it, like again, this is the thing.
It's good you were taking notes.
It wasn't for me like about like that like the like again the resurrection thing was there, but I had to think about what would be good for your characters. Squally didn't want to be the center of attention, so make him the center of attention. You wanted to be
Rude.
a war person, like literally in scars, like you wanted to be like noticed for all your battle marks. Give it to you. Take that moment. Aaron was the only one where I was like kind of beholden to like kind of keeping it along with the story because we are on past that 7-day mark of exploration, and I really wanted to have you have a moment, like you said, because again, your death happened while you weren't at the table, which for the second time, I'm so sorry. Twice it's happened.
So funny.
Not in this campaign.
Two different campaigns.
Different
I've died while not at the table.
That's right. You guys, if you listen to the very first recording we have for the Plastic Fucker ones, you guys hear Aaron or Peyton just being like, "Hey, it's Peyton. So something's going on." It's like, I heard.
Yeah, I pop in right at the end, right after I croaked.
Hey,
That for
What's
me
up?
was like making that choice was more time to that.
what's up?
What the
Alright.
fuck? Was Squally a mood ring?
Why was a mood ring? Honestly,
Why did I change colors? Why was that a thing?
I thought it would be fun.
You didn't like roll for that?
No,
That wasn't like a death thing. You were
That was just Liam riffing.
that was Liam just like.
Wouldn't it be cool?
It was like D&D jazz.
You're a mood ring now.
I thought it was good. And, then you made
And
your
Squally
name
turns
nice
brown
and
when he has to
brown.
poop. That's canon.
It is canon.
Color you had except brown,
And Squally turns brown.
It was a-
Yeah, I had to make a table. I had a full table of all my moods, depending on which colors I
That's
was
another
I
thing.
was turning.
Going back to like David's
That was the
thing with
one
just
thing
throwing
I still
up,
have in my
like, the
notes
moment when I
is
stopped
your color
thinking
table.
about all the situations for people's characters, and I just let you do it. I kind of realized, it's better if they take on it because then there's no approval for me.
I feel like my colors were quite,
Colors
in line with the
were spot
emotion.
on.
They were.
Yeah.
They were really
They
good.
were.
Yeah.
I think they were.
I literally, in my notes at one point, when I'm binge drinking and drunk and learn how to fly, it just says rainbow on. And I thought that was pretty sick.
That was one of my favorite moments in the entire campaign was when I got to play you and I got to choose a color once, and I was like,
Yeah, I
I've,
would send
I've
the table.
arrived.
The table was
It felt so good.
important.
Too.
Was it like Roy G. Bibb?
Ooh, I can change colors.
Yeah, I mean, I can quickly pull it up
Plus
right
brown.
now.
I have it
I
right
have it here.
I've got it.
I have it right here.
I have it right here.
Hell yeah.
We gotta hear this. We gotta
Go
hear
ham.
this. Before we're diving into the next bit, I want to hear
Okay, Squally colors. Panic/fear is a light blue.
It's like a pale blue.
Yeah, pale blue. That's what I got here. Okay, I
It's
just
like a
I
little
took
bit
like
a little bit
off-
translucent.
yeah. Anger is red.
Mm-hmm.
Bashful/embarrassment is like a pinkish aquamarine.
Timid of his body.
Yes.
I
Ha-
turned so pink.
Yeah. Happy is yellow. Obviously. Pride is purple. Calm is like a deep a deeper blue, like in his royal blue kind of vibe. Tired is a teal looking color. Jealous or ashamed is a green. Stressed or nervous is orange. Excited or confused is rainbow. And then baseline.
Either if I'm like extremely happy or if I have no clue what's going on.
Baseline was the black feathers. And then brown is
Brown is
poop.
turtle head.
Well, he's got to go.
He's got to go.
There's moments
Can
in
we
my
pull
life
over?
where- There's moments in my life where I'm
Well, he's just
slowly starts from the bottom.
ready.
Oh
yeah, it rises.
It rises from the bottom.
Sometimes it takes time.
It's like a health bar.
If he eats something not good, it's just like it's immediate.
When there's a mahogany, you're in trouble.
Up to the eyeballs.
If it starts turning like a weird baby green.
Get out of the zone.
There's moments when my like jock comes out in terms of the humor. It's like I realized it when I watched Heather's and there's a cow tipping moment and I just lost my mind laughing. And the brown feathers got me. It's just like that's wow. Yeah.
It's a perfect joke.
It's a perfect.
I can't believe it wasn't a roll.
That is.
I'm actually
I thought
shocked
that was
right
something
now.
you guys had discussed or something.
I had no clue.
I
No.
had- Well,
I
you
spent
took to it
so much
easily.
time trying to figure out why.
The only thing we actually think did was like
Well, I figured I died. I thought it was a thing that happened with my curse.
Yeah. Well, I remember.
And then you're like, why isn't Sly changing color?
Why am I the only one changing?
You
Wait
have
a
to
minute.
deal with this
Why
shit.
does this curse feel so gay?
Start asking questions. So Sly, what color are you turning right now? What the hell are you talking about?
Golly, LGBT icon.
It's true.
Yeah, I straight up like I remember just having the conversation of it being like letting you know you're dead, but you are running through the woods and you hear scream. Like you were just and that was more the things your death brought on more of a connection with you to actually understanding that the air in this place was like screams of everyone. That was something where it was like making it up and being like that was actually really cool, and it justified the Orin language to me, which I thought was also really sick. Because that came out of
Big
not
moments.
me being like, what if the wind with screams? That came out of the way of like, how do I make your choice of then saying yes to the Orin language? How do we make that actually something you could do? So talk to screaming people.
That was actually the coolest thing for me is like understanding the land more and like orienting myself because I could like hear everything that was going on and all the spirits of the past. That was the coolest freaking thing. And so that day at the lake was like big move. It was cool.
You talked to an actual like water weird, which was great to get the gemma. If you had talked to other elements, I would
Learned
have
Agwin.
I would have given you
I was
more.
hoping I wanted to collect all the elements, but it was such a rainy, wet place I couldn't get in touch with fire.
Well, you could talk to mud.
Oh.
And there's actually one location.
Well, I didn't
my
think
favorite.
of that.
I really want to talk to fire.
Talking to mud every time I turn brown.
Every time I
You
turn
could've got
brown.
mud benefits.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I wish I could talk to fire. Well, what about mud?
There's also the fire in the abyss.
I was like, fire.
Yeah.
Isn't that one of the
Didn't I
elements
skip?
in the
Yeah, but
last
I wasn't.
Airbender?
I wasn't there the day I got set on fire.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there.
Fire, water, air, and mud.
Yeah.
I don't remember this.
If we don't make a clip about it, you don't remember it. You know.
You weren't there to take notes,
have it in
so
my
it didn't
notes.
happen. Oh shit!
I have the note. You texted me. You were like, you have a level of exhaustion because you got set on fire. And I was like, the fuck? I was like-
I got set on fire.
Oh, the text
I'm really
were the best
Like, what?
part. There was seemed
I wanna
so
go through and
random.
find
You
these.
didn't
How
think to
did
talk
you
to the
know?
fire and like change my
How did
character?
you
You could have
manage
talked to
get
it.
set on fire?
No, see, I just set you on fire. Didn't change who you were.
But you could have. You could have talked to the fire for me. I could have had more elements.
on fire, like, this is my time.
Not time to shine.
No one doesn't pay enough
I see it.
to your character to be like, this is a moment that would really be meaningful to you.
I'm just gonna
That's what
ignore
we're talking
that.
about right now. We're talking about something that happened.
Anyways, the gem was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that was fun.
I was gonna talk. Like, if you guys don't have anything immediately, I was gonna talk about the Death House. This is some. Like, there's a lot of things I can talk about this, but the Death House for me, like, I remember texting Abby being like, because she had never run Curse of Strahd, and I remember texting David after. I'm like, you are gonna love that you have picked me as the DM for this, because the Death House. That was my only major.
And I remember
Yeah.
talking to you about that because I had. This is one of the points I brought it up before we were on air. This is one of the points where I had a feeling you were helping us out, and that death house, like I don't think we had any right to get out of there, any of us alive.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys, knowing what you know about the death house going there, because again, the structure of it was going to free Father Donovich. It was originally going to be freeing the kid that was being chased by this hag. It was going to lead into that, but he was taken, so that was gone.
Actually, sorry, small question. Was that the same kid that was in my dream when I died?
That kid? That's really, you know what? Yes.
Say
It was?
yes, Liam.
Yes.
Or you don't know? you don't know which kid it
This
was?
is D&D jazz. It's just like the colors.
This is called jazz lore.
Why is my stuff all
Jazz
impromptu?
lore.
I like that so
So,
much.
yes.
You're the player who
There
takes
was
the
a
most
kid
notes and
in
is the
my
one doing all
dream.
the research.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
why I have it written down
And
here.
Liam's like, you know what? I'm just gonna riff it.
I came back to life, and there was a
So,
child running in my
yes.
dream, and I kept looking for that child. I didn't know it was from dream pastries or if it was from that.
I wish I could tell you that was purely my own instinct on that, to know those connections. I like that so much, I'm going to say, Because what it
Ditto.
was, but what it was
This is genius in action, everybody.
You
I
know
hope
what?
you're catching this.
like again, it's 3 years down the road.
I feel like this is what DMing is.
It was 2.5 years ago, to be fair.
From what I'm discovering about myself, Liam was a good DM 3 years ago. Maybe I was doing that.
Maybe.
Liam nowadays wouldn't do that. Liam's lazy by nature. He learned from pre-rings. He doesn't need.
Oh, jeez.
Why was there a kid in my dream?
Well, I think honestly, it was mainly tying into the dream pastry stuff. I don't think it maybe was that kid specifically because he was getting prepped to be
Also-
blinded. But you died the first day. You died
Getting
before,
basted.
You
and-
died before that kid could even be put in a pie. Like he wasn't even ground up. So
Actually, I think it's very
Fucked
funny.
up sentence to say
I
that.
think-
Throw away.
I think it is
Being
kind of
grinded to be
hilarious
put in a
that Dream Pastries was planted in the very first
Yes.
session,
That's one of the
and we
first
didn't
things I have
deal
written
with
in my
that.
notes.
We didn't touch that till way later.
after the ride.
Liam was like, Dream Pastries, and we were like,
That was a fun.
Oh,
that was
cool.
A true session fight.
Shop local.
That's creepy.
So is
I'm
the
not
past?
gonna
You
go there.
didn't even deal with it after Christmas of our third,
No, it was just like last year. Like we just did it last year.
So is the past tense of grinded like the past tense of hang is
Ground.
hanged?
Ground beef.
But I like it. It should be grinded. Because
Grinded
hang is
beef.
hang.
What do you guys call a cow with no legs?
Ground beef.
Why'd you say that with such authority?
Ground
beef. I know this one.
This man's all big. He knows.
You're
I
getting
know.
your
work
money's
with-
worth.
I work
YouTube.
in a burger restaurant.
You
It's
are
called
getting your
ground
money's
beef.
worth.
He's literally, can I say, with the continual health manual that you got, you will have a 22 constitution. You'll have more beef than you know how to deal with. So, the death house.
Aaron had 134
Sorry,
HP
Liam.
at level
We
9.
totally derailed you again.
So, let me ask you.
Beef.
I smell like
Sorry, no. Show and tell.
What? Is it that?
This.
That's
I
actually
love
not.
that.
It's actually not. I found out it's not.
It is. I literally learned it from a person who was deaf.
Really? Because I
Yes,
learned
I
from a person
think-
who's deaf, it's not.
It is. It's a thing.
Uh-oh.
Definitely a thing.
Well,
It is a
apparently
thing.
There are
people need to
dialects.
get-
I was gonna
There
say
are-
maybe it's a
There are
dialect.
dialects and there are
dialects,
slangs.
like literally there are dialects, but this is colloquial used in Calgary. Like
Interesting.
it's a big one.
I love the movie Creed. That's why I learned it. So, yeah.
So, not the rock and roll, just
Well,
So, going back
Yeah,
to the
but
death
from-
house as this happens.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me ask you guys this question. If you know what the death house, would you be happy to know that is what's supposed to happen at level 1?
The Death House is supposed to be level 1.
in Strahd.
In Strahd. You guys are.
What level
How
did
does
we play
anybody
at?
survive that? They don't. A lot of the time, I guess.
I doubt not. Essentially, yes. At level 1, you are designated to go into the death house.
Good
How did
lord.
we avoid it?
Because I said this is the dumbest.
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
Straight up. No. Okay. So Liam don't pop off now. So the
Yep.
death house is structured. So we've been talking a lot about the story and nuances of your characters, and I'm very proud of all the character work you guys did. The death house is designed to be a dungeon to take your characters from level 1 to level 3, like this.
If you survive.
If you go off XP leveling up
No.
or with landmark. Milestone.
Literally being, if you, because there's not enough experience points in the first layer of the dungeon to get everybody to level 1 unless you like do the whole thing where like one creature gives everybody the same, which I've never done. But it's like you go from the basement to the upper floor, level 1 to 2. You go from the top floor to the underfloor, level 2 to 3. That's how it works.
You're supposed to spend a lot of time in there.
No.
Oh.
A session maybe 2.
So it's just kind of like supposed to be a jumping off point to get your character going,
Exactly.
but it's
I see.
stupid hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's also
Interesting.
it also doesn't really give you much story heft in terms of being like this major story like thing. It, like all it tells you is that there's like some people who were loyal to Strahd kind of wronged him, and then they all became undead at this point, and that was kind of it. That was it.
Yeah.
That's really all. It is.
So I missed the last session of the Death House. I was
missed
there
one
for
of
the
the
first
sessions as
session
well.
of it, and I missed the ending of it. So I didn't know it went that bad, and apparently we almost died.
Well, what happened with that one is like Father Donovich went in, and you guys went to go free Father Donovich, and
Yeah.
Father Donovich rolled a natural 1 on his death, so he died within the Death House, so he died
Yeah.
there. Which was actually this beautiful moment of like you guys had failed in Barovia your first day. Your second day you went there, like you failed again because it was like the spiritual guide of the Death House was gone, and you guys had left, and then we later recorded the Barovian Riot Bonanza, which was you guys going a third time and then failing the people as a whole. Like Barovia to me was like the most perfect, beautiful moment of like the hopelessness of the game, like reminding me why that village is so helpless and sad. Because literally has Castle Ravenloft looming over it. Like it was just every moment you guys went there was just more perfect moments of like realizing this is how bad it could have been. This is how bad it is. But yeah, like I was like that was again. It sounds egotistical when I say you're gonna be happy when I do it, but every person that I ask, and it's like, again, anytime I talk to a dungeon master who's running Strahd, my first question is, how do you run the Death House? And they all, or maybe just like, how did the Death House go, or like, where are they going for the first thing? And most of them just always tell me the Death House. And when I hear that, I literally will check out of any conversation after. And I'm always apologetic to any DM with that. But I'm just like...
So what did you alter?
I altered... So the
Gave us a Cyclops instead.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, just for flavor. Yeah, yeah. Well, what I altered was, I believe it was just kind of like realizing that when you guys had 2 characters die, I was like, oh, like the Death House wasn't even going to be introduced. It was literally, I think you guys going to go to Crest to help Irina get to safety, and then going to the Wizard of Wines. Like your first encounter maybe in Barovia and getting to that place would have been level 2, because traveling across Barovia is dangerous. And then going into the Wizard of Wines and traveling there would probably been maybe that was level 2 and then level 3. But that was it. Like, that was kind of the first major thing. So you guys going to have to literally go to Kresk to heal yourselves, that was it. And then they would only let you in if you brought wine, because they were in short supply, and that was literally the lifeblood of people. Then
Well, that Wizard of Wines was one of the major, to me, was one of the major lore points in that entire campaign. That Wizard of Wines was, I don't know why it was a big deal, but it was in my head.
I know why.
A lot more than the Death House, that's for sure.
I know why it was major, I think, personally for yourself, because that was also kind of around the time where I was, like, beginning to lay the groundwork of Vistra losing powers a little bit.
Right, I got questions about that later, too.
Yeah, I'm certain you do. Yeah. But that,
anyway,
but even then, yeah, that was more significant because it was, like, other people who were more grounded in
And
that
the
space.
kids. And
Kids, the family, a life, like, actual business that is reliable in this place that needs to be
Birds of
reliable.
a feather flock together.
Exactly, yeah.
yeah.
That was one of the major stuff. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit because it was, for me, what I was most proud of in that, aside from, I think, aside from kind of the sword stuff, and I will talk about that a little bit because that I know I teased that I will address it, but yeah, that was big. Yeah.
Sly, what were your big character moments?
The biggest one I wasn't there for.
I don't know why
There
I
was-
asked.
30,
I'm
40 years
trying-
from now, you're going to see each other on the street in Paris or something, and you're going to...
Changed my
still-
character.
Flashbacks.
How would you have flashbacks? You weren't there.
Slam.
You'll have flashbacks. What were they? There were a couple moments where I can't remember the events exactly. This is why I'm bad at D&D. I don't remember things. That's why. Okay, it was kind of a character bit, but that's why I kept asking about the dress. It's because I genuinely kept forgetting, and also I was so thrown because we'd meet every other week, so it's like a month would go by and we'd have 2 sessions, but that would be like 4 hours.
Should we
in
get
game.
the dress?
We need to get the
We
dress.
forgot about the dress.
It's like you'd be like,
Here this morning.
you're like, the dress will be ready in 2 weeks, and I'm like, okay, well that was last session and that was 2 weeks ago, so it's been 2 days. Let's go double check that. So that's why I spent. I think there was so much time where we'd be like destroyed after a mission, and Kylah would just be like, "Yeah, I think we'll take a long rest." And Liam's like, "It is 10 in the morning. Yeah. You don't want to do that right now." But character
You
moments-
actually woke up an hour ago. You don't need another long rest.
yeah, but
So much would happen in
Yeah.
such little time for us. Like
character
the whole
moments for
campaign,
Sly.
didn't it over? Like, wasn't it just over 2 weeks, or like just
That's crazy. It took us 3 years.
took us 3 years for
3 years
over
to-
2 weeks?
yeah.
That's such a.
But
Contrast to the Tomb of Annihilation campaign I'm currently in. It's taken them maybe almost 2 months in game,
wow.
and they're at level 5 5 right now.
But there was, I can't remember the event that happened to warrant it, but there was something. It was like Sly went into one of his blackouts and did some, like he like attacked Kari or he attacked Aaron or someone, and I can't remember if this was, if I had my ability where I could climb easily like without doing anything. So I was like, we were in the woods and I was like, oh, Sly, this is gonna be like a cool thing to end on. Sly's gonna run off, and that'll end. I was like, oh my gosh, it's like I didn't go into it being like I'm gonna go off, but I was like, Sly just attacked everyone. He's probably like thinking, oh, this is why he avoids people because he's the problem and all this stuff. And so I'm like, Sly climbs up a tree and he goes up as high as he can, and Liam's like, okay, well all the movement you have left is this. It's like the nearest tree is 20 feet away, and so you can climb up 10 feet. I'm like, oh, well, that looks a bit pathetic. If Sly's like, get away from me, and he just curls up in a tree. And I'm like, Sly runs away. And Liam's like, make a stealth check. And I'm like, oh, crap. And I was like, I failed it. It's like, I failed it. And Liam's like, okay, you're hiding in a tree, but everyone can see you. And I'm like, well, this is really not affected. This is not turning out how I wanted to. I want this.
The DM shouldn't be in charge of.
I was like,
I'm pretty
this
sure
is
Squally
why.
and Aaron just camped under the tree waiting for you to
Yeah,
talk to
and
us
then
because you
you
just
started, like,
pretended you
cooking.
ignored us.
It's like you all
we
were
cooked. We cooked.
It was-
We cooked meat. We cooked meat to get him to come back down. We were
I
like,
was-
oh man, this meat is good.
You started gentle
Dinner.
parenting me.
We
I
were
was like,
eating
I just tried,
dinner.
in my head, I was like, I just tried to kill the only friends I've ever had. I can't be around.
Well, they
people.
won't leave you alone.
This is the problem with
That's
me.
what friends are for.
And it became that because it went from in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna climb up the tallest tree till they can't see me, and I know I can outclimb them and I can outrun them, and I'm just gonna keep hopping from tree to tree, and then I'll be gone, and they'll be like, oh my gosh, is Sly okay? And that's where it will end. And it became, Sly, you are 8 feet in the air. Everyone can see you. And Aaron has a little campfire and is cooking you dinner. And you're like, hey, buddy.
Come
You wanna come
back.
down?
You want
buddy.
to talk about it?
I think you were like,
Let's talk about your feelings.
you're like, I waft the smoke of the meat up.
Literally.
And Liam's like, yeah, cool, that succeeds. Sly, you are salivating at the sound of it. And I was like, okay, I guess I'll come down now. And it was one of those things where I'm like,
Just say I'm gonna throw up, and then I have no say.
yeah, exactly. I was like, I run. And then you're like, actually, you don't.
I like how you said nice DM things, and then your highlight is like it was a bad DM
Well-
to make me not have
well-
been cool running away from the group.
Well, I had it, and then it kind of flipped on its. Yeah, that's the
Which
one moment.
happens.
Where, yeah, but then it flipped around where it was like, okay, well now this is kind of proving to Sly that it's like, character-wise, he would have all his past stuff. It's like, oh, he'd attack someone and they'd freak out. Or whenever we met a new Barovian or someone, they would stare at Sly at like, oh my gosh, the monster. But it's like, oh, here's a group. It's gonna sound cliche, but it's like here's a group of misfits that have accepted Sly, and it's like, the whole thing where it's like we're like, oh, we don't have a name. We don't have a name yet. Let's get a name. And I remember
We never came up with a
we
name.
never did. And my thing with it was Sly was like, originally he's like, I don't want to give this a name because we're gonna die. 2 of us have already died. What's the point? It's just once you give it a name, it's like the whole thing where it's like if you hold up a pencil and you say its name is Steve and break it, then you have feelings for it.
Yeah.
But it's like if you
community.
yeah, shout out community. If you don't put a label on it, then it wasn't anything.
Yet he made us matching outfits.
Exactly. So that was my big character arc thing where I'm like, okay, well, Sly's not gonna connect with any of them because he knows death is just around the corner because he already died. Squally already died. What's to stop anyone else from dying? And he like grew up. That was the one thing where it was kind of like his backstory stuff. It's like he grew up around death and destruction, like being like on the outs of like a roving barbarian gang, where he's like, well, I don't want to do that. And then
Like West Side Story.
exactly just like West Side Story, they like snapped into the towns. That's how they knew.
I would say,
But then it's like that flip of them in my head. It was like the most pathetic thing because I was like, shit, this was gonna be so cool. That Sly was just gonna be gone, and no one would know where he is. And then I failed all of my checks. You knew exactly where he was, and you're like, hey, buddy, come on. I think you're just hungry. Like, you're not you.
It's not you when you're
Not
hungry.
you and your-
So I think I came down, and then that kind of like built up Sly's aside. Like that was like the uplifting moment of Sly's relationship, where he's like, oh, okay, these guys are good. And then it was Tereska's death that really like solidified it. And then it was like, okay. And then getting like the nat 20 on like the seamstress thing, I was like, that's kind of a big thing. And like that was probably one of the most fun I've had with some of the games, was just being like going into the dress shop and everyone being like, what do you know? And then I'm like, I pretty woman them. And I'm like, it's like, big mistake. It's like, oh, you think you know how to make a dress? You don't.
I straight up would have
Crashes
used that
into
against
him.
you.
Yeah.
Like if you had made this practical, functioning, combat-oriented wedding dress, and Vasilka had that and gone to the wedding and it had broken out in a fight, you guys would have had disadvantage on grapple checks with her because the dress would have been practical.
Yeah,
combat.
it would have been.
So it would have like torn off if you tried to grab onto her, and it would have like she would have been able to then like fight you more effectively.
Fashionable.
Would have sucked.
Exactly. Which I would have had so much like backhanded pride. I was like, damn it, why am I so good? It's like, God.
You
But
guys had to go kill her and everything.
yep.
That's true.
Don't ruin the dress.
Don't ruin it. That's my baby.
That's my baby. With all of that being said, I don't know if there's any kind of other major stuff from the past that kind of bring up that you guys want to talk about. We will take a little bit of a break here, and we are then going to dive into the stuff that was recorded. Probably some questions you guys have for me for all of that.
I have so many questions.
We're gonna get into all of that right away.
Star wipe.
No, we're back.
Star wipe.
Fantastic. We're back, and we're finishing off the wine, which is wonderful.
I think it's just you.
The vino. I think.
The rest of
Yeah,
us are
wash it down with your
finished.
almond milk, you
We got a
psychopath.
I thought we were having dino sour.
Liam's gonna make a triple threat. That's what he calls it when he mixes wine, beer, and almond milk.
Not good with almond milk.
You did this to yourself.
He's a cow man. You deserve
I don't
it.
know,
Call him
man.
old-fashioned.
He's not nuts about nuts.
He's not nuts about
I
nuts.
used to get joking when I'm talking about pairing stuff with wine. That's why it matters, okay?
What do you
That
call
was awful.
What do you call a cow walking through a grape? We gotta come up with something.
Milk and a Beaujolais.
I don't know what it is yet. What do you call it?
I
No,
thought
I
you
don't
had
have.
a
Scooby-Doo.
joke.
No,
What do you-
I don't have the punchline. I just have the joke.
See us in
He's
Yeah.
joke jazz.
What do you call a cow walking
Do the joke, but
through
do
a
it as
grape-
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Okay, I'll work on it. I'll get back to you.
Workshop it.
Zoink Scoob!
What do you call a cow that moves through
Yeah. I don't know.
It's great. That's art. That's jazz.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
So now we come back to part 2 of all of this, talking about the sessions in the game that you guys all have seen.
You know, I would like to say, sorry, just quickly, wine and cheese is quite the pairing. So wine and milk isn't that far off.
Thank you!
I'm
We're
sorry.
talking about mixing them together.
That's really meta.
Can I just
That's
say,
meta, but
It just
milk
came to my mind when I
milk
was thinking
doesn't
about.
taste like
I
cheese.
wish this happened with...
But cheese is milk.
Pour
That's
me
really
a
nice.
glass.
This-
Well, yeah.
I found out- I will say, I found out not because it was with milk. I found out because I had like a what is it, a cabbage roll from work that had sour cream, and I was like, oh, sour cream actually like mixes well with this.
But that has that tang.
Cheese
that, like,
is coagulated.
that sour
Cheese is
Yeah,
coagulated
but cheese
milk.
has a funk to it. If you have milk that has funk to it, you throw it out. You don't drink
Part
funk.
2.
Okay, anyways.
Sorry.
Thank you, Kylah.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. The funky ass milk.
I'll go on a tangent.
And
Drink that funky milk.
Aiden's like, stop it! You're always fighting.
do you realize I give other people these microphones?
I'm swallowing.
So part 2 focuses on everything you
tell
just
you.
saw. Literally everything.
Little kid.
In our Curse of Strahd campaign, this is focusing on all the stuff that you guys saw in this campaign that came up. We are going to probably focus this more on questions, because if you guys...
So if it's ladies first, who goes first, the character or the...
Did you say that and the microphone not was in front of you now, so we can't fully hear you on that? Straight up, dude?
Star wipe, come back.
David,
My man.
why are the only two players?
First, Broseph, he's gonna go
We
with the
get-
character.
Why are the only two characters that you played in my campaigns both hot women?
Yeah, why are the both hot women?
That's actually a very good
It's
question,
just a
Dad. I
coincidence
was
because-
wondering the same thing.
Because my other
But I feel like
two
it's
characters that I've
inappropriate
ever
for-
played were both one was a male bard and the other was a male paladin. So
So they were hot men.
They were hot men.
I wouldn't call Gregor Gamgee hot.
You were flirting the fuck up.
Yeah, he was flirty, but he's not hot.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
just say he
Dad
was
did
attractive,
play
he was
Prince
fucking
Charming
other
in
guys.
Into the Woods.
That's true. I did play Prince Charming.
Prince Charming also cheats on both his girlfriends.
Like a grown-up boy.
Right.
Also a weird thing for your 12-year-old daughter to watch you do.
In that house for a few months. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dude, you
It's amazing. Kylah doesn't need more therapy, actually.
I'm in therapy. You're good. I got it. I got it covered.
I got it covered. Thank goodness.
Am I the problem? Let me just try to see.
Yeah, not only did you play Prince Charming, but you also played the wolf that tried to steal girls.
That was the
Yeah.
biggest
Dual.
mind f was
dual role. Wolf
we had to.
and,
There was one day
Cinderella's
in
prince.
class we had to do like our duets, and I had like this ballad I had to sing.
Hello,
and-
little girl.
and David
Terrifying.
David sat in on class, and it was Halloween, and our teacher had told us, "Hey, don't do huge dress like costumes." There's David sitting in the
In his
back of the
wolf
class
costume.
in full wolf outfit.
That's great.
Talk about being
And I was like,
hypocritical.
and then my next class with David, I was like, he's like, "Yeah, you seemed off," and I'm like, "Well, I wasn't expecting to see a full wolf in the back." That threw me. I will be honest. There was other stuff going on, but that did throw me.
Sometimes
That's funny.
the teachers will say, "I don't know what's going on with you." It's like, have you looked at yourself in the mirror?
it's not me.
Luckily, David
It's
wasn't
most
giving me
definitely
notes.
Full wolf, like,
He was just spectating. He was just a spectating
Can you
wolf.
imagine a
Well, I
wolf
walked
coming
in
up
on
to you
all
being like,
fours, too.
Are you okay?
like the nose painted on. He's like, "Is everything okay? Do you need to talk?"
He's like petting his own tail.
Let's do some yoga about it.
Do you want to take some deep
It'd be
breaths with me?
crazier. It'd be
It's like,
crazier.
Huff, huff, I'll blow your house
We're
down.
like Wilson method balls.
It'd be crazier if the wolf did a handstand. To be like, "Hey, you okay?"
Hang on a second. I'm gonna keep this bit going. Keep going.
Sorry. Oh. Now
Keep talking.
I'm
You know
picturing.
how I huff and I puff and I blow houses down? The Wilson method.
Yeah, literally. This is canon. This is a real thing. I want you to do a reel, a breath reel in your wolf costume. Because I think that would be great.
That is a great idea.
There's the balls. There are my dad's balls.
David's balls.
Right on display.
David's balls plus one.
They've had babies.
Yeah, that's what they do. Just imagine coming in, just being like, okay.
You need to wash the ball sack. It's looking
as
dirty.
you're full.
David.
Do you need to lay on my balls?
Breath therapy. Oh, I did a whole 1 month Instagram thing on naming my balls when I first had them made, and some of the answers that are on Instagram still on my posts
So
are
you will
just
read that,
all
but
of
you
my
won't read the
friends wrote in.
You won't read the wonderful Instagram post you made about your D&D character. Like,
No,
okay,
because
you can't
yeah,
read
that
the
just
ball name thing.
Yep.
Yes, it's
there were a
priorities.
lot of-
Name my balls, please.
Yeah.
I bring these in to Dedmonton because they help my voice, and I literally have not had a bad voice day because I use these. And
Fantastic.
when I lie them on them, everyone wants to harangue my balls.
Yep.
I have a T-shirt that says, "Hey, my name is Liam. Ask me about my balls," made for me.
Yeah. Nice.
It should say, ask me about David's
Done
balls.
with this conversation.
How do you think I felt when I would sit in a D&D session and Peyton would be like, "Hey, Dungeon Daddy," to my brother, and then David would be like,
You're my dungeon daddy.
"Hello, yes, you're
Hello.
a beautiful woman." And I was like,
Would you like to
You're
go
not
somewhere?
his daughter.
he was flirting to my brother.
Do you want to talk about it? This is the time to talk about it.
No,
Therapy starts now.
Your problem. I'm open to it. But,
Oh,
so anyway,
and respect my boundary.
yeah, one good for
and she died.
So,
Pen.
And she died.
So, obviously, there's a lot of stuff that from the actual campaign that you guys will be able to watch and see. And, you know, we're not probably going to recap everything you guys have gone down through this journey. But yeah, you guys basically encountered Strahd. You reeled with the situation of Aaron's death. You guys went through a whole bunch of spaces in here. There was a lot. You guys also went to the Amber Temple. You guys, fought the abbot. You found the blood spear. You guys killed members of the vicinity. Got your powers back after losing them really early in the campaign. So
Yeah, level 5.
yeah.
Not that I remember and
Yeah,
that
exactly.
I'm resentful about it.
Yeah, sorry. And then yeah, you guys had gone on this long journey that progressed you guys going to the wedding of Strahd Vanzarovich and fighting Elvir, who was turned into a vampire spawn at dinner.
R.I.P.
You guys found the dress. You guys got all these things. We will talk about the final fight. We'll get
forgot
to
the dress.
end, but I know you guys got a lot of questions for me to ask me about the campaign that you had all gone on, involving some stuff that was on here.
Did you want to ask the people's questions first, or do you
definitely
want?
ask people's questions? There was one I was going to ask, very much so. I was also going to answer Peyton's question here, which I thought was really good. But let's start up with this wonderful question that was given to us by Jeff. Thank you so very much.
Nice.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you,
Yes.
Hefe.
So Jeff's question here is: when playing such a well-known campaign, how do you keep it fresh despite knowing the twists? I was gonna say, how do you keep it fresh myself, because knowing the twists, I had never run Curse of Strahd before this, so I never knew kind of the whole thing of like where the story could go, how it could be done. I did there was a lot of pressure in kind of knowing like how other people had seen it. I'd even seen like Matt Mercer was a guest on somebody's game for playing Strahd Vanzarovich, so I was kind of like, okay, so this is a big enough character that Matt Mercer has been playing him, so okay. Like Liam O'Brien talked about going through Ravenloft a lot, so there's a lot of kind of stuff with that. My personal answer in terms of doing that was because of my inspiration for setting up the campaign. That for me was Hammer horror films. I really got into studying it. I was just like, I don't know exactly when it was, but I started studying Hammer Productions around this time because I think I found out Christopher Lee was Dracula, and actually behind this little curtain I have the movies that I just bought recently that I love and adore. Watching those movies and studying for me was what really made it be like exciting, because I was like, because I'm a movie nerd. I don't know if you guys know that about me, because there's movies everywhere. But I love kind of connecting things to media that people don't necessarily know about. So kind of that Kensington gore kind of thing, the idea of like hyper red, violent kind of stuff that you could see, but also with a sense of class and kind of like a dignified thing. That for me was very much kind of the inspiration for that I wanted to kind of pursue. There was something around here. Wasn't David
Your
Fincher-
your Strahd was very Christopher Lee in that you're like, yes, this very well propered man shows up and you're like, oh, interesting, and then it's those quick flips of, oh, and he's a raging animal right now, and now he's gonna have an eloquent conversation and discuss to you all of your trauma and psychological woes.
Yeah, it was kind of the thing for me where, like, yeah, here it was. This is what I was looking at my notebook. But that was kind of the thing. I knew that Strahd could also kind of be goofy. Because I was just like, if you guys were, like, kind of haranguing Strahd a lot of the time, like, kind of like, you know, who is this guy? What does he matter? A big build-up kind of could lead to just a lot of comedy and, like, laughing at him. So I just kind of wanted him to be just very casual. One of the things I was going to share with you guys, I've shared this with other people, the way I approached Strahd, because I studied the hell out of this book. It was actually, I started taking notes immediately. Like, it was like 2 months of prep, basically, was actually studying the whole book, and I put it in a notebook. I basically approached Strahd the way that I approached kind of doing character stuff from, like, McEwen. I wrote out character traits that I kind of associated with Strahd. So there were 14. Normally we do 10 in these character sheets. I did 14. So I wrote down that he's, like, what are the traits and qualities? So similarly what you're talking about with, like, Aaron, too. He's prideful. He was a seeker of knowledge, a conqueror, a prisoner, faith-filled, accepted by darkness and his pact only. I wrote down he was alone and immediately crossed it out, because that didn't really feel right, because he was surrounded by a bunch of, like, affectionate followers in different ways. Self-isolation, got rid of that too. Then I got material obsessed, entrapper, attention seeker, overbearing, envious, and then arrogant. That was kind of what I just wrote down. And then I looked at the goals that he has that are written out in the adventure as well. And then I compared them all to what they were. And, like, some of them I can easily say is, like, he wants to turn Irina. There's an individual that he's looking for that I don't think you guys ever found.
Cool.
And then he also wants to search for a successor to be in the... to kind of, like, take on this Barovian land. And so then I looked at each trait, I said, which ones correspond to that? And the 4 out of the 14 that I wrote were prideful, a conqueror, overbearing, and arrogant. And that for me was, like, how I tried to then play Strahd. And then I wrote down more notes that you guys don't need to learn about my homework.
He certainly was
spoopy.
spoopy.
DMing, I think, is just talking about the homework that you do. So that for me, in terms of keeping it fresh, it was finding those things that, again, tie it to myself as an actor. Also, a big answer to that is, like, if you're playing it for the first time, what is the one thing that if you're going to play a pre-written campaign that keeps it fresh and new? Your players. Like,
Yeah.
Straight up.
You have different players the second time you DM it. It's going to be a different game.
Exactly.
Even if it
Did
is
you as
preset.
players guys know about anything about the campaign before?
Yeah. Did you?
I didn't know anything about it.
No.
I knew you could get pre-made campaigns, and I knew the little thing where Liam was like, yeah, my former teacher bought me this to run a campaign for him and his daughter, and I'm reaching out to other people. And I've never really been into, watching D&D stuff. Like, I took a huge break from even playing it, and I've never watched, Dimension 20 or Critical Role or anything like that, or Vox Machina. Like, I've just never watched any of that media, so it wasn't until I started playing and then, reaching out to other people who've played, or, like, bumping into past teachers or roommates and being like, oh yeah, I'm playing D&D, and they're like, oh, are you doing a campaign or homebrew? And I was like, oh, we're doing a Curse of Strahd. And they're like, oh my gosh, yeah, that one. And then I'm like, oh, this is a really well-known thing. But I had no idea until we'd gotten into the thick of it that it was actually like a big well-known thing but I just didn't know anything about it. So that kind of helped me keep it fresh. I didn't know it
Exactly.
was. I didn't know it was a big thing.
I had no idea what was going to happen, so it was nice and fresh the whole time.
Mhm.
Yeah, same. Like, and that honestly, part of that stressed me out because I was like, are we doing the right thing? Are we supposed to be doing this? Are we supposed to be doing that? Like, it's a preset thing. Like, where are we supposed to be right now? Kind of thing. Sometimes, which would get in my head, and then I'd be like, it's D&D. We'll figure it out. Like,
That
we'll
does
get
happen.
there.
That does happen in a preset. That's different from an open homebrew. It's true. A little bit that creeps in. I find.
I'm just moving these out of the way. I
Little
don't want to be distracted by it.
I have a question that'll come
Did
right
you-
out of
By
that.
David's balls.
Are we doing the right thing?
Yeah, I
if-
think that was a constant fear of mine throughout the whole thing. Was,
So-
are we doing the right thing?
Did you
No.
know
Yes.
much about the campaign when you bought it?
I knew a little
You
bit.
knew a little bit, just like
I
the
mean, I
basic
got
idea
busted
of it?
on this. I looked at the map, but
Oh.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
anything
you
else.
sent the map,
Yeah.
the
Yeah, and then
illegal
you
map,
were like,
and then
I'm
you
sending
got
you all the map. Don't tell
you
Liam.
got.
I
So
think it was a moment where it was just like
You
what
got
is
in
number
trouble.
letter H there, and I was just like,
you were like, "What do you mean?"
Excuse me.
and granted, the map I sent you guys was blurry and bad, but hey,
David got
I
in
was on a
trouble.
15, I couldn't tell.
Okay, is it okay if I?
But we still have
Sure.
readers'
Alright.
questions.
I mean,
Oh, do you have readers'
Yes,
questions? I'm
there's
sorry.
5
We have
questions.
more readers' questions.
Well, we do have later, but I just wanted to open up with that one because yeah, thank you very much, Jeff, for asking that. I don't know if anybody else had the freshness thing, but yeah, nobody else kind of heard about it. It's like
This is like I'll stop
Sure.
at this one only because it comes out of, are we making the right decision? This comes right out of that. Were we meant to collect all the green gemstones or not?
oh, great
Like, were
question.
we picked that out of Lake Zarovich, and then everybody dies because they lose their fish. But would that have helped us?
No, we kept it there.
No, that's my point.
Yeah.
If we'd taken it, it would have lost.
Yeah.
They would have lost all the fish and died, or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, moral question. But what's up with those green gemstones? And were we supposed to actually grab them to be better?
What's the deal with the green gemstone?
Yeah.
Well, so okay, there's a very funny thing because there's a couple things in terms of like the collectibles. I think in terms of the world, there was a few things. First of all, the biggest one that is obvious is the gemstones.
Yep.
The other one that is
Your
very
dad's like, "What
obvious
is this?"
is that card reading. There's those
Yes.
things you can find in that. And another one that was
Which we
custom
totally
to this
failed at.
was this is a custom one actually inspired by the fact that the coffin comes with postcards. Neil's character that he made was a ranger called Haruk. Excuse me. And there was kind of a question of if he would join or not. And one of the things that we kind of thought would be interesting was that his character would be like a hunter going into the lands of Barovia. And so we had written out postcards that kind of had a little information that could have helped you guys with some early bits of like kind of like the game and everything. So like, or at least like adventuring stuff. Those ones were kind of designed to be like a video game collectible, like you could go to something every so often. Regarding the gemstones, those were very much just you to look at them and be like, so it's funny you mentioned the lake, because I think there's one gemstone in particular that's like hidden. Or it's like you just don't know where it was. And I think that one in particular I had put in the lake personally. And the reason being was because I liked the idea that like there's this idea of like he goes out and he can like I think there's a character who goes out and sacrifices people to go and get fish or something. And I thought that was kind of dumb. I thought it was a little like there's a version of Curse of Strahd that's like written called She is the Ancient that kind of tames a lot of the shock value horror. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that kind of does sound kind of shock value where you just sacrifice people. But what if he's like doing something and there's like a water weird spirit that's alive in this thing, and that was like the green gemstone? What if that was alive in the actual place? Because one of them is inside of like the tree.
Yeah.
So what if there was this one gemstone in the water that had brought it to life and was giving off fish to this one guy who's kind of like using it at a high price for some people and getting literally drunk off of it because he's giving them fish. And so it was kind of an idea of like, yeah, if you're taking the gemstone from here, yeah, Valaki is not getting fish. But you are giving the Wizard of Wines their winery back. They're getting wine back, and wine was a essential resource for the people of Barovia. So that was kind of that question of like, do we take a resource that is helping now,
Okay.
or do we take something that could have longevity and give some more power back to this group?
But there was no sort of Infinity Gauntlet thing going on with all the gems.
No, there wasn't.
So there was no sort of ta-da if we'd collected all the green
No,
gems.
the only gemstone that I think was ever like a major threat point was the one for Winter Splinter, that giant tree that
Right.
killed Aaron. But like that was the
We tried to stuff stuff the gemstone in your dead body
That was
so that
so funny.
we could try to
Hey, this'll
revive
work.
you.
Just put it in. And
We were doing anything that we could.
just spit on it and stuff it in.
Or get some elbow grease. That was kind of it. That was the only one that was ever like a necessity of like, otherwise this will destroy this space. and
Right,
control
okay.
you.
Yeah, that bugged me for so long. That was haunting me for a long time. That gemstone at the bottom of the lake.
You're very goal oriented. It makes sense.
True. Yeah,
I want
it's
to
true.
collect all the things.
Right.
Shiny, shiny, shiny.
them all.
Like,
Those birds were literally
Gotta
scattered
catch
all
'em
across the
all.
land. They were like, maybe they'll see them all, but
We
they
found
were
a few of them.
It was literally, if you're gonna 100%
Yeah, we found
the
two.
game.
Gotta find all the paragons in
I think the third
Skyrim.
one was with Baba, right?
Hmm?
The third one was with Baba Lysaga.
Yes.
Yes.
And we did not get that one because
Oh,
we got
sure missed
fucked
it.
by
Pummeled.
Baba Lysaga.
Pummeled.
Yeah,
We
My
got
girlfriend died.
demolished.
That's when I
My
got turned into the
soon-to-be
raging
girlfriend
mag.
got
The raging maggot.
That was one of the funniest.
the raging maggot.
That was
Hey,
How
you're a
many
maggot.
maggots?
How many maggots am I?
30 feet is 30 feet of movement. I can move me 5 feet as a magnet.
That was definitely a highlight. That was a highlight of the entire campaign for me with all of those maggot questions.
That was
That
one of
or the
moments-
math?
That was one of the moments of like me as a DM, like, okay, yeah, the map.
That and the hypotenuse.
Yeah,
Hypotenuse.
You
Oh,
taking over
Lord.
Zoom in a way I don't even
That-
understand.
That was.
The
I
hypotenuse
literally
was
remember I was late to
amazing.
that section, and I
Okay,
opened
whiteboard.
Zoom, and there was
Okay,
a
whiteboard.
whole, like, there was a triangle, and we were trying to figure out the hypotenuse. I was like,
We were
"Guys,
trying to
what's
figure
going
out if
on?"
we could run over a
I've
ditch
never
or
loved
be
the three
thrown
of you
over the
more than in
ditch.
that moment.
But we had to make sure we had enough rope for the hypotenuse of being able to get over into the
So
castle because we wouldn't have been able to get into
brilliant.
the
Well,
castle
Well, no, I wanted
otherwise.
to throw the cast. Yeah.
You wanted to throw Aaron,
Yeah.
but we had to make sure we had enough rope.
I had enough rope in case
He
you
missed.
fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a backup plan, but we had to do the math in
Genius.
order to backup
Absolute
plan.
genius.
Because they had all that rope. I was
And
really
how long
rope
did that
focused
take
the
in
first
real
few
time?
sessions.
Stay focused in school,
About-
kids.
Yeah.
It'll help you in D&D.
There's like 40 minutes, I think.
Well, I'm like, okay, I've got all this rope. It's like you start with the basic things. It's like, okay, I have my weapons. And I've got my rope. There's a cyclops coming at us.
Never comes to
I
an end.
can't use my dagger on this.
We tripped him.
Oh my gosh, I can trip this thing. Hey, what's this big gap? Oh my gosh, this is perfect for a tripwire. Cool. Oh, I'm
Liam's
gonna
like,
throw Aaron, but I'm gonna tie him to the rock first in case I miss.
That moment of Liam being like, okay, Noah is gonna lose his character right away. Because
I realized-
it's got a mad strong strength and it's gonna break through that rope.
No,
Not much that that one can do after that.
Nope.
No.
well I had all that,
Say nope like that.
but then I had to realize I had to double back on it because I was like, I'm playing Sly too smart. I have like
He's not very
I have a
smart.
-1
His
intelligence.
is
But your survival is like
Whiteboard.
Yeah.
yeah, survival.
3, wasn't it?
Yeah, but which would okay, but survival okay, but setting up a tripwire is one thing as like survival, hunting. setting up
Whiteboard is
traps.
not survival. Whiteboard
Sly
is
being like,
intelligence.
okay, this is how far we are. What's the hypotenuse Pythagorean theorem here? We're gonna start.
It was important to the story.
It was important.
You did. That was your equivalent of just making a nat 20 happen for intelligence.
Like the biggest lore dump ever.
Yeah. It
was
in the
important.
entire-
I don't think I
Nothing
didn't
to
roll
do with
for it. I
vampires.
just started doing math.
Yeah, you just controlled the game right there.
It was
That
awesome.
Noah got behind the screen.
I was like, okay, Sly finds a stick in a pile of dirt, and I went to the whiteboard on Zoom, and I was like, okay, he's gonna draw this out, and he's gonna die. Like, we have to get to here.
Can I ask you, how did it feel to take control like that? How'd you feel?
It was the greatest rush I've ever felt in my life.
That
'Cause seeing the
that
dopamine.
I also felt a big rush. I
That
was.
It was a big rush where it's like you were,
It's fun.
yeah.
It makes
Because
me
like
feel
you,
like a big man.
you being like, okay, but this, and then Kylah and I'd be like, okay, so it's this squared, and then we have to get this. Okay, but if we try throwing at this,
Yeah, we were.
really locked
You were
in.
in
We
it.
had it.
You were in it.
And then you, yeah,
David left. I'm pretty sure you stood up and you left.
I think
Between
I
the
think if you took,
hypotenuse,
I think if you took a screenshot
Probably
of
just
it,
downward
you
dog,
would
just
see,
like-
between the
Doing the
hypotenuse
David
and the
dog.
raging maggot decisions, those were the
the
two.
lean in, the lean
Yeah.
in face.
I'm
No,
done. I'm
it was
out.
the biggest rushes I have with it are that, and then it's David. You're gonna hate me for this one, but I don't think the castle is. I don't think any of this is
Oh,
real,
Here we go.
except
And I
us.
wasn't entirely wrong. And if you want me to, I will go into the 8 to 10.
I thought it was
to
just so funny.
12
Was that what You had, like,
was like,
different
what's going on
reasons.
over there? And
Yes.
Dave was
partially
like,
There's-
fueled by
I don't
He
think
used a
20
special
words.
message spell that only
made
had
me
25
right
or
on some level.
So
And David starts counting. He's like,
It just got so
I don't think
philosophical.
anything
line
here is real.
He
Except
was
us.
so proud of himself.
He's like, I know this.
Can I ask you a question, David?
Yes.
Why?
I forgot about
Okay,
that.
simple.
Okay.
Many different things came up
Yes.
to suggest that this was possible. The first thing was, so first of all, Strahd
Kylah,
being
you
all
look
powerful
so pissed.
would absolutely create, and he did in the castle when he started to get defeated. A whole bunch of things turned to dust. Simple. That's all I was saying. I was saying that he was so powerful that he did it outside the castle too, and that he might have actually created the entire realm. There's precedence for that. And the first thing that made me think that was when you seemingly randomly, and then it came to nowhere, and if this was like a random thing, I'm going to be so mad, is when you suggested that the first look of the castle reminded me of my home. You said that the architecture was the same. So then I'm like, oh, like, is it possible this guy is planting illusions in our head and making us see what we want to see, and therefore all of these villagers could be like NPCs basically that he is sending to fuck with us.
I see.
It was not that far out a concept given who we're dealing with.
DM, was there any validity to that?
Could
The conspiracy
there have
theory
been any
that this is kind of opening is actually quite interesting when I hear the explanation. So here's the thing. Let me ask you a question, David.
Liam?
You playing a traumatized character, deeply traumatized by your own past, where you're literally vomiting into situations and all that.
Yep.
When I described that, the architecture and the home, like all of that stuff, was like familiar to you.
That I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did you not
Bring this
ask
up.
yourself if Strahd has come from the same homeland that I have?
No, but I did ask myself if Strahd was not came from, but it occurred to me that Strahd might be in cahoots with someone from my...
That was one of the things. So one of the things that's important on
Jesus, that
So-
just blew my mind.
because that's actually one of the things that was actually big was like part of me describing it. Like I think in one session we were talking about with the blood spear, you had seen it. I think I'd given it a name. There is a location that literally homebrewed because of your character, because of your backstory, of being like a city in which the allegiances between devils was so strong that like corrupt people just simply exist there. It's one of the most evil cities.
Yep.
That was kind of where I had the origins of Strahd being, like his father or grandfather. And him moving to like Ravenloft was this idea of like again that conqueror mentality. They literally the ground is paved in blood in terms of where they've traveled from, and Barovia is a place that has it's a prison basically that has locked him in, and there are these little remnants of reflections of his own past life.
Right, okay. No, that did occur, but no, I went the other way and thought that he could be messing with our minds to such an extent that we're seeing...
He was, and that's not necessarily wrong in terms of like the look of the castle. That was an illusion to you guys. Like that moment was the illusion, like seeing it's resplendent and everything, and then you guys go to the wedding day, and all of a sudden the illusion drops away.
Yeah.
It's just all decayed and all death. Like that, the little hints of like you touch something that is like pristine, and then there's dust on your hands. Like why?
Yeah. Like if he is so powerful, it occurred to me really early, well, he could be making up everything.
Or like, I think there was a bed and I like laid in it or jumped on it, and like the whole room's illusion like went away and it just became this completely decayed room, and we were like, what is going on?
That's where I got it from.
Yeah.
I thought, why couldn't he do it with the whole plane?
Kylah being like,
The moment
What's
in
going
which you
on
chose to say
out there, and
that,
David's like,
none of this is real.
nothing's real.
I'll give you that the timing was not...
The timing
Used
was
a whole
awful.
fucking third level spell
That was
slot.
a bad time
for
people to
that.
start going crazy.
Yeah, I agree. But
You
the
could have said that at
concept was not...
any other
Any other
time.
moment. But when we
You
sent
chose
in,
an encrypted concept that no one else would understand in a moment of time that we really needed to know what was going on.
and we had limited words, and you were like, I got it.
It was like that, and then the moment
The
when you guys
confidence in which you said that is my problem.
It was like that in the moment when you guys were in the dungeon or something. And the fact that it was like a limited word choice on a high level spell too. That was you were personally involved.
We
in
were
that.
surrounded by the coffins.
Yeah.
Yes, and any sound, we were like, oh my god, are we gonna die from be swarmed by vampires?
And bats.
And bats. There were bats everywhere, and so we had to be super quiet.
Although
Kylah
that
has
was the
this
same- that was the same
genius
moment.
idea.
Yeah, that was the
Kylah had this brilliant idea of, oh my gosh, I'll use this spell
that is so high level.
that'll so high level. We'll use this, but we can communicate.
Save our lives.
It'll save us. And that's when David's like,
Nothing's real.
tinfoil hat conspiracy theory.
Literally.
Like, none of this is real. Oh my god, guys, I cracked
It's
it.
like, guys,
I cracked the code.
have you ever?
None of this is real.
Looking at 5 sessions ahead as Strahd plants his fangs into Vistra, being like, how real does that feel now, bitch?
And Kyle's like,
Literally.
and Kyle just
I'm
goes,
like, it's fucking real.
And
We
Kyle's like,
died.
what do you
Beating
mean?
you with a stick.
And then David goes,
So much
no,
in your ass.
except us. Obviously, the 5 of us are real.
We're
That's
real.
Raha did just use a giant emanation of screams to literally put Vistra in the dirt and then just being like, this ain't real.
And Vistra's like, guys, I think the Earth is flat.
Literally.
really, really.
Literally.
We're like, okay, but what's
The
going
whole
on
word.
inside
I was
the
like,
tomb?
what really happened when Vistra threw up?
Guys, have you ever
I'm
thought about
shocked.
vaccines for a second?
I'm almost in pain knowing that he's only realizing this now. Like this is even worse.
I was never arguing that it wasn't bad timing. I was just saying the concept wasn't completely out of bounds.
In that context, it was.
Timing
It was completely out of line.
Squally's like, this is why I
remember
fucking hate Vistra.
the look I got from my daughter, I will
That
never
was
forget.
not, and that was
I
the
don't
one
think I've
moment.
ever
every
had a
other-
bigger eye roll in my life. I literally, if you watch the video, you watch me go, what? And like I take my glasses off. I'm upset. I
Every-
don't think I've ever watched myself. I didn't know what I looked like upset until I watched my eyes like go to the back of my head and literally
It was also the thought out of like having to keep it short, where it was like starting to
the
think,
slow counting and the pause. I
none
was-
of this is real.
And David, and the smile you had, like, I got this, and you're like, none of this is real.
Except us.
Honestly, I am
Except us.
glad to have it on camera.
It was really funny because every other moment that we've talked about where it's Squally and Vistra like beefing and being mad, it's like, oh, that was just character stuff. This was one time where Kylah had enough of your bullshit. And it's like 3 years of everything and of the campaign. And then there was some other stuff maybe getting thrown in there
Yeah.
where Kyla's like,
There
you
was some
think that's a
choices he made. I
Scooby-Doo
was
impression?
confused.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're not real. Oh, we're the only things.
We didn't grab Esmeralda's leg when she died.
Yeah.
We were doing this. It was like all of it.
It was finally just the veil broke.
Yeah.
The final straw in
Yeah,
Kylah's
for,
sanity.
For Kylah's sanity, that was Squally's final straw.
Do you have any more questions, David?
I'm so sorry.
I think we can go back to the listeners' question.
Yeah, so what are the listeners?
Well, let's see.
I think we can move
That
on.
was-
Please do.
I made a point not to bring that up this
so here
session,
we go.
just by the
I
way.
felt I had to.
Question that was submitted here. It wasn't really a question, but it's just a statement. If you ask Kylah about Ben, she will revolt. Why is that, Kylah? Why would
I literally wrote that in.
why would you revolt?
No
Elitism.
reason.
These.
I'm not talking about
Did
Ben
you
the
write
Dog.
that
topics
one
are
in?
such an inferior
You
bird.
started planting questions and
No, he put a thing in the thing
Oh.
that said, ask Kylah about Ben the Duck. And I said, if you ask Kylah about Ben the Duck, I will revolt.
This is yeah. I
my
love
revolt.
that 'cause
Your
it was-
revolt.
Not answering.
that was actually something I loved tremendously because, like, to me, I was kind of like stuck in that moment of like you guys were hanging around like Presque a lot, and I was trying to find creepy things. And if you're
So you
trying
went
to be
duck?
creepy,
duck?
well, if you're trying to be creepy, it's not gonna work. Like, I just like having a really creepy person. And going down, there was a bunch of chickens. I was like, it's not creepy just to have chickens and a cutting board and not do anything.
But
it
a
just
duck.
would be odd if in this whole room full of chickens, like there's just this loose duck that's just there. It's not. It doesn't. It's weird that it's there. So he's. There.
This is what 2 years of high-end theater training gets you.
This is what
A random duck.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Was Ben the duck real, or was he also one of Strahd's like creation?
Well, no, I feel like that was Kylah's David moment where it seemed like you were convinced Ben was going to be the downfall of us.
No, I was.
Or someone was.
No,
Who was?
I was
There was.
scared.
I'm this
Guys,
group's bird.
I was scared that Ben the duck was gonna replace me. That was literally all it was.
What?
That was literally all it was. Squally was insecure.
Oh my God.
Squally was scared that you would replace him with Ben the duck. And that is literally all it was.
You looked at
You had us. You were.
Eric, and we're just
You're
like,
speaking to the wind, and then we have this
You
random
guys
duck.
really liked
To
Ben
be
the
fair,
duck. And I saw what
Ben
happened
was
with
the main
Rufus.
character.
I knew what happened with Rufus. Rufus became like really into the campaign right away.
Lord, that's true. Did you ever consider that's just like
I didn't mean to do that.
animals be cute?
No.
I
I'm
wanted
cute.
to ride
I'm the cute
Rufus
bird.
and make him my
I'm
mate.
the cute
I'm the
bird.
only cute bird in this campaign. Thank you very
You can't have a cute animal.
Not
and just be okay with
This
it.
campaign
You
ain't
guys
big
didn't even
enough
notice.
for the
Squally
two of us.
definitely turned green like the first few times Ben the Duck was in there, and that's
Oh, we
his.
should've
That's
figured
his
it out.
envy.
Figured that out.
True.
You didn't-
True.
I didn't actually explicitly say it because
There was
I
something
didn't feel like
going
I
on.
had to.
I was.
I
Like,
thought
getting
you guys would
convinced.
know.
Aaron speaks fluent duck.
I was. When
Well,
you
now
were
my
like,
heart
"Let me
hurts.
communicate with Ben." And
I
then-
rolled a natural 20 to speak with Ben, and then I wrote in my proficiencies. Proficiencies in languages, the only thing on my sheet, it just says duck.
Duck.
There's something I don't know how, but sorry, I got it in my head that Ben might like. What if he's like transfigured,
I
And
thought
he's
he could
some,
be a
like-
familiar at one point.
a familiar, or if it's some kind of ultra
You're
powerful
familiar with
being?
him.
And once you named it, the naming. Once
You're
you
his
named, once we had it named,
The
I was
more
like,
specific, the more.
this-
You know why I named it Ben?
no.
Because of the Affleck duck, and I thought Ben Affleck. And I said his name is Ben.
I thought it was because of a mutual friend named Ben who loves ducks.
That's what I thought it was too.
No, it was Ben Affleck.
Oh, that's.
That's a cameo.
And then I went, oh, we also have a friend named Ben, and I just named this duck Ben.
I'm serious. If this game becomes an animated thing or a live action thing, that means Ben Affleck has to be the voice of Ben.
100%.
Just go. "Meh."
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like Ben's
Alan
thoughts are
Tudyk
narrated
and,
by Ben
and
Affleck.
But with a
Hope-
Boston
He's the main
accent.
character.
That's
With
so
a full-on
I'm
Boston
so
It's
sorry.
the best.
Sorry, no one could ever replace you, Squally.
I feel
Squally's
so sad none of
he's
us
an,
figured that out.
an insecure little bird.
I thought we knew that. I actually did know that.
You did?
Yeah. It was like Squally was just very insecure and didn't want to. Was like, I'm the only bird in this group.
Wow. Yeah, I missed it.
It's like
Missed it, missed it.
this duck, such an inferior bird to
Missed
a
her have
raven.
Head up her ass anyway.
Sly didn't pick up on that, and Noah didn't either. But I'll say Sly did.
Well put.
Hey, remember the moment of just like, hey, that child in the thing, was that like the kid from before? And I'm like, sure,
Sure.
you're class A DM with that. This question actually
D&D
comes from
jazz.
Anna. We kind of touched on this one a little bit. I bring it up. There's two others that we'll talk at the end of this, I think. But this one was, what was the most horrific moment in the campaign for everyone? Kind of touched on
Tereska.
Yeah, Tereska was kind of a big one. Was there anything in the filmed stuff that was kind of like a big horrific moment? Because I got one lined up immediately that I was building up to for a while.
When
Elevere dying at Yesterhill was pretty big for me too. Watching Elevere die.
when that comes to me is like the
Kari's brother.
Hmm?
Kari's brother whole thing.
Ooh,
that
yeah,
was pretty
Kari's brother.
horrific.
yeah
That was actually very
The Amber
sad.
Temple.
yes.
The Amber Temple, that whole thing was pretty
The person
sad.
that popped in my head that was more like, oh, this is like horror, like thriller vibes, was when we were in the catacombs, and we were like, it's like you could take a step, and then you'd be shot into some like distant portal.
To a dungeon.
Yeah, you'd be shot into a dungeon, and then we like
Actually-
looked down the hall, and there was like a beacon, like a torch, from like the guards or something coming. Am I thinking about? I might be mixing things up.
Okay. Well, there was the brazier where you could throw things in it, and then it could like change color, and you could teleport wherever you like somewhere around the world.
Not that.
No, we
I
had to
remember that.
hide
You're
from
just
a
talking
lot
about-
of people.
We had to
like,
hide
coming
from people.
through.
There was like a moment we were in dark
I think it
tunnels.
was Rack that was coming.
Oh,
Or
that was when there was the Vistani.
The Vistania
When
were
the
like
cat
betrayed
was
us.
behind you, and the Vistani was on the
Yes.
side.
yeah.
Yes.
Actually, the whole castle was pretty horrifying, and the
Just the
part where
maze of it.
Kari yelled at us was just horrifying.
Yes.
Not horrifying, scary. Like as in dark and horror like, but it was scary as in like fuck. She was mad.
That was
Yes.
yeah. That was so. I want to talk a little bit about the Kari stuff because like it was hard. That was also coming off of the kind of question of like, was Abby going to be part of the campaign or not? That was kind of like me trying to understand a lot about just like Kari being like again 16-year-old and that person, but also just being like really feeling that pressure of having to perform like herself, and then myself also being like, am I going to take on this role? Like Kari for me was also very angry and goal oriented, but not in the level of like we talk about like David being someone who is goal oriented but has had years of experience figuring it out. She's a kid and trying to take on this weight of this world and also trying to find a voice of reason. Speaking as a kid who played football and was not in like junior high was not a good leader by speaking, like having to discover that yelling at people is not the best way to get results, but it is a way for people to at least you feel it's the way for people to hear you. There was a couple moments when Kari yelled, like there was a moment in the Amber Temple when like Squally got amnesia and just was like, don't do this, like
I forgot about that.
Yes.
breaking down. Yeah, those are kind of the moments like
See what you did
a
there.
lot of that stuff was big, because like for me, like Kari's moment in the Amber Temple was big, and I designed it that way because it was one of the things that I had remembered when Abby was part of this. Abby had always talked about wanting to play a really intense, big character, and like she had this character role, and she really wanted to get into it, and I really wanted to honor that. So I thought, well, what if like I've discovered a lot of people do kind of character designs where it's like people are like looking for a family member in Barovia. It's kind of an old standard when it comes to this kind of land. It attracts that kind of storytelling. But for me, it was such a long payoff because I remember doing a card reading like just for myself, like being like, what would Tristan's card reading be? And his was dark because not only was it heavy, but it was also he falsely interpreted it. He rolled a natural 1, I think, on his religion, and he's a cleric of the arcane arts. He is boastful about how good he is when it comes to understanding the nuances of Arcana, and he failed this roll. So that thing that like Abby in the early days remembered looking at the card reading, and immediately I was like, is this 4-pointed star tied to my religion? Because it was a homebrewed religion that I had, which was the Mistral Star. It's a 4-pointed star in the game. And I immediately told her, you know it's not. Tristan had the exact opposite experience. He thought it was so tied to his religion that he was going to literally did, it happened. His friend sacrificed himself. Ultimately for naught, like he was false. This is going to sound really fucked, but on the base card it's an ally. Like you will find an ally in the world of Barovia. And his card was the Dark Lord. Falsely misinterpreting the Dark Lord in that moment, it wasn't the idea of like when that card comes up, it's kind of an indicator that there's no ally. You will never find one. He read that to be the only way for us to truly beat Strahd is if we take his power and we become him.
Right.
And so his entire journey in this place was figuring out and trying to find the puzzles of like where do we go, where do we travel, and it took him to the Amber Temple, and that is the most evil place in the game. Like Castle Ravenloft is one thing. It's the biggest dungeon. Its entire section in the book is bigger than the dragon section in Dungeons and Dragons. But the Amber Temple is the most evil place. It's the place where I read it, I said, I don't want you guys going there, because you will not survive. And so, and it was very much like, you only spent a couple sessions there, because it was perfect in terms of lining up, like, literally,
Squally, because of your ability to speak wind, which is powerful everywhere else, was literally debilitating. Like, you would have gone permanently mad if you had gone there. And it was one of the hardest things writing that, because like I kind of get emotional thinking about it, because it was one of those things where like I remember writing it and it was so essential to Kari's character, and Abby not being a part of it was a big thing, but one of the hardest things for me was not wanting you guys to have to watch me do a scene that was then the dungeon master prescribing this is the correct answer and how to deal with this horrific moment. Because that situation was like Tristan had killed his best friend to then essentially, I don't think you guys had checked it out, but in Strahd's sarcophagus, the vampire thing has this kind of ordinance. What happens? I think it's basically you have to make a sacrifice to somebody that you love. Somebody you love, you have to kill. And there might be another element there, but one of the biggest ones is that you have to then be killed by someone who hates you. And what Tristan was doing in that moment, and like, and Viscera had read this, is like he's trying to get a rise out of Kari. Yeah. And the reason being is because he was using their sibling rivalry to motivate her towards hating him, to have her kill him, so that he would become a vampire. Yeah. And then he would think he could kill Strahd. And so that, for me, was like, that was one of the moments where I, as a DM, am like, okay, it's heavy. But it's also not something where I'm like, this is also, like, I never believed Kari was my character. Kari was a DM PC, sure, but it was never my character, and I felt the responsibility to watch you guys then see me kill this person would have just been like, no. So I kind of, you guys always ask me, it's like, what does Kari think about this? What does Kari think? And I was always like, it's kind of hard for me to have an opinion about it. That was a moment where I was just like, what does everybody else think about this? What is everybody else doing in sight? And so when you had, I think, knocked out Tristan, or you guys had gotten involved in that, that was big for myself, yeah.
One of my big questions for just in general about the campaign, like, was how you chose to keep Kari going. Because, like, I know she had, like, a huge backstory that was, like, tied to the whole, like, ending of it. So I'm surprised that, you know, and normally if someone leaves the campaign, that means their character's also, like, has left. So how did you make that choice, and, like, how did you choose to make her an NPC in the end?
Making Kari a DMPC, I first didn't really want to make her just like a regular NPC that kind of stayed at a location and did all this stuff. I felt like she was tied very much to you guys. I think it was also because like Viscera was going through the crisis of like finding powers and stuff. And I think Kari kind of became that moment of like, it was kind of a way of me also saying, there's more than just simply getting powers that you are beholden to another entity. So you could maybe take this course of wizard. Like, it's imperfect, but I have a spell book from the Death House that has orc or has dwarven in it. Could teach you how to be a wizard by proxy. And it's not going to be as powerful as you were, but it was this idea of like saying there's alternatives to that. Yeah. Kari kind of became a very good character for myself because I think I did it because it was just a true respect out of like Abby, who really did dedicate a lot to the stuff, and I was sad she couldn't participate because she was working so much, but I didn't want to take her out like you usually do with other characters, because like again in the crafting of these characters I became very personal. She was woven in terms of the stories. I didn't want to take out the Tristan thing. I thought it was a very big thing to say in the story, but like I really kind of got a connection with her, and like looking at it with the fight stuff, like she was someone who like I don't know. I was kind of like that moment. Of, like,
more balanced party too.
It was a well-balanced party, sure. Like, yeah, it was. And it was like taking that character out would have not really, I think, been of age to it. There was a lot of story moments, some big things I wanted to kind of bring up in even the final fight, but also other fights. I think that she was just... I think, honestly, she was a really good presence to have. And the more I just kind of kept having her in it, the more I just kind of kept enjoying having her be there and playing, and actually, like, playing with you guys at the same time. And that was big. I really liked that. Yeah, it was kind of a lot of those things. It's a hard thing because I also talk about the idea of like main character syndrome. I'm like, great, you guys have a character who's literally in the party, and mixing in with me, and I think it also like could contribute to the idea of like I'm not doing as much homework on this as I can. Like I'm checking the books so many times, like in moments I'm like, what is going on here?
Right.
Just because it's like you're balancing so many different elements with another character. But I also don't regret having her in the story. I thought she was great. I really loved the Tristan stuff. But also it was like there was a moment to move past it, and it was kind of good to reflect on that and just be like, yeah, and now we can move on. Yeah, that was kind of it for me.
I don't think we're done. Is that all the reading?
These ones, there's a couple more. We'll get to them at the end because they're really good ending questions, especially on the last little part of this. So yeah, if you guys might have more questions, lay 'em on me.
Do you want to do a rapid fire?
Yeah, I was gonna say the one heavy moment, horrific moment for me, Elvir's the dining scene moment.
Oh yeah.
That was my favorite.
Oh,
Blood
fair.
family.
That was my
Yeah.
favorite. Oh, I
Pull out
loved
his
it so
mobile.
much.
Pull out the family. Yeah.
The family dinner. Oh, I loved it so much. Like, because basically,
What was my horse's name? Sorry.
Bill.
What was
None
your
of us
voice?
exist.
Bill.
No, it was
Bill- Bill Drath?
Yeah,
Bildrath.
yeah, exactly.
I wasn't at the dinner party.
Wasn't
That was-
Bildrath the name of the shopkeeper?
Yeah,
Yes.
there were 2 Bill Drafts.
There were 2 Bildraths. Bildrath met Bildrath at one point.
Yes.
Sorry.
Ah, of course. No, essentially, that was my favorite moment because, like, when you guys had gone into Castle Ravenloft first, it was to find Elvir. You guys failed at that, and I'm like, oh, you guys just royally made a mistake. Because that now Strahd has a super soldier. He has a were-raven who's already immune to any damage that isn't magical and not silvered, and then he's also
It was so hard to find his body. Like we got
honestly,
fucked in the castle.
Yeah.
We could not get him.
it was rough.
I think we took the wrong turn every time.
Honestly,
At Albuquerque.
Honestly, if you didn't have us here, rough times.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I remember having to convince everyone. I was like, guys, let's go get it, and you're all like, no, Simon needs to go through. And I was like, we've done everything you guys have wanted to.
That's
and
true.
we haven't done one thing I wanted to do on this whole trip.
Mom,
I've died. It's not fair.
It's
I
true, you
guilted
had
you
to
guys
really
into all doing that.
sell it.
And then I was like,
I
Yes,
wanted to make it a meatloaf moment. It was sick as hell.
Yeah.
I do have a question.
Yes.
We missed one of the things from our card reading.
Actually, that's what I was gonna go
Yeah.
through rapid fire. We had
Market
Enchanter.
Alley, wasn't it?
Yeah, we missed one of them.
Well, the Enchanter was
What
Strahd,
was
was
it?
Not?
No,
I
the
thought-
Enchanter said from the Ouija board it was Marina. Who the fuck's Marina? That's my question.
We didn't get Mark of an Ally either, did we?
okay,
2.
Why
we missed.
can't you?
Our
We're done the
reading-
campaign. We get to know now.
our reading.
2
I
we
have like
missed.
we have the Enchanter, the
Blade, Evoker, Seer. I have.
Evoker's Nimblenobs, Blade
the
Protection,
Enchanter, Evoker,
Sunsword.
Hooded One, Donjon, and the Seer.
Don John is here.
Right, and the Sunsword was Blade Protection.
I question it because I'm like, I don't know if there's future campaigns with this idea and kind of keeping that.
Oh, that's
No,
true,
we
there's-
deserve to know. You can cut it out of the video, but we
You wanna
as a
play
team
Curse of Strahd,
deserve to know.
Back off.
I've been wanting to know this
Spoiler
for
alert,
too long.
spoiler alert.
No, but I think he's saying because if we do like a thing with like the Squally and Sly
Oh.
at some
'Cause,
point,
like,
because you guys
We
stayed
went off.
and
yeah,
like,
we went off into the lands, and then you two.
I have to know. I
And we-
cannot leave tonight.
I will never do
I
a
can-
game with Squally and
I
Sly.
need
we're
to
gonna
know.
do Curse of Strahd 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I need to know
She's gonna be banging on your door.
who these
until
people
you-
are.
Never leaving Edmonton.
Because you two
Yeah.
went off on.
Well, I went back to my
Your
my
home
village
plan.
and I
Didn't
told Vistra
you?
she could come and
Yeah,
she can't.
I went.
And
So it
where
was
did
me and
Kari
him and
go?
Rufus.
Two
Kari
armies
went home.
friends.
Right, you left the. You lost your arm. Right, and Kari went back home.
Kari went with
Kari,
Tristan,
no,
right?
Stayed with Tristan.
Oh, Tristan and
Yeah.
Crest.
Right, and then we went off into the lands.
We went
Yep.
and we went to the
What I'm
birds.
surprised about. I'll get to that. in a
Went
bit.
to the
Oh,
bird.
but let's talk
It was
about
so
this
cool
reading.
how that happened, by the way.
First of all, let's talk about the donjon. That one in particular, I want to get. I don't get how you guys didn't get that from the Ouija board. I thought I was so clear on that.
Yeah, I never understood it.
Oh my gosh.
I will be completely honest. I do not remember that.
What?
The Ouija board reading. So I think I spelled out Valakovich.
Yeah, so
I
it
had
said
that
no.
written.
Who is Strahd's
I have
enemy?
that written.
Valakovich. That's my next question. It says Strahd's
I
enemy.
have
Who is
Valakovich,
Valakovich?
question mark.
So Valakovich was spelled out, and then I literally think I went to the number 3. Is that right? I went to
4.
three.
It would have been 4.
I have it right here.
The Enchanter was 1.
No, not in the card reading.
In the Ouija
reading,
board.
There was a moment I went to the number 3 on the board. Valkovich 3 was what I had done with that, correct?
I'm gonna fact check you. Just
fact
1
check me on
second.
this. I'm just gonna say it. Like you fact check me on that first, and then we'll get to that point. So anyway, though, like this card reading was.
Oh, that's what I have. I have Valkovich
Yeah,
3
we
written.
totally.
Yeah.
I don't know what that
I have
means.
Crown Star Valakovich 3.
Okay, Crown Star, Valakovich 3. What do you guys think 3 means in the context of this? Like, what did you guys think that 3 was? Valakovich is
idea.
very easy.
No idea. I never figured.
Literally no idea.
There was a dad, there was a mom, and then
Child.
The third Valakovich, is that what
the
we're...
third Valakovich. And you got hit with a cold burst, both of you, when you went exploring the house, right? You guys got hit with like a cold spell. And you never followed up on that.
We did not.
Because wasn't that the dollhouse?
There was a
That wasn't
dollhouse in
where we
the
went
house.
to the
That was
room.
Isak's room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Isaac Valkovich. No,
Wasn't him.
no, not Isaac Valkovich.
Isak's room.
Valkovich was the burger man.
Who was Valakovich?
He's got a son, guys. There's a kid in the house. There's a kid who lives in the house. The only thing is that he's also a fucking asshole.
The Burgermeister?
No, the son.
The son of the yeah, I felt
Father, mother.
Yeah, but we had-
father, mother, son.
yeah, but then we killed the burgomaster, so it's like
No, he's not dead.
No, the other burger. There's 2.
His wife got stabbed
Yeah.
in an alley.
that's what it was.
The burgomaster's hiding in his home. You guys never went back to the home. If you guys had gone
I
back
felt
to the
bad
home,
to go back to that town.
If you guys went back to, you guys snuck around, but if you had gone back to the burgomaster's home, I would have introduced the son, basically trying to like get out of it, and you guys would have been like kind of having this vision.
But is that not the same place that Sly busted into and saw like
It was
the
this
room?
whole person who's attacked
Yeah.
ice, yeah, and he ran.
Yeah, that was the son?
That was the son.
And that's who Strahd's enemy was.
Yes.
Why?
Why? Because that's how the reading worked. No, it was he feels like he's a prisoner. He's gonna say, "I'm a prisoner in my house." Like he's an asshole, and so he was gonna kill his dad by turning him into ice. And you guys would have been like, "Oh, our ally is this snot-nosed, entitled little prick." He would have been there, and basically what happens with the ally, and it says as an action he gives you inspiration, but I was gonna have it as a bonus action. He gives you a free inspiration die. He also had a minus charisma, so my whole construction of it was if you guys were in Valaki for long enough, you would have actually taught him how to be a better person, so that he would be less likely to be charmed by Strahd as well.
That makes sense. Yeah, cool.
So that was what that meant.
Yeah.
So Nimbleknob was the evoker.
Yes, and I loved how you guys found that like on the last chance you were.
Yeah, if we didn't have that, we would not have won.
Blade projection.
The blade was the sun sword.
He was like
Who did one?
underneath
Was the
castle,
sun sword?
wasn't he?
So- So then did that throw things off when Viscer's like, I'm gonna destroy the sun
Oh
sword?
yeah, it threw things off because the sun sword was
Well,
the
yeah.
only thing that was supposed to be able to kill Strahd.
Yeah.
But that's one of my questions: is like, why did you think that was the better option?
Yes.
I understand why you did it. I
Hindsight, it's like,
'Cause
okay,
men are
cool,
trash.
it worked, but
men are trash.
We will also be answering your question you brought up earlier.
But wait, I want to finish the reading.
Well, for reading, Marina, all I will probably say on this one too, you guys were on the right track going to the bog of Perez. Like that, the answer for it was there. But, and what I was going to do is, you would have found something if you had killed and focused on only the scarecrows. But then you got distracted
Shoot
with
by
the hut.
the.
I see.
So
We got
that
distracted by Baba Lysaga.
Yeah,
That was it. That was
Definitely got distracted.
Yeah.
that's one way to put it.
You were doing all the right things, going and sneaking around, killing the scarecrows.
We were
Well,
trying.
said, you see a hut over there, and there was no.
We
scarecrows
shouldn't have
over
gone
that
towards
area.
the hut.
You just kind of kept exploring.
That's
You would've
unfortunate.
Just found the scarecrows.
But
and
I
we would've
mean,
done that because we didn't have a map.
Of course, we're gonna be like squirrel. Like there's a hut. There's got to be something in that hut that's roasting
Well, there was
just a
something in
bunch
that
of
hut,
dumb squirrels.
There's a hut.
Was Baba
Well,
Lysaga
we're going to
related
the
to
hut.
Strahd?
Interesting question. There is a little element of a relation there. She's kind of like, but not like familial blood. She was kind of like the.
Like adopted mom?
Well, she's kind of like, what is it called? what's that thing for like wives that, like or moms who are like
Matron.
helping the midwife? She was like the midwife.
I see.
But she
Stepmother.
was kind of corrupting, like kind of like some influences of Strahd and everything, kind of introducing dark energy. Yeah, she was not a good person.
Who was the seer?
It was a seer. That was where you guys were going to find Strahd. That was the library. That was
Oh, okay.
that location.
Who is Bella Sunbeam?
Bella Sunbeam.
Yeah, that's the name I had at the very beginning, and I thought it had related to like this beautiful woman who had 2 different colored eyes. I have a whole thing on her. I have a whole thing written up about her.
Guarantee
It's
you-
okay if you don't
If
remember.
I came up, I probably would know who Bella Sunbeam is if I was a good DM. But like, I think Bella Sunbeam.
Something in her eyes you find enchanting and enthralling, but she's hiding something. You see a second orange eye featured behind her own green eyes. Oh, there's 2 eyes. She's 2 people. Maybe she was one of the dream pastry ladies who was disguised.
She was
Beautiful
yeah, Bella
woman's.
Sunbeam was one of the hags. She was one of
And
the
this threw me
hag
because
daughters.
you gave me orange eyes at one point. So I was thinking, is that something to do with her? And is she the enchanter or something?
Yeah.
So that's
Okay, last question before we move on.
Okay.
Who what is Strahd searching for?
What is Strahd searching for?
Love.
Who?
You guys remember that old man I described?
He's searching for love.
There was an old man that was walking down the road to go into Berez.
Yes?
like early.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
All I will tell you really is that he is an individual of interest. You guys ignored it, so I was
Yeah,
just
I
like, okay, it's not
remember.
part of the story. There was actually a lot of things in the story that I actually just didn't include because I was just like, this is cool to bring up, but it's just a distraction. Like that's another thing. What I love about pre-written campaigns is like adaptation. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. It's like one of the reasons why the television show The Walking Dead is my favorite TV show to talk about. It's not my favorite TV show. I just like to talk about it because the Walking Dead comic series is the only comic series I read and like. It's very much like kind of diving into adaptation, finding what is good and what is a distraction. He was interesting at first, and you guys did meet. Like you guys remember that whole Rictavio like cart thing?
Mm-hmm.
That was part of it. That was part of the journey. But you guys kind of didn't go back to Valaki when you traveled there. Like if you had gone there and explored a little bit, that saber-toothed tiger that just was random was tied to that. But you guys were like, we're just
It was
gonna get
quite random.
Yeah.
yeah.
The
you guys just
saber
asked
tooth
him.
confused me.
So yeah, it was like a lot of those things were kind of like being introduced because it was like maybe it'll touch on these bits, but obviously you guys were more tight on other things. So then me as a storyteller being like, okay, well I don't want to then force these on you,
Right.
so just leaving it be was probably better. But I will say,
You see an old man running after you, screaming, "Stop! Listen to me, you stupid sons of bitches!
yeah, Haruk had a thing though.
I'm part of the story. Come back.
Listen to me!"
Hey, turn around! Hey, I said turn around! God damn it!
You're whippersnappers.
But there was a moment where when like Haruk, he had a notebook or something. He had a note on his dead body when you found him. He was tied to that story too, trying to find this person. And if Neil was part of it, his character was more tied to that individual in particular. So then you would have probably gotten to meet this guy. But he was this one guy was a famous vampire hunter, kind of like the Van Helsing.
I
of the
see.
game, that he was gonna try to like slowly
That's
torture,
cool.
let die. Yeah, but you guys found
yeah.
Esmeralda.
We
as well.
found Ez. Yeah. we
Ez
found
was
Ez.
more like okay. A better example.
Was she because we missed the first vampire
no,
hunter?
no,
Okay.
she was actually staying at that tower. Or I guess like visiting that tower. Yeah, she was. Well, no, she was at that tower. The only other person that went to the tower, though, remember when those kids like turned into?
So that's my next. That's another
Yes,
question I
that's
have.
on
How are
Travis.
Rictavio and Esmeralda related? Because we thought it was him who left the storybook for the kids.
He did.
How were they connected?
He was there. So first of all, Esmeralda and this guy, she was in the backstory. Esmeralda is a Vistani, whose family I believe was murdered by this man, and he left her alive. It's kind of dark, like actually into the story, but like, and she was always like, I want to learn how to be what you do. He's like, don't be what I want to be. And then Esmeralda doesn't listen to him and kind of keeps doing this and tries to find this guy. So she's looking for him too. But he doesn't want to be found, and that was kind of like his whole tie-in thing. Like he doesn't want people to find him. So essentially, Esmeralda's staying at this tower and looking for him, and like he finds you guys, and then she's chaotic good. This other guy's lawful good. So she's like kind of more on this kind of thing of like I'm gonna go and off and do this all random stuff. I'm gonna like try to assassinate Strahd without thinking about it. But with the kids leaving the tower, that storybook, that was because he had seen Esmeralda's body. He saw she was killed. He knew about you guys. He knew all the situations, like kind of like where you guys had been going, and basically put two and two together and was concerned that you guys may be agents of Strahd. And so thought...
It's fair that it looked like we might have
Yeah.
killed
Yeah,
her.
because it was like a warning to stay away from us, wasn't it?
was,
Yeah.
If they come back, get out the window.
Yeah.
And
That
they
was what it
did.
was.
They
So
did.
weird.
And that for me, and it's one of my favorite
It makes
things,
sense.
That makes a
Yeah.
lot of
favorite things
sense.
to play with
Yeah.
players, because like I have this right now in another campaign where players like what is it? He's currently like there's an assassination or like this one royal in the city asked him, hey, I want you to go and take care of this man who is like trying to get possession of my daughter. I don't want him to, so go kill him. And I basically have 30 days until I die of this like horrible disease. Do it within that time. Otherwise, what's it called? Like just do it within this time. And it's like, great, I'll go do it. And then he sends a letter, like trying to do the noble, honest thing of like, hey, by the way, I've done some digging, I've done some history. It was like, go kill this man. He's dangerous, he's bad, go do this. Then he finds out, oh, this man's like the baby daddy of this person. And then he's like, hey, sending a letter off to her couriers and says, could I have a word with this person's daughter? Sends off that letter, and then the next thing he tries to go meet these people, and there's like two assassins in the room, and he's like, hey, what's up, guys? And it's like, oh, well, you caught us, we're a little embarrassed, we don't want you to kill us. So here's a letter basically saying that you're wanted because you've inquired about this person's daughter, and it's kind of like that's not what she really wants to have be mentioned. It's kind of like, don't get close to her family, but you're literally asking you close. And so one of my favorite things to do is then be like, hey, your noble intentions are good to players, but also you're not talking to people about this, you're not asking people like questions, and you're just kind of like assuming my intentions will be read the right way, and it's like, that's not how that works. So like what I like about doing that moment as a storyteller is like flipping what players are doing and think is like, oh, this is good, we're the good guys. It's being like, yeah, but how are your actions being perceived?
Just a lot of times I did not feel like the good guy.
There was a lot of times.
Are we the baddies?
Definitely thought we were the bad guys.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
Why did everyone like forget Irina?
Yeah.
Because I kind of understand what happened with Irina, but why? Like when we went to talk to Ismark, who's her brother, and he was like, "Who's that? What are you
That
talking about?"
sucked.
Yeah,
We were like, "What do you mean, your sister?" And he's like, "I don't have a sister."
that's a great question. I wanted to go back on track to the whole sword thing.
I fucking hate you.
But that question's good.
That's a great question. Okay, back to David.
Great question. We're just gonna blow right by it.
There was a really interesting. I read a book for Things, which is Chill is a horror RPG from the 80s, and there's a. I very much pictured Strahd as kind of like a Japanese like character, like a Japanese actor. Like if we were gonna like cast him, like I just very much wanted to see a non kind of like white vampire. And so
Quiet man.
me, I was like really picturing like kind of more like a Japanese look to him. There was something I read in show which is monstrously racist, which is the Oriental vampire. I absolutely hated it. It's literally a vampire. The image is so disgusting because it's like a vampire who's like vampiric or like buck teeth. It's gross, and it was done in the 80s, and I hate it. But I bring it up not because I want to highlight that disgusting feature of character racism, but because there was something interesting written in that particular vampire of like how you hunt it. Because I was at the time I was also kind of developing the idea of maybe doing something called a Citizens of Barovia story, where players could be like, you know, the actual just people of Barovia, rather than like actual heroes. Like seeing what are the normal citizens having to deal with when the sun comes out in a brief period while Strahd's not here. And one of the things I really liked about this kind of vampire description was there are urns that tie to the vampire's energy. And I went back and I was like, Curse of Strahd, or going back to the Hammer horror Dracula, Christopher Lee played played Dracula over maybe 10 or 11 times. Bela Lugosi played the vampire twice in the original film and then in the Abbott and Costello comedy film. Christopher Lee's the biggest problem with the Hammer horror Draculas is a question of like diminishing returns, basically. Just constantly trying to put the character through scenarios, and he's not really considered or all that. But what I was going through is like, if there was a way to make this character be something where he could return at a certain point, however, be like, have like an actual end goal, like an actual thing of like, if we find these things, then it's actually, then he's gone, which made a lot of sense to me, and I tied it to urns because it's like ashes, and then also if you find these things, that was the moment where I was like, I like this, because it gave this idea of finality to the story if they are ever all found. So you guys found, which was very brilliant in like having it with the seer, having that urn be tied to Irina. Because what happens, I also read Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, was this idea of a reincarnation. Like every time the people that are tied to this nightmare happen and come to life, they're reincarnated as different things, and there's different things for Irina. I'm like, well, how is that possible if she has a definite father, a definite brother, and then also, what was it called? This is actually something brilliant, and I kind of hate that I put this behind dice rolls. I should have just said it in the game, and I will. Having Sly make the discovery that Isaac is related to Irina, which was a baller's guess.
I'm very confused by that as well. That's another one of my questions.
Yeah, that was actually something where it's like, the doll's the obsession. It's kind of the idea of like this idea he's like obsessing over her disgustingly, but he doesn't realize that the reason is because like a long time ago she was like separated in a dream that he had, and it was like his obsession is actually his sister. It's not the idea of like, oh, this lover or this person he's like in love with, but it's straight up like it's his sister that he has memories of. For me, it was this kind of thing of like, how do I tie this reincarnation to it? And I was just like, well, what if there were like when all this curse fades away, there's this moment where these characters like Irina, Ismark, or not Ismark, but Isaac, and Strahd, and maybe to a certain extent Sergei, now that he's not in that pool anymore, come back in different forms. And so that reason, when he doesn't remember her, it was kind of that moment of like, she's not just this person. And what you guys did in that moment was you freed her from being the victim. You freed her from ever coming back as like the victim of this story. Like, she can come back and she can be whatever she wants to be. Like, she now is like out in the world and she can see what the world needs, and she can become something more than just get me to point A and point B in the story. So that whole moment, it was definitely a moment of like, why doesn't he remember her? Why doesn't he remember this? It might be like, oh, well, we just explored this whole story for nothing. But for me, it was more of that idea of like, she's being reborn as something, and she doesn't have ties to this. Like, it was part of that journey, and then she is now going to be something completely different. She's not his brother. She's going to be something else entirely.
Can anyone
Dad's confused.
translate that? Sorry, but why would that imply that they've forgotten?
So Irina's not real, but everybody else is.
But why would that make? I mean,
Does that mean that like the people of Barovia are kind of still part of it, but since we're separate from it, that's why we
Yeah,
kind
why
of
would they
remember
forget
her and
we
know
wouldn't?
her?
The people of Barovia are tied to Barovia specifically.
Yeah, but
They
because
remember
we're
shit.
not, we're like, what are you talking about, Irina? And they're like, what do you mean?
Oh yeah, so it's basically like if anybody had like gone and asked other people questions about Irina, they wouldn't know who she was at that place. Like, it would have been like, who is this person? She's very much tied to like Strahd's what is it called? Like that energy of him, but it's like the sun comes out and that curse of like the Strahd is gone. But it's like there's going to be like a new reset in terms of like these particular people. The oppression becomes different with Strahd. Like,
As soon as she reincarnates,
who is
she
a
leaves.
ruler is different.
As soon as she reincarnates, it kind of bops from everyone else's memory.
it would become like a different thing. Her history would become different. Like, who is she now? It's not like, she comes back and then is immediately Ismark's sister again.
'Cause she was originally a reincarnation of Strahd's lover.
She was exactly. It's like
Or Sergei's lover, sorry.
She's
Sergei's lover, Strahd, to take her, yeah.
And that's like the
But that's like
redeeming
constant iterations of Strahd.
Yeah, exactly. And you guys killed Sergei in the story, so now, I mean, if you guys...
Now he's just gone.
Not we.
Yeah, that was just one
Viscera.
of us. It was not a joint effort there.
So,
So you want to talk about that?
I would love to talk about that. Because I literally planned it the very first time I had a conversation with David. You asked the
So
question.
you already knew.
I knew you were going to want it.
The men are trash sword.
Twas
Men are trash.
played.
Men are trash,
David
women's trash.
was played like a fiddle.
So, you asked the
But
question
is the
before.
sword real?
Except the hilt.
So this is a very important situation here. Regarding a lot of this. So this whole element of like, I never wanted like the biggest answer to like that kind of question you asked before is like I never wanted Barovia to feel like the exact same thing if you went back to it. Like that was huge for me. I was just like, I want this to feel always like you could come back to it, and like again that freshness question. I want people to keep coming back to this even if you've played it before, so that there's always this kind of excitement to it. The question about the sword and that development in the actual design of this campaign, there is literally a sarcophagus, those amber sarcophagus. One of them in the game is written as being broken. There's just a broken sarcophagus, and there's no description into anything else about it. And I was like, what an amazing gift that David has given me, literally, with having a character who is like wanting to get to shadow magic, which is literally the thing of Barovia, and then being able to say what is there is this sort of the Murado, the essence of Murado, this female champion who slays like powerful individuals. And what is it exactly in the game that could potentially happen? Because again, as a sword wielder, you would need a sword to be able to corrupt, and the Sunblade is a fragile
And incorruptible.
No, well, it is. It's corruptible in this form. It's fragile. It's not. So it's damaged. It's not its pure form, which makes it susceptible to being destroyed. And the fact that it was in the Amber Temple, like from that reading, was like perfect. I was like, that's excellent. Like, because another thing that I love, like the conversation I've recently been having with a lot of people about main character energy, is like the Amber Temple story could have very much just been Kari's story. Because it was like, that's where Tristan was. But the fact that it was also then the sword was there was like, what a beautiful thing to have this very tense scene of like Kari's like finding her brother and everybody else just being like, we gotta get out of here. Squally's gone mad. Kari, and like we've just seen the most horrifying bloody scene we've ever seen. We gotta get out of here. Then Rahadin's like freaking shadow is there and it's like awful, dude. Everything.
I hated Rahadin.
Pardon?
Rahadin sucks.
Bad. But then also having the moment where Vistra's like, I can take this opportunity and maybe follow these shadow things. And I purposely also made the Amber Temple more of like this giant, long tower, because it's also just kind of like a standard dungeon. Like you just go down the steps and it's like, I'm there. It just felt cooler to just be like you're going downstairs that you do not see the base of. Like it's just like this really twisted kind of space. Yeah.
Killed Sergei.
So what are you asking me to comment on?
Did
Did you know how big
Did
the
you
sun
know?
sword was?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you chose to get rid of it anyway.
I knew that
What?
my sword would be better.
Did you know
What?
their sword would be better because Liam told you it would be better?
No.
Are you
What was the
saying-
vibe? So what?
Did you believe?
Well,
Did you
So
fall
when
into
we're
a trap?
when we're
no,
in
not at all.
Barovia, this place of cloud and rain and forever darkness,
sword
and we're
is
fighting
better?
vampires.
Yeah.
What made you think that the sun's blade, the sun sword, was not effective?
No, I knew it would be effective
So what made you think your shadow blade would be more
Be-
effective?
because that is what the voices in my head told me.
Vistra's voices or David's head?
Liam.
Vistra or David? Whose head?
Liam told
No,
That's
you
a
okay.
cop out.
that it would be a better
I
sword.
mean, not Liam's voices. No, I mean the lore of the Sword of Morado that I
Sorry,
built
this
in
is-
my head
This is the sword of Murado that Liam
before the campaign
that
started.
Liam told you
I
about.
knew-
so when did the sword? When did the sword get? You brought up the sword of Morado to David
the
before
very
the
No,
campaign even
I
started.
I invented the Sword of Morado,
He invented the Sword of Morado.
You
I
can.
statted it.
and then he statted it and came up with
By the
more
way, the Sword of Morado is here. I'm like, no.
So how did you come up with the sword of Morado?
He came up with it.
because
but
that's
yeah. How?
that is right.
Did you not listen to David's wonderful talk about his character in the beginning? He was.
I did, but
Liam,
David didn't even remember his wonderful talk at the beginning.
which sword had better stats?
yeah. So which one would have been more effective?
Well, okay. Well, I want you
Probably
guys to
the
ask
one
question
from the
because,
sun.
You guys fought Strahd, and we can kind of bring it into talking about Strahd at the end of this.
I mean, I don't think Vistra got a hit on Strahd. Unfortunately,
but
that's not because of
No, but
the
that's
sword.
not the
That's because
point.
of the bats
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
and the
That's-
doors.
That doesn't.
The doors and bats.
Yeah, that doesn't really come into the
When
conversation.
Vistra has a sword that is
I am
designed
just
perfectly to fight.
curious.
Yeah, no.
Are
Strahd.
these batsmen?
Are all these bats men?
Which of these bats are men?
Point out the
Oh,
ones that are-
female? Dang it.
Do
Fly
just
away,
like
girl.
light up like it's a man? Just have like vision.
You just have that men vibe.
He's got that man.
I smell the testosterone.
Stab.
Which sword is better? You guys put me on the spot. Which sword do you think stopped Strahd's regeneration ability?
Probably the one
The
that has
sun.
the abilities of the sun.
The sun sword.
That's it. I'm sorry. That was kind of the thing. It's like I didn't want. So here's my thing. I could have been a total dick about this. I stopped myself from being a dick. I questioned. I said, which damage type should I give this sword? And I gave it psychic. If I gave it necrotic,
The sun sword or the
if I gave the sword of Morado, if I
Morado.
gave it necrotic, I would be a grade A asshole.
Because it would have been nothing.
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
resistant to necrotic. Yeah.
That's nice.
I get more damage because he man,
But-
also.
Yeah.
In turn, the psychic damage was on you.
Sorry?
Yeah,
you,
didn't it affect you?
you
every
got
time you
so
used it?
much psychic
Yes,
damage.
but I didn't know that.
The reason
Oh,
this was,
okay.
this was something
Yeah.
Vistra didn't know that
It was
this
if you
would
refused to attack a man, you got psychic damage.
Yeah.
right?
take a toll.
No, that wasn't.
No.
It wasn't that. So this is why why I loved this end fight. Why I love this so much. So talking about the ending of Strahd was that fight was such a big thing here for me for a lot of reasons. One, you guys had to fight Ratka, which like I thought was a huge big turn. You got a great moment in that in our stream session for that, which is discovering that Ratka was a turncoat basically.
Yeah.
And
Dick.
having you guys fight him because I knew that if you guys like were gonna 1v1 Strahd, you could have probably just taken him, but I wanted it to be more than just that fight. I also wanted to make sure you guys didn't just make it all about killing him. Like it was like Ratka can't die, and I knew Viscera would straight up kill him 100%. And then there was also Gertruda,
Oh, right.
who was there, and you guys had saved, which was clutch. As
Who the
hell
fuck was
with your-
she? Why was she there?
And
She's
she
a girl
ran
in the
into
bed.
a window, like, she was fucking
Yeah.
trying to get out, like a
Ah!
fly trying to get out.
She was there before because you guys failed to prevent her from leaving the castle.
Yep.
Yeah, but why was she in the castle in the first place?
She was there because she was obsessing over him. Like in the pre-stuff, you guys had the pre-recording stuff. You saw that there was like somebody who was obsessing Mad Melinda, that had those drawings of handsome gentlemen. That was her
Yeah.
home, and she was obsessing over Strahd.
Girls was obsessed.
And she loved him. and
It'd
was,
just
like,
be
sitting there.
crazy.
And then she was there
Crazy.
because she was literally Strahd literally kept her there as a like
Cheerleader.
she's as a shield exactly. So but-
Unfortunate for
but
her.
the psychic damage was this.
As a cheerleader.
It was this beautiful moment because again, finding that successor thing. It was a tie. You guys remember that moment of like seeing those graves and like there were names on all of them except for one?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That was because it was up in the air between you and you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Strahd was
Yeah.
figuring out.
We figured that.
But originally in the Ouija board, which is interesting, it was between me and Kari who she wanted to die, or who Strahd wanted to die
Yeah.
in the round table.
Yeah.
So why did that change?
It changed because you actually started to display an interest around the people, and actually that connection with like that voice of the wind, and also because you didn't get charmed by Strahd that first time around. He couldn't easily manipulate you that way, and you started actually being like,
We did have quite an interesting relationship. Low-key abusive.
You officiated his wedding.
I did officiate his wedding.
It's
Crazy.
Almost got assassinated, but didn't.
but that sword.
Marriage.
Do you know how hard it was not to just like print that speech off? I was so ready to.
Oh my god, that was so funny. But the psychic damage moment was because the sword, when the breaking of the dawn started coming in, the sword was vulnerable.
That's what it was. Yeah.
The sword was like, we can't kill him.
Oh, with no
That was
shadows?
the big. Yeah, that was the big.
Oh.
For
That's
Vistra.
I get it
It
now.
was tough, and that was why it was tricky.
That didn't
Because
click
it was
for me.
like, we can't let him die.
I thought it was because
Yes.
you couldn't kill Rek. I thought it was because you were getting psychic damage because you couldn't kill the man you wanted to kill.
No.
No.
It had to do with the shadows.
It was because the sun was coming out.
Which Vistra also did not realize. Like she knew in her heart of hearts that this could kill any male, no matter how powerful they were. What Vistra didn't know is A, she'd only get a sliver right from the start. B, she didn't know about she suspected there might be a power shift if the sun ever came out, but she never. But again, this is also why the weird moment of it's all an illusion is Strahd dies and the sun comes out. It's like, okay, well, who was in charge of that? Well, obviously it was Strahd. But yeah, she didn't realize that she wouldn't have her fully fleshed sword.
Yeah.
She thought she was going to get the full legendary motherfucker, I can kill anything. And she knew that that would be, because she was also thinking at one point that Strahd, if this sun sword had been in this realm for quite a while, Strahd might have a few tricks up on his sleeve that wouldn't damage him. She was also convinced that he might have a way around that sun sword because he knew it was coming.
Gotcha.
He was, I will say, one of his motivations was finding a way to destroy it. And that was a big thing in
Right.
terms of you actually succeeding in destroying it.
Yeah.
That was actually really impressive. And would have been, if you guys had, again, if it didn't come down to the fact that literally biting you in the neck was literally a way to survive, he would have, like, jumped on the idea of you actually being, like, a warrior to go out
Yeah.
into the world and to, like, go and find the mists. Because one of the things about that sword, the way to make it legendary is that it required the blood of a Dark Lord, which Strahd is. He's the Dark Lord of the Mists. But it was that contrast of like, oh, but now, and this is again why one of the biggest themes for Vistra was for me freedom. But it's the complicated nuances of it. Like, yeah, like all man bad, every man bad, every single one of us, we are the
Men are trash.
we're trash. But one of the things that I also found interesting was that kind of idea of, like
All
fighting-
men in power bad was her thing.
Yeah.
I'll just say as a side.
Sure. No,
Yeah.
sure. But I will happily say that all men bad because all men can be prescribed some power. In
Yeah.
some
Okay.
certain
Fair
ways.
enough.
But that's fair. But that being said, I will say this. What I do actually really love about this kind of story with it was that it was like this idea of like, it was like freedom for you, but freedom with stipulations,
Yep.
which isn't freedom.
Yep.
And so as much as as much it was like awesome for you to finally get your powers, because my biggest thing too with you was like, the characters that I remember you making, and I remember the one thing that in the early days of D&D, and you were such a good storyteller that I kind of bothered me in our conversations. You were talking about like how you were watching videos on how to play Warlock, like how to play it effectively,
Yeah.
and you would always use like Eldritch Blast
Yeah.
as a Warlock, and I'm just like, yeah, but you're a Hexblade.
Right.
How does your patron feel about you just shooting at a distance and never, like, if you get this epic powerful sword and you never let it taste blood,
Right.
how's
Yeah.
it gonna feel? And that's
Yeah.
that was something big, and I was just kind of like,
Make the sword sad.
yeah, you made this
Hexblade,
one sad.
Hexblade.
And that's actually why I took the powers away. And I gotta just say, thank you for being on this campaign as long as you did without having a majority of what makes a warlock a warlock. This was one of the things where I was just like, David wasn't a person who I was just like respected the hell out of it if I knew that I wasn't gonna pay this thing off.
Yeah.
That I think I would have beefed it pretty bad to
Yeah.
do that.
No, and it took about 3 in-game days for her to go, oh, okay, I think I get it. And I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if Istra was right, but it took her a while. But then she was like, oh, damn, all right, that's what's going on. But how's that guy reaching in here?
But essentially, yeah, it was like getting the blood of a Dark Lord for that. The Sunblade is the most effective weapon because, again, it's like the cutting off his regeneration is huge.
Yeah.
You having that, if you didn't have that medallion,
There was a lot of reasons we shouldn't have won.
Yeah.
There was a lot
enabling
of
me
reasons.
giving him an extra spell
We
slot
should
that no
not
one
have
doesn't
run.
understand. Yeah, straight up.
Don't get him. Don't. Doesn't make sense.
To a different game.
I do want to ask you guys because I do want to ask if you have any more questions, namely, but I did want to go into that last fight. Just
Yeah.
to talk about
Do you have
that.
any more
My only
rapid
last
fire
question
questions?
is, why did Fiona give me a ring of resistance, a fire resistance?
Why did I give you Ring of Fire Resist?
Why did Fiona give it to me?
Because she knew that Strahd was going to take over and send fire at a certain point, and wanted you to. Oh no, it was actually to be protected against Isak Stranzi's fire hurl. If he hurled fire at you.
I see.
wanted you to
She
kill
still thought we were. I see. She wanted me to come.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, to get her
Um,
fire.
And then lastly, just very quick, Stanimir wanted to meet before the wedding at his little campfire. Was there a big reason for that, or he just wanted to meet and chat?
That meeting actually, before the wedding, he actually wanted to kind of meet. Rufus was going to be there. He also was going to say, what was it? I think it was the main thing was like he was going to talk about like Radka. He was going to talk about those things. That was kind of the main meetup. It was basically just kind of like keeping you all safe and
Gotcha.
making sure that he reiterated like
Well, I missed out on that.
that was that, yeah.
Had no
Got
warning.
Kidnapped.
I did actually. I did go in just to be like, do 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 do, and then he's like, "You're living here now," and I was like, "Okay, cool." And you're an officiant of my wedding.
Yeah.
Write a speech.
That was shocking.
Final thread just from the Hexblade versus Elder's Blast. How did Vistra end up getting orange light in her eyes? And then it went away after I used that black staff.
Because Twitch got a new demon, right?
That's right. That was why. The Orange Eyes thing was tied because of the Grixinoth situation. You'd signed a pact with Grixinoth to get that. And actually, I was going to let you know about Twitch. That was a big thing, too, because I loved Twitch.
I
sorry.
killed Twitch.
Well, you killed Twitch, yeah. But, truly, Twitch is gone now forever because of the situation with the sliver of Murado. But maybe this sword will come back. We don't know.
Maybe in an alternate universe.
Maybe. The Murado was gone forever, but
Yeah.
but the thing with Twitch was like if you had actually gone that route of getting your allegiance to Grixinoth and actually being like, here's the easy way out, I'll just become a warlock of the
Yeah.
Fiend. Twitch would have become more powerful.
Damn it.
Twitch would have become not just
I had a
imp, but a
feeling.
spined devil,
I had a feeling.
and had some of those features.
And why did Twitch's features change?
Twitch is
It turned into
shadow?
a skeleton kind
Like
of.
a shadow being.
Yeah. Like, is that just because of where we were?
Twitch lost her identity. Twitch was a very clear indication that you were a servant of Murado, not truly free. Because Twitch lost all identity,
I see.
and you would have lost it too. The originator of the sword had identity.
There it is.
You would have been someone who was tied to that patron and being.
Right.
Yeah.
So not a bad arc then. She
No,
made the right
no,
decision
I thought,
at the end too.
I thought Wizards of Order was pretty fucking good, which is why I bookended it. And
I mean, leave Strahd to live and have my legions of Valkyrian black followers, or kill him and lose it all.
yeah.
Damn.
I want to touch on that last fight going in. There are
Thank you.
I think two last questions I have with the community ones here, but coming up with the last fight. Holy shit, you guys! Holy shit! Like longest session I've ever had. Loved every second of it. I literally got a text from my roommate being like, "Hey Liam, I love you, but you can't be yelling." Like at 2 o'clock in the morning, blowing wax in my eye. Like, holy cow. There's a lot in that I was really impressed with. You guys really impressed the fuck out of me.
That was actually crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. I loved also with Noah, your like, I think it was kind of, I'm trying to remember exactly, but you made a choice. Oh, this was what it was. Radka was going to turn on you guys, so he took the hero's feast so that you guys would purposefully be debilitated, not all have the benefit of the hero's feast.
Yep.
I loved that you went in for the reading with Madame Ava, and then I just straight up give a random reading to you, and then like, oh, that was a thing.
Right.
I studied the hell out of those cards. I really sat down to be. I took my mom to the hospital one day, and I was literally in the emergency room waiting room for like 4 hours, from like 2 o'clock till 6, and just like studying the cards that day. And I was just like, let's get to understanding this. And like, I really thought it was really cool of you to like get into that kind of metaphysical kind of world with me on that, because
Yeah, it was fun to figure out and see. Well, I was trying to figure out, I was like, okay, well, I'll get some kind of boon or something maybe from it, but yeah, it was kind of an interesting double dipping into different spells to get like one-offs. But it kind of got to the point where I was like, crap, I really hope I can use these in the right sense. Because I think, what was it?
the Berserker.
The Berserker one, I forget what that
And the
one.
Innocent.
And the Innocent. The Innocent
Berserker,
worked
I
out
think,
really
gave you
good.
an extra attack.
It gave me like haste and like attack, so
that
it gave
should
me
be
like a bunch. Yeah, so I was able to like dart around. Hold on, I don't know if I have it in this note or if it was.
I really love, like, I this is just something I gotta highlight you for, because I think you were such a funny dude. Like, I always tell, like, people, like, the funniest person I know is Noah. The fact that you were, like, as Sly, like, able to weave, like, this idea, again, like, changing and pivoting from being, like, this really, like, harsh, broody dude with a deep, dark backstory to being, like, I'm gonna be, like, having a fun relation. Like, I didn't know how to be a voice in your head. Like, Padon, I kind of knew I could kind of bring up this kind of weird energy, but it would always be a little twisted. But you made
dude
me
bros.
change my voice. Like, you made me change it from being this, like...
Well, yeah, you started it the one time, and I was like, this is the most inconvenient time to have like some demon or curse or something in my head, and you're like, you do not understand. And you had this like deep brooding voice. Yeah, and you did that, and I was like, okay, look, I know. Look, we're going to have to put a pin in this conversation right now. And you're like, that's not how this works. And I'm like, it's how it's going to have to right now. I will talk to you later. I'm a little busy at the moment. This is kind of rude. And I was like, okay, well, how can I
You
go?
were interrupting.
I was like, yeah.
Interrupting you, says, what? Goodbye.
I was like, what's the thing that,
Turn on
It's
my
like,
answering
can, like-
machine next
yeah,
Exactly.
what could Sly,
Home at the moment.
yeah.
Thanks.
Where it was like, okay, like it went from being like, okay, Sly's this dark brooding character to Sly's this like strong, tough guy, but he's not too bright. To Sly doesn't really get social cues or like understand what's going on. To like base level of things where it's like, okay, if he gets like, if he's talking to someone and someone interrupts, he's like, hey, stop that, and like just be blunt. So if like he doesn't understand
Yeah.
the fact that there's this powerful ghost spirit trying to lure him to this other thing, it's like, hey, okay, been there, done that. Yeah, I've died. I've seen visions. Go away. Give me a minute.
There's
like,
a few times Liam tried to take us off our path, and we were just like,
I don't really want to. You know what? I don't think I want that. Yeah. So, yeah, and then having you have this like brooding demon spirit, not really demon, but just this spirit, this warrior spirit that's trying to like lure me away, be like, oh, can I come back in like a day or two? And so I've been like, okay, yeah, I'll talk later. That might be more convenient. We'll see what happens. I don't know. You know, my schedule's so busy lately. I don't know how to like. I gotta make this dress, and you
fit
know.
you
and-
in.
Yeah, have your people call my people.
yeah, we're gonna something.
It was like one of those things where like I remember looking at it and being like, I think it was just really cool of like Sly to like kind of give himself over to like different kind of energies of the world. That's why I found it very surprising that you had stayed as well. Like the order of things one in terms of how you use your card abilities, like using the Berserker during the Elvier fight, and then using the Innocent during like having the Innocent be the one that you kept for the Strahd fight. I found that fascinating because I thought you would have done the Innocent the opposite way. Like using that to immediately prevent the like Mardico family from being attacked. What did you have a reason for that?
I think in looking at what they gave, I thought, I'm trying to remember what Berserker gave me. If it like gave me some kind of like boost where I could like lunge ahead, and I was thinking, I think it just like I understood Berserker first and like what it could give me, and thinking like Innocent would be able to like keep me alive longer, but at that moment I didn't need that because I was still at like high health and stuff. So it's like I was like, okay, well right now I need like an attack and speed boost to try and disarm that guy. Yeah, rather than defend the people around me and to keep myself alive, because it's like, okay, I've still got my relentless endurance, I've still got my resistance to damage, I've still got high health, and I'm dual wielding, so I've got decent amount of things, so I can rage and just get in there and try and do as much damage as I can, which I feel like that one didn't do. I can't remember if that one did as much as Innocent did, but I think like Innocent was much.
I think that you can take your hits and like you have resistance.
When it was, I had the Death Ward spell on myself, so pretty much when I got hit, I would.
That's right.
What was it? It's like I would get hit.
That's right. I tried to
to 0
times, and you literally said, "Put that candle down."
Yeah, you went to blow it out, and then it's like I had my relentless endurance, which meant like as like a half work, I get hit to 0 and I come back up to 1, and then I had Death Ward, which means that if I get hit to 0, I come back up to 1. And then I also had the whole thing where it's like if there was an ally within like 10 feet of me, I could swap spaces with them and take like half damage
That was
on top of my half with. So I basically was taking quarter damage and swapping spaces with them. And I'm like, no, actually, no. Actually, don't do that.
About it, I just keep getting.
Actually, yeah. And you're like, I'm doing this. I'm like, no, you're not actually, because this power you gave me.
I was saying my extra spell slot was just literally being like, I want to.
And then you turned me into a fucking tiger or something. So I couldn't do anything. It's like my blood spear was gone. I was like,
I loved doing that.
I was pissed, and then that ruined my idea. And I was like, fuck, can't do anything.
What's a creature that would be a good thing to turn you into? Because like small creatures suck.
Maggot.
Just gonna say.
Burrow into your brain.
I learned from the maggot. Turning you into a small creature, you're dangerous. If I turned you into a snail, you would have found a way to just acid strike.
speed?
Now what's a raging snail do?
Now I have a shell on me. That means I have armor class.
That means I can rev up, launch myself like a bullet.
Yeah, I'm turbo,
I
right?
use the shell to roll.
Roll for roll. And that was one of the things I'm like, I think a bigger creature is actually worse because you have to stick with it, and it doesn't give you all the features that you have. And that stick, the blood spear was so.
The blood spear was the big thing. It's like I was like right there, and wherever you got, I was like just in the way.
It doesn't have those same features of like the automatically paralyzed, but I was like, no, it's so
Yeah.
fucking sick to be like a wooden spear, like this idea that can paralyze a zombie or vampires and get them stuck. Like I loved that little
Yeah.
thing. I thought it was so cool on a critical hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I loved that.
It was great. And then
Things
finally,
like
the
finding- how is Sly different from like Aaron exactly?
yeah, and then finding the loopholes where it's like, okay, well, Aaron will do a couple big hits, whereas like Sly, it got good when it was like Sly's like attack style would be like get in, do several.
You were definitely the
hits.
you were definitely the king of the loopholes in this campaign.
I was. We're like,
found
so it
so
says I can
many
do this.
loopholes.
So it says
So
my
many
claws, I can use 2 attacks, and when I'm dual wielding, I get an extra attack. So does that mean I get 4 attacks right now?
I have 7
I
attacks.
think I have 4 attacks right now. Oh, and that's savage
Doesn't want
critical,
an
and that's
extra
savage
sheet
stats.
for spells, but
Yeah, but
we'll
yet
find
finds the
every
loophole.
single loophole for
Yeah.
it.
Okay, I got a crit. That means at Savage Critical, I get a bonus dice. And because I have the Piercer feat and I'm using a piercing weapon, that means I get an extra crit. So I'm going to roll 4 dice for damage right
The
now.
amount of time you spent on what can this maggot do? I mean, yeah.
Oh, I was pissed at that. I'm like, oh, you're going to turn me into a maggot? Fine, this will be worse for you now.
You're like, I'm gonna make this your worst
Like,
That
nightmare.
was.
yeah,
I'm like,
if
I'm gonna get in
This
there.
is
your
a
problem
nightmare
now.
for my brother.
Yeah.
Making me do damage.
A swarm of maggots. How many?
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, fine. I'm gonna crawl
What
in your
if a-
eye and I'll
what if
deal
a
more
maggot
damage.
could? Oh, so funny.
It's like, okay, this is the damage a swarm of them does. What's the
Swarm
number
of
of
maggots.
swarm? How many maggots
how
are in a
many maggots
swarm?
make
I'll
a
divide
swarm?
that.
This is actually
David hates the map. I love it.
I wanted to ask you guys a personal question about the map as well, the structure of it, because I know one criticism I've had received from someone who's like a big war gamer in terms of the space, like they find that a lot of the condensed claustrophobic nature of Strahd is not engaging. It's not fun.
Absolutely disagree completely. The whole point of this realm is that that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
There is no freedom,
Question
no
answered.
hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Done.
Moving on.
I love that.
Squish.
Not supposed to be fun,
Yeah,
guys.
that's good. I
You
like
literally feel well. It's like it's like far worse. But I mean, people all want to live on the West Coast, and then they figure out what Vancouver is like between November and April.
It's exactly
Like the clouds are right here, and you feel socked in and depressed and unhappy and blech. Like literally this, right? And you times that by 20. That's what this realm is supposed to be. Otherwise, what's the point?
All in your head.
It's all in your head. That this is
not
fake.
It's not real.
Vancouver in the winter.
Really?
I
Let's
agree.
go straight up, though.
I agree.
I'm literally saying that's what
I
D&D is.
concur.
I found like it kind of reflected a lot on like the different battle maps, and all of them were like, I actually really like this. I liked our forest one. I liked that. And the Strahd one was cool because it was like 4 locations that were set, and there was a secret one if you guys have found it. But there was like, it was literally like if it was a secret you could find, it was literally a trap that probably would have killed you guys. But like you guys, like Strahd being able to through the walls and stuff, and making you guys go, fuck. Like,
Yeah.
like being like he's trying, and I screwed myself because I could have like done this one, but I didn't do it at the right time.
I remember you said this.
So damn it. But like
The castle was hard.
it was all that kind of stuff was wild. You guys
Literally got beat up by a rug twice.
You guys made a really good thing of like going.
Was
to
the
fight
rug
suit of
male
armor
or
first of
female?
all. If you didn't do that, that armor would have come back.
That
during
suit
that.
of armor fucked us up
You
twice
guys-
too.
that armor would have been there.
Same question about the suit of armor.
Yeah.
At that point.
Hammer.
The doors were a nuisance
Yeah.
in the
Same
end battle.
question about
Yeah.
Same question about the door. Is it male or female? The one thing I'll say about like the map size and stuff is like, if it's just that I feel like that's just a campaign to campaign thing. Like if that's what you like, then maybe you won't like Strahd because it is that kind of claustrophobic, tight fitting thing. If you want a more open war feeling campaign, then you might need to find a campaign, whether it's a homebrew or a pre-made, that's more like that.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
facts.
Outside in the sunshine.
Yeah.
they don't all have to be the same, and they're not all the same. That's why they're all different campaigns. Like it's just maybe Strahd's just not for you if that's the case, right?
Did not find it
I mean, it's-
boring. Found it quite difficult, but in a good way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not like human nature doesn't love this sort of stuff. There's a reason there's dungeon crawls in every single video game and every campaign. It's because we love it. Now, if it's a linear game, odds are after you get through a 2-hour dungeon, you're going to be up on top of a mountain in the sunshine for a little while to give you a break.
Yeah.
But then you want to get right back into those dungeons. So yeah, it fits the character. It fits everything.
Yeah, squashed. I just like the idea of like you're fighting in a home and stuff. Like that's cool to me. That our first fight was literally it could have literally been across the street from now, and this house was like filled with.
It should always feel that Strahd is oppressing you at all
Looming.
times.
Exactly.
Looming. Thank you. Yeah.
Which definitely.
Yeah, which it definitely does, and that's otherwise
He had full
what's
control.
what's to key like that's what gives you the dun 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 throughout the whole campaign.
This is a question I had also because like you guys actually didn't interact with Strahd, and one thing like ever outside of the castle, Strahd is actually something that people can, like, DMs can use, is like having Strahd.
He was at yesterday.
Well, except for that moment where
Well, he wasn't Yester Hill, that's true, but he was himself. One of the things that people will do is have Strahd be an illusion, like as a disguise.
Oh,
so
I
he
see
also
what you're
can
saying.
Interact with people.
That's fair.
We didn't have that.
We also had the Ouija, which was kind of
Yeah, that was kind of basic.
outside of
That was true, actually. Yeah, he like took over that board because you guys like kind of like kept thinking about him. There's like, don't think about him. And he's like, "You did that." But I was gonna ask, like, did you guys ever feel like Strahd, like that absence of him? Did that ever make you feel like you were either free of him or like forget about him?
not a single thing related to what I just
No.
said.
I also was
I
Also
always like,
looming.
always thought
Always
that
looming.
He, like,
Could
does
hear
he know
everything.
What we're doing? Can he hear
I
everything?
had
Does
a
he have
direct
agents?
line to Strahd. The
Like,
second we were
yeah.
that vampire spawn was like about to fuck us up in the castle, I was like, "Help, Strahd," and that was a weird choice for me.
Oh,
that was a split
God.
moment
That
decision.
was
I wish I
really
didn't
interesting.
do that.
Yeah.
I definitely wish I didn't, but I was like, we're stuck in this moment. We're about to die. Strahd's the only person who can help us. But I knew he was watching, and I knew he was listening to me. So I like immediately was like, I know he can hear me. Please come help. And he did. And that was wild. I was like, okay, are we like,
Yeah.
are we friends?
It
Are
was
we?
just always like,
Did we win?
does he have
Did we-
people everywhere, right?
Yeah.
Like listening,
Yeah.
like any of these people could just be an agent of Strahd, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like it never felt
100%.
like,
Does he have
Squally
that? Does he
always
have that
got
ability
watched.
to be able to see through other people's eyes? I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah, that's really
But that's the whole point. You don't know
17
it's
wolves.
possible. Yeah.
17 fucking wolves.
That's almost 18
That's a lot of wolves.
That's like over a dozen wolves, man.
That's a crazy amount of wolves.
That's more than 16 minutes. One of the things that I was actually gonna ask, like I want to ask, like, because David, we talked a little bit about you like having the sword and like in terms of that. I want to ask you, especially Hayden. There's two things I want to ask you. One of them we don't have to touch about too much, but I remember like because I've known you for a long time, and one of the sessions that was prior to finding that amulet, I remember you were like kind of going through a lot of like kind of hard stuff, and like not able to join us with the session. And I also remember like in the fight, like again you were doing so many good jobs, and you were like getting around with like what was it called, Radka, like really trying to control that, and then the charm happened on you. And I wanted to ask you about that because like I know that sometimes like a lot of those moments can feel very oppressive to people to be like, I literally can't do anything. And I wanted to ask you like how that made you feel, especially because I wanted to make sure that like you were okay.
You did the best thing.
I was fucking miserable.
I was sitting next to him, and I have never seen Peyton
I'm
so
not joking.
angry.
I was so mad. I was like, if we die right now, and Liam ends
And-
this with
and
like,
I have
and you're an
50
agent of
HP.
Strahd now. Cause I had like over 50
Yeah.
HP still,
Specifically for
and
your
I was
character.
so mad because I was just sitting there going, I played this so horribly, and I'm the reason we're all dying because I made the mistake because I had one rage, and I didn't use it until right when I thought Strahd was there, and then I think the next turn he charmed me, and I was like, I just wasted the only rage I had. I could have done so much more damage in this fight. I could have done so many more things, and I didn't. I could have used my spirit shield to take damage away from people because I can only do that when I'm raging, but I had the one, and I was like, I want to save it. I was like, if I would have just used it right out of the gate, maybe we would have had a better chance. Like, I was literally sitting there going in my head, like, what did I do wrong? I remember going home that night and showering. Again, another shower thought. I'm sitting there, I'm like, I played that so bad. That was horrible. I did so bad, and I'm so glad we won. Because I
Intern,
would've
you did the
forever-
one thing that would have like saved us. Like leaving was the best choice
That
you
was
did.
brilliant.
because Liam was like,
what
I was
all
like,
you
what
could
can I
do.
do? Can I attack Strahd? Can I try to break out of this? Liam's like, nope, can't do that. I was like,
I need
can
to
I walk
get
away?
as
He's
far
like, yeah. I
away
was
as
like,
possible.
I'm gonna go as far away as I
Yeah.
can.
That was perfect.
I'm gonna go stand in a corner on the other end of the
literally
castle
did.
and just stand there.
Liam,
did
you
the
said
best thing
you said
possible.
we were one turn away, right?
Yeah.
I think you said we were one turn away.
I would have started swinging. I
Yeah,
was close
from-
enough.
Yeah.
I literally had like just the opportunity,
Yeah.
and because I rolled and passed that specter,
That
that was the only like I rolled exactly what I needed to pass the specter to round the corner and just
was it.
and that's all I had. Like we couldn't
And
have
one
won.
turn later, he would have.
I had
He
no
was,
spell slots.
he would
I
have
had
hammered
12
you.
hit points. He
I
had
think
like
the
14.
only way
Yeah.
that
Yes.
I could have, we
Strahd.
could have broken the charm is if like somebody attacked me
Yeah.
and I took damage or something.
But none of us could attack you because we were all down.
That's
Yeah.
the thing. Like you were
Except
the only
for-
one up, and are you gonna like be like, attack
Hey, I'll shoot.
I'm not gonna
arrow.
attack Aaron.
Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
like,
attack the
I
the
was just,
motherfucker.
Like, I was so, I was
Sly,
so
how
mad.
many?
Like I was. It's within the game, right? So I get it, and I was just like, I was mad at myself because I was like, I'm so much better than this, and I could have played this so much differently. And I was like, if we die right now, like this is my fault. This is my fault.
That's
And
not
I was
true.
like, I know that you guys probably wouldn't have thought that. It's just, I was so much that because I was like, I still have
this hurts
50
my
HP,
heart.
and all of you guys are down. Like, was I even involved in the fight at that point? Like, I was like, oh my god.
We all did
like,
it. We all helped.
I was like, because you guys were all going down. I was like, I still have like, whatever it was. I think it was like almost 60 HP. I was like, I'm still good. Like I got my rage left. I'm getting into this fight. I'm gonna be able to finish this. I know he's close because Liam's like running.
Yeah,
he spent
exactly. He
how
just-
long just running?
Just
Yeah,
trying
like
to
a-
leave.
I was like, I just need to get
Yeah.
there, and
Vampire
I got
wuss.
him, and I know I've got him. And
so
then
many
like,
spells.
Scamper,
and then he's
scamper,
like,
scamper.
I charm you. You can't do anything. I was like,
It's literally
Well,
the worst thing that could have happened for you, for sure.
I know, and I was just I was like
It's hopeless.
I hopeless. I felt hopeless. I was like,
Yeah.
I can't do anything. Like, what am I supposed to do? And I was like, if I'm the one that kills Squally and ends this, like, what?
Yeah.
Well, and Vistra was so pissed too, and not to take it. This isn't like your moment was much fuller than Vistra's was, but she'd spent. How long did we do this campaign? 2.5 years.
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
That whole campaign was building up to her sticking Strahd with
Yeah.
that sword,
Yeah.
and
And that sword
what
was
does
hurting
Vistra
you.
do?
Yeah.
Fight takes out a bunch of bats. Good for you. But and then's like out. Like, oh,
Sly.
come on.
Can I say that was actually really good because if you guys didn't, there's a full room of cover that Strahd's got. You made one of those rooms literally. He couldn't go in there
All
because you
right.
had the wall of light there.
Also, great that you
Yes.
figured out the whole castle heart first.
that was also
Like, because
Yeah.
we, without having
Yeah.
killed the heart first.
Yeah,
because
his-
that was extra.
And that was
extra
like,
health.
that was his 50 extra health or something.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
shield.
Yeah.
He never would have taken more damage.
that was big. The fact that we got that first, because if we did not, then
Yeah,
also we
major.
would not have won.
Yeah.
Major.
That was huge.
Because finding that was big. I will.
Wanted to-
I know, right? And I was gonna say, 'cause this is the thing that I love that you shared that. Thank you very much because it's like
Yeah.
I know that that's always like difficult because like this is my personal thing too. I know that charming and people losing and everybody like wants to go in that space of being like, can I do this? And I think it's because of all the reasons that you all sort of share. Like there's so many things you're like, I can do this, I can have that. I really do think it's important for two things for players to know. When you are charmed, it doesn't force you to have to literally do anything you don't want to do. Like, I don't want you to then think, oh, you're going to have to be violent towards everybody. You just can't affect the main bad guy. Like, sometimes, and if you were in a position where it's like, also, like, you have to hurt this person, I also knew at that moment, it's like the worst thing you could possibly do is make you take your figure and do it. Like, I didn't want you to have to do that. That was, again, that whole, like, moment of, like, Teresa taking that spear, that's me being like, I will move him for you. Because I know
Right.
you can't handle that. You
Right.
wouldn't be able to. And that's okay. Like I think that there's something really important to being able to acknowledge when something is so hard and hitting you hard that it's just like you don't have to be there alone with it. Like you don't have to like be in that space of like I'm the one. Like again, being in that space of like I've made this mistake. It's like I honestly think that a lot of what you had done was huge. You contributed tremendously to fighting Ravka. You put yourself there so that like Vistra wasn't in that position, that nobody else was kind of taking that spot. You owned that, and you really did control that space. And that was a huge space to control. And I think it's really important because it's like it can feel so real in those moments, and like as you say, and I wanted to ask you like when like after that kind of moment when you went home, it's like fucked this all up, did you then like have those moments of like revelry after, still being like, but we did come out of it?
Yeah, I was like, we did it. Like, that's all that matters. But like, it was one of those things where I think it was like, when I was thinking about it, I was like thinking about the way that like Sly played, the way that Viscera played, the way that Squally played, and I was like, they did so well, and I did so fucking bad.
So wrong.
Like, and I was so hard on myself because I was
Yeah.
like, I'm remembering these moments where like Sly using like the power of the innocence and kept getting up and stuff, and like Squally getting the final hit, and like the stuff that Viscera did, like just everything that everybody was doing, and I was like, I fucked up so bad. I was so mad, and like that's just me being hard on myself because I guess I just hold myself to a high standard when it's a game and I shouldn't be taking that seriously. But
Do though, and that's the beautiful thing. I mean, I think. Can I
Yeah.
say? I think it's also fair. I think it's truly fair to do
Yeah.
that. I don't think it's like, because it's real. It's
Yeah.
like people say it's a game, but it's happening.
Yeah.
You guys are fighting an ultimate evil individual. You're doing it. And
Yeah.
I think that it's one of those things. Again, you find the resources and you find like, when is the right time? When is it? And I think that like, the right answer is like, there really isn't. There
Yeah.
really isn't a moment, and you can't plan for that. You really can't, because
it was, for me, it was the rage, right? Because I had one rage and it basically got wasted. So I was thinking like, with that rage, with my spirit shield and with every rage die damage bonus, how much damage could I have negated on my party, and how much extra damage could I have done and taken things down quicker to get to Strahd?
Right.
All of that damage that got missed that I could have had if I had just went for it, and I was waiting for the quote-unquote perfect time, and it was the worst time, which is that's what I got so in my own head about afterwards.
I want to ask this quick question with Noah, because you had no rages that fight, correct? Did you have any?
I think you had
I
one. and
still
you used
had
it right at
one,
the
and I
start,
used right at the
too.
start because I was gonna die otherwise.
Yeah.
Because I was down to like less than a quarter of my health left.
And that was the other thing, is I was like, I was gonna save mine. He used his, and it helped, and I saved mine.
There's one thing I will say to you too. Imagine, for example, you use that earlier in the fight. Strahd's invisible, first of all.
Mm.
You don't know where he is. You're fighting all these people. That was my one regret. I had one legendary save left, and I decided, oh, you know what? I rolled a nat 1 on his save. I think this is going to be a better fight if he comes out of it. I just genuinely thought that. I think it was. If you go in to fight Strahd, taking all that stuff, you take the rage. You don't have mindless rage, right? Did you?
Mindless rage?
Mindless. That's a feature where it's like you repress any charms and you repress any.
I don't think we didn't have that
Doesn't ring
yet.
a bell.
So imagine then you are in that rage. Same charm happens, and now
Oh.
you're in there, and then you are in this raging, and you're an ally of Strahd.
And you're stuck
true.
with that.
Again, that's when I, the DM, would be like, now remember you're raging, and you are currently charmed by Strahd. That's actually kind of one of those moments where it's like, where that kind-hearted Aaron walking away and just being like, I'm out of this, and then come back, and then being
No,
called upon
Rage
by
Aaron
someone,
would have just attacked the closest thing,
'cause you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
which would have only been you.
That would have been
essentially.
me.
So,
Way better story the way it happened.
We all would have been down.
Because I think that's another part with it too. And I just want to then go to Kylah. How did it feel to fucking kill Strahd in that 20
With a what kind of spell,
with
Kylah?
With a cantrip.
can't.
With a fucking firebolt.
right in his eye.
Right in his eye.
Was that a feat that you had? For the...
Yeah, it was. It was a. Oh gosh, I actually don't know. It was a thing. I can actually confirm that, but it was a secondary thing because
Insane.
I didn't actually originally have that cantrip.
We were losing it. We were losing it up, but I rewatched it when the video went up. I was like,
The relief that I felt.
Yeah, it came up with a feat in spell. So it's one of the feats that I took on when I got to the XP amount, like when I hit that milestone. I took on spell sniper, and I picked a spell from someone else's because I felt like I did not have a lot of things that were damaging. So I took firebolt as a cantrip, like pretty early on, but
What is Fireball, like 1d8?
1d8
Yeah, it's like nothing.
2d8 when you have it.
Yeah, the fact that I hit it also with a nat 20, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because it like came up and it was 48 instead.
That is so. This is a situation again where
Sorry, 1d10.
well, it's 2d10 because it's a cantrip.
Yeah.
So it's 4d10 when you get up higher.
Exactly. So not d8, but d10. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a moment where you not being with us, I was just like, again, the dungeon master having to be like, I'm also here to help support you guys, and I'm not just against you and all that, because it was just like,
Right.
you not seeing the board,
False.
I knew, like, you were dying, Kari was down, you were down, and you were charmed. It was like, I knew that you were probably feeling like,
I think I had 12 HP left. I had no spell slots. I had nothing. And this specter was fighting me at that time too. So I had to sneak by like the way that you had inclined me to do it, which was needing to literally like pass by him, take an attack on opportunity. He missed, I think is what happened. Which if he
Yeah,
didn't miss,
that
like I
was-
probably would have been down. And then I just snuck by the door. Yeah, it was pretty exciting.
I really thought I saw your eyes roll into your head when you missed that.
I was like, damn, 3d6 that.
I think I did do like I also with the idol with the idol of Ravenkind. I waited to turn that on for a while. Like I was hoping, like I'm glad I did because I only had a certain amount of points that I could use for that, but I didn't turn it on for the other vampires like near the heart, and I just waited until we were like close, and once everyone was down, like trying to. I didn't know when the right moment was, but I'm glad I did it when I did it. Honestly, very serendipitous. Not any choices were made intentionally. A lot of things just happened because that's all I could do.
Yeah.
Speak.
Yeah, please do.
I'm only sorry to slightly retrograde this, but speaking of off-pissing moments. So first of all, the 3 years of waiting to stab this fucker with this sword, and also the fact that Vistra was so fucking proud of herself because I took that wall of light specifically because brilliant. Cast it on the heart. It's a creature. It's beating heart. It's got to be a creature. And then I had
Is it a
because
man?
of the level 5, and I don't say you're wrong. I think the lore is wrong. I think that's fucking stupid. In every vampire movie where there's been a heart or something, it's a creature.
Just like Coffin.
Like, come on.
It's alive.
It's alive. How can it not be a creature? Anyway, the whole point was I had 2 level 5s. So the point was
the
use
heart
one for
male
that.
or female?
It kills itself in the wall of light. Piece of cake. We waste no time. Because it every time, what was it, every turn it takes 10 points of light damage, I think.
And the door closed.
Right? Then, yeah, so the wall of light doesn't work. I waste it. And my idea was I'd have one more wall of light. If we can somehow trap Strahd, just stick him in it.
It was a very good
and
idea.
And then...
But it's not sun damage, right?
It's radiant damage.
It's radiant damage, so... Which is one thing that Strahd is too.
Which, if you're a vampire, you're probably
Want to
Yeah,
avoid
that's
that.
gonna hurt you big
It's
time.
radiant.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I was just curious if it was like pure
It was
sunlight,
just so upsetting.
like the
It's
sunlight
like
might have been.
weeks on that planning.
It was a grand idea.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying
No, I thought it was a great idea, and then Liam was like, "Yeah, it doesn't work."
No.
that. I'm like,
We were all like,
So I'm just
Cut to commercial.
I think that was the most angry I've seen David. Was when he was like, "What do you mean it doesn't?" work?"
it's a beating heart.
We all really had like angry moments,
How can it not
hey?
be a creature?
Yours was the wall
Like,
of light.
Why would they do that? Like,
Peyton's
what is
was
the
being
logic
charmed.
with the lore?
Mine was the using message for nothing.
Yours was just everything with
well,
Ben.
And I hear that. Yes, 100%.
Yeah,
So
yours.
here's the thing, and I will say,
I don't get mad.
I am gonna blame.
You don't. It was kind of scary.
I am going to blame some of the other walls in this game because Wall of Water, for example, and Wall of Sand are points that you can see. And Wall of Fire, I think, is the same way. Like every one of these spells that are like walls and stuff say a point you can see.
Yes.
Wall of Light doesn't say that. So part of me is like, is this a typo? Did they just typoed it? Because I've seen that in books. But I was also kind of like that in that moment. I was just like, this also feels like Strahd's like this big fight is gonna be ruined by a big old wall.
Right?
I kinda
That's why I
hated
was
that.
so
I
happy.
was just like, I don't like it. I don't like it. But that was also why I was like, I'll give it to a roll of the dice to kind of like concede that moment, because I was just like, if you could be able to put it through there.
And what did the heart end up being, according to this book?
It's like a construct. It's just like that's what it is. It's just like a constructed object.
Like a Horcrux.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Something like that. But essentially, yeah. But no, I that for me was also a situation where I kind of was like, feels kind of anticlimactic if it's just like everybody's in the bathroom and then there's a wall light and then there's a shining boy. All that
taking a shit.
I was so looking forward to look on your face when I just wall of lighted it.
I was gonna say, and that was, but honestly, like it's kind of one of those things where it's like, again, like coming from that place of it, I was just like, there's that again, that goes back to that moment of like, maybe I could have done this differently and all that with that, but I do really love that place that we ended up at. Like, and it was one of those moments that, like, even if like in the worst of places, like everybody giving it their all, everybody feeling important, or at least contributing something, I think to the fact that was important. Because even in that wall of light moment, I still stand by that the fact that you clear the bats out also then makes Squally's job at the end important, because that means you have a room. And
Right.
so that last turn, I was going to say, we talked about the Spectre, talked about Aaron. The whole situation there was basically a risk, because it's like you could have disengaged.
Yep.
And been guaranteeing sunlight on Strahd, but he had legendary actions.
Exactly.
Which means he could have healed enough, because all he loses is 20.
Mm-hmm.
And he had like 10 or something, and he rolls 4d6. Wow. With advantage on a roll that hit Vistra and killed her instantly.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. He was like about to absolutely slaughter you too.
Yeah, the risk
To
you
revive.
took on that, the risk you took on that.
It was risky. It was satisfying in a way too. There was a lot of symbolism with, I don't know why, but like Strahd's eyes. Like there was a lot of times where you were like, these blue eyes are staring at you, and he's leading you around the hallway. And you know, like I had a very intimate, weird thing with Strahd throughout the whole campaign, and looking him in the eyes while he disappeared was highly satisfying.
Yeah.
Wow, right. Thread.
It's really
Right
It was
in
a
his
thread.
eyeball.
Right in his eyeball.
I want to come
Yes.
to our final questions, like from our community members here.
Fabulous.
I think the last question I was going to ask. But here we go. So this is also from Hannah. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you, Hannah.
Loving the game, by the way. It's a great campaign. This one is here for all of you. What would you do if you were Strahd and had this curse being in this land? How would you rule as a Dark Lord? So, in the
God, I'd be such a dick.
in the mist, and I will say this: mists basically, like every Dark Lord rules over these locations, so it doesn't necessarily just have to be Barovia. But if you had your own world that was like, and each kind of realm is like tied to your personality. And one of the things in the development of your characters that was important that I said was, because we're doing Gothic horror and you guys could be the monsters, I always wanted to be like, what's a personal thing that you want? That was something that I really loved. Each person had a personal.
Good Lord, what a question.
But yeah,
Is this
This is
me or is this
The
Aaron?
character. Yeah.
the character.
How Sly would. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I would love to know. How would you?
If Sly had the power of Strahd, how would he?
Not Strahd, but like how if
Just
you were a
if
Dark
s-
Lord of the Mists, how would
he?
that be?
As a hermit who wanted to be alone for the rest of his life, it would be lovely to just have a castle alone. I don't think he would have sought connection. I don't think Squally would have like sought to be around people at all. I think a lot of it would not have been manipulative. I think he would have just been like, no more people around me. And I think he would have just lived his little hermit
Like House
life.
of M. Just no more.
Just gone.
Wipe it out.
It's an empty world.
I think so.
That's the
I think
saddest
that's
thing.
it's literally Squally's whole thing though, was just finding connections, right? Like that was part of his religion, and part of his like, he didn't want to be alone anymore, and he found that. So I feel like as a Dark Lord, he would have just been like, I'm out. That's all I can think of.
That's crazy.
I think Sly would have done some kind of like. It's like Thunderdome type thing, because his whole thing was just trying to find, like, the not an honorable death, but he just wanted to find like that big battle and like earn his honor and earn his markings and earn his power. So he would just keep. I don't know if he'd be like some almost like at the end of like Conan the Barbarian, where Conan's like the king and he sits on his throne and like just goes out like a warrior king, but it's just like constantly like bringing subjects and seeking out these like one-on-one like gladiator duels and doing whatever he could to like try and find a worthy opponent that could best him.
Yeah.
But just kind of using his powers so he couldn't. I think that's what it would be.
Yeah.
Where it's like he almost like fights, he almost like duels his own kingdom into extinction. Kind of thing where it's like he just can't, you know, where instead of Squally like wiping everything out to find Solitude, it's like Sly in his quest for finding an opponent that could beat him would just keep defeating people until it's like until there's like no one around.
Play in that campaign.
Wow.
That's so
Like
cool.
John Gerard in Talladega Nights.
That's where I was going.
Ricky Booby,
I was gonna say, like,
Ricky
behind the
Booby,
scene, like, I immediately,
Vincerovich.
Squally seems like a ghost stories kind of horror game,
Yeah.
which I love, or like an occult kind of mystery.
I'd
Yours
probably
is-
still talk to the wind a little bit. I'd probably still have some ghosts to talk to, but I think otherwise that's it.
all the dead ghosts and stuff. Yours is a straight up slasher thing.
I think I don't know if it's like slasher where it's like he's like going there. I think it's more like Gladiator, Thunderdome, Dark Fantasy. Yeah,
Totally.
Very much
Roman
nihilistic
power
and-
Yeah.
and it's just like this thing is no
like
one-
Escape from New York where it's like
Yeah.
is there no one who can like
I can already picture yours just being
cosmic
women rule
Just-
all.
Kill all the men.
Actually,
who run the world?
no,
Girls.
that would occur to her, and then she'd realize that would be a big waste. So then what she'd do is
Slave all the men.
well, but to a goal, she would obviously raise the status of women everywhere. But really, what she would be doing is raising an army to go attack her hometown. She'd be looking to fucking eviscerate that place and take out those devils and send them either back to where they came from or end them.
So wouldn't it have been the anti-redemption arc you mentioned earlier? Because you said when you started the campaign, you were saying Vistra could have gone one of two ways.
Yep. Well, she went the way of light.
Yeah.
And that would be her. Yeah, no, she would see that as light.
She keeps all those black.
Taking out
inside her.
these devils that are bringing in horrific things onto the Earth plane. That would be her redemption. is,
Anti-hero.
I'm going to take you all out.
Vistra doesn't even sound like a Dark Lord. You sound like a
No, it
archdevil
seems like-
yourself,
like-
like a layer, a circle of hell.
Well, and it
Feminist
could end
archdevil.
up with that. It
Almost
could
sound like
it could
a
backfire on
Ghost
her,
Rider
but
type thing.
Ghost Rider.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like Spirit
yeah.
Vengeances.
but
With a
she would
motorcycle and
she would try.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. Purple motorcycle.
Just
With Esmeralda.
Be like something out of Purple,
Purple
Rain
Flame.
Tour.
In the sidecar.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah, and I'm
helmet,
sure.
goggles.
Yeah, there would be a price she'd pay,
I
but
like that vision. I was thinking he's literally riding Twitch, like little tiny motorcycle, like little tiny. We're gonna get you. We're gonna remote.
she'd go on what she would see as a holy war. No question.
So, it's hard with Aaron because he's like the nicest human in the world. No, so if he was a Dark Lord,
What
though,
does
and he
pure
had, like,
joy look like in
people-
dark form?
and
Rage
he
all
had
the
like
time.
people. He was a Dark Lord, right? But I think in his mind it would still be he living by his code, but like everyone has to live by my
the code.
by the way that I deem is the correct way of
Love it.
living.
That's cool.
And ironically, what popped in my head wearing a Death Note shirt is like a light Yagami situation where like anyone I deem not worthy
Unworthy.
of this is like not you're gone.
You're done.
dead or whatever it is. Like,
You're done.
I'm trying to build the perfect world of all good people, and if you stray at all, no second chances.
Yeah.
That would
Wild.
be Aaron if he pushed it too far.
I love that.
That's
I
cool.
love all
That's a cool question.
You guys got really. That's a cool question.
Yeah.
I'll say for Kari
What'd you
because like Kari was so tied to that. I think Kari's like whole thing was like the idea of like not loving her brother and her brother's choices like being so learning. It was just like we always breaking out of that, and like she was a conquest paladin, which is always like the one paladin of like the closest to becoming a monster. Like you become an iron tyrant as it's written in. But I actually kind of think like
She would be a
it's kinda
terrifying 16-year-old.
what?
A terrifying 16-year-old.
I was gonna say like
As a
teenage
tyrant.
characters. Like, just imagine like like those like
just a
like I don't know why it's keeping my brain, but like Bender from Breakfast Club. Just like the idea of like Jason Dean or JD and Heathers or like the gangs and like Batman and Robin.
Right.
just this individual who's just like so angsty.
I love that.
Jokey, but it's just like this horrific moment where I'm just like
Everyone's skateboarding and playing arcade
Everyone would be
games.
terrified, though.
The Foot Clan and TMNT.
No parents.
Teenagers
Her whole thing was
scaring the
tying to,
living
like, her
shit
goddess,
out of me.
Midnight, who is a human incarnation of Mistra. So if I think for her is like Mistra, Midnight is the best. Kind of similar to Sly in a little bit of like I'm gonna prove to everyone that Midnight is the most powerful, and I think it would maybe be something of like manifesting Midnight's power on a like dark, deeply disturbed sense coming from like her brother's failure. It would also have to be like she killed her brother, and like being someone who like is fully on the thing of like I got it, I understood it. Why didn't you? If everybody fails, it's like why did you fail? It's like you guys were all wrong, and so I think it would be built on this concept of like power and might justified. Like truly the worst characteristics of I think what paladins can embody, which is again that kind of concept of like I have the answer and I've been justified because I saw all these weak people before me who were also my elders. So it's this idea of someone who is just so raw in their emotions but also raw in their self-righteousness. That kind of power I think would be huge. I think that's at least kind of a broad stroke. I have to workshop it before I get into it. But yeah, so that was a great question. Hannah.
Fantastic.
That was a great question.
Good question.
Hannah's next question is Strahd, smash or pass?
Smash. Smash.
Smash.
Smash.
Smash.
Not with your hammer.
Smash.
Are we saying what our characters would say?
This is what your characters would say.
Or what we would say?
I mean,
Smash.
this one I want your interpretation.
All of those versions of Strahd at the same time.
Every single one.
Which of those three versions did you guys like? Which of those, like, there were four versions. There was the woman, there was
Wasn't
the
there one wearing like pantaloons? Wasn't
All
there
of
like
them.
a?
the traveler.
Yeah, there was the pantaloons,
Traveler,
man.
Strahd, yeah.
I like a good pantaloon.
Pair of pantaloons.
They were functional.
That's smash.
This one was also like Ben 10, he's pretty nice.
What about Delisnia and her heavy breasts?
Pass. Pass. It's too much.
Is she wearing pantaloons?
I will never forget our dressmaker episode was the funniest thing ever. You're like, wait, stop. You're like, okay, I'm holding the dress, or you're like holding the mannequins, and you're like, I'm just gonna throw apart the room, and then you just start knocking things over while poor Delisnia is coming by. I was like, oh, what happened here? As Swaley, and she's like, I don't know. I have no idea.
Is that when I was hiding in the closet?
Yes.
With the dead body.
And Liam's like, you look to your right.
You look to your right.
It's like, you look to your right, and there's a dead body. And you're
Liam's
like,
you
oh.
can hear them climbing, like
Yeah.
coming towards the room, and you're like, wait, what? Give me the layout of the room, and you're just panicked. It was so funny.
I was doing my own theme music.
Is he doing his own theme music?
Oh,
man.
I was like, I stealth check. You failed. Fuck.
Start throwing stuff.
Here's that
Scatter!
I think that's
That was my mentality. It's just me. Scatter.
There's not like for me. I'll say personally, I kind of think I really underdid Strahd's sex appeal. I really think I fucked that up. I feel like a sexy character to me when I read him. I was just, I don't know, maybe just because I didn't feel like Strahd, the attributes of Strahd that I wrote down, like arrogant, overbearing, or sexy.
Oh, right. Fair. Yeah, fair.
That's fucking sad.
Valid.
I think one of
Unavailable men?
I don't know if there's any last like kind of questions you guys have at all, kind of like round this out. Yeah, I was gonna. The one thing I wanted to kind of close this out on as well was asking if there was a piece of clothing you wanted Sly to make you. What do you think would be like the best thing? What would it, like if there was anything? What would you have loved for Sly, Master Craftsman?
Aaron would want a shirt with all of the group on it.
Oh.
Like embroidered.
Embroidered on, like...
Now all the rest of our answers are gonna suck.
Oh, sorry.
I want a
just the first
squirrel
thing that popped
suit so
into
that
my
I can
head.
fly wherever I go.
A bird
Exactly.
with squirrels.
I have my little fur booties where my talons stick out anyways.
Funny
you know?
when you're like, I've never tried flying, but I'm going to.
We also have that
We're all
jacket made
drunk.
out of a bird, if you want it.
Yeah, we still
The
have that.
bird bone jacket,
Yeah.
right?
Because
The
Kari
chicken.
has such a great attachment to Squally, I really do think that she would want like maybe a custom fabric pinwheel.
Oh, that's cute.
Pinwheel.
I do need a new pinwheel. I gave it to a child.
Yep.
I lost my pinwheel.
I mean, I was also gonna say the wind beanie. Like I don't know, but it's because
Actually, you know what? Not clothing, but little beanies of the whole group, like little guys,
Little beanie babies.
little beanie babies.
beanie babies. Oh, I love
Yeah, he has the drawing of us. He could make little stuffies of us.
beanie babies. Would love that. That'd be great. Anything for you that Mr. would want?
Viscera would want you to make Esmeralda's outfit for her.
That's kind of creepy. Just a little bit creepy.
Perfect for
Your
Viscera, because
dead
yeah,
ex-lover.
What would you want the rest of the group for you? Maybe if not make for you, but what would you want to have everyone see you in? Like what is like? What would be,
See me.
like,
What would make you feel the most confident?
The tactical wedding
Walking
dress.
around.
Guys, this is
Yes.
what it looks like.
Yes.
Breathable. It's like a warrior's kilt.
It's way too tight on you,
You can
though.
wear
Like,
it in
you-
The tactical running dress.
Probably that. I don't know. Maybe that would awaken something in Sly. Who knows? I don't know.
I think he's on the cusp. I really think. Hey,
He might.
LGBTI.
He might be a little repressed. Yeah, he might.
do you kiss guys?
Yes, do you get-
Do you fuck guys or?
Straight up thought Sly and Squally kind of had a thing. I don't know. Like
Oh,
It was.
wow.
I always
No.
thought it purely platonic.
So platonic.
There was
I
never
I
any
just
hint.
held on to his coattails because I was scared all the time. So
Yeah.
I would hold on to his tail.
I saw
for
Sly as
comfort.
being like, at first being like a reluctant father figure for them, almost like a Joel type. But then it turned into like
Big brother.
brother vibes, where he's just like, "Hey, you get up here."
Yeah, you just kind of like
shoulders.
started lifting Aaron up on
Yeah,
your
it's like,
shoulder.
dude,
at
we're
that
gonna get
point.
drunk and you're gonna fly tonight.
I
You're like,
feel
what?
like- yeah. I feel like Aaron and Sly just had like a full-on bromance. the
Oh, yeah.
entire time.
100%.
In a platonic way.
In a fully platonic way. No fan fiction.
No fan fiction. It
Um,
wasn't like Mr. and Esmeralda. It was like that where it's like there's flirting and
Yeah, that
will they
was
won't they
heated.
tension. This was
That
just
was quite tense.
Oh my gosh, you like to beat stuff up? Me
It
too.
was
like-
unfortunate
yeah, Aaron
that
felt
we
very
killed
protective
Esmeralda.
of Squally.
Yeah.
Because
It was really visceral.
I felt protected by you guys. That moment when Dad started that fight with those Vistani and you guys all like rounded up after me, that was
Oh yeah.
real
And then
sweet.
Aaron
After I got
always-
bitch slapped. That's right. I got bitch slapped,
You
and
got
then you
slapped
all were
and we
just
were
like,
Oh, you got slapped,
And
and I
what?
fucked that
You
guy.
guys
up.
just
Yeah.
went
for
Yeah,
it immediately.
I
I
immediately
think-
attacked that guy.
I think that was funny how it's like you were like, I don't want to rage yet when we're fighting Strahd.
Smacked
And then
Squally.
like someone
I rage.
someone hits Squally.
Actually
I
stood up.
rage, I pull out my hammer and I beat the fuck out of that guy.
Yeah.
yeah, I felt quite protected.
And then also Aaron always thought that Viscera was putting on a front and was way softer than she would ever.
You're always
admit.
like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
you big softy.
I was
Yeah,
always
no,
trying to
no.
like crack that wall a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
no,
I
and
know
you're right.
there's-
She absolutely is.
I know there's
she absolutely
there's a
is.
soft
Yep.
gooey inside under
Yeah.
that shell.
Well, this
You
is
just
the
gotta
hope,
Cadbury
actually,
cream
as
egg.
she continues on with you, is that
That was
she is,
partially why I was like,
That's
come,
cute.
Come,
Yep.
be with the
That'll
sweet
work out.
halfling people.
Aw,
Yeah, and she knows that.
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
cute.
Well, guys, I don't know about you, but I don't know if there's anything more
I think we've tied a beautiful bow on 3 years of amazing shit, is what I think.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
I will say
That's
there is
That was a
definitely
long-
potential for like Squally and Sly to kind of be in all this. Oh fuck! no, I get emotional with it. I was gonna say, we talked about it already, but like this whole campaign was like the first finished campaign I ever did. This was a huge experience just to be a part of it, and I want to thank you so much for letting me run it because I really, really loved it. I really didn't think it was something I would ever do. I didn't think it was something I really ever could do, and I'm so glad I could get to do it for all of you guys because I love you guys so much. I remember being like a long time with Noah, just being like, "You're not mature enough to play this fucking game," like as a kid. Like those
Yeah, you're just a
early-
little baby.
And,
Little baby want to play D&D.
And I'm so glad that like I got wrong because all those moments that you do are just so fucking great.
Thank you.
Question mark.
All those moments you made that
Oh,
was
dear.
so great. I'm crying about it. Don't you
Such good TV right now.
You can't laugh because I'm crying.
I'm not laughing. Everyone else
He
is.
doesn't look like he's
I'm the only one not laughing.
I'm laughing. But I just wanted to say this was wonderful. And I love you guys so very much.
It was amazing.
And to all of you guys, I just want to tell you guys, as well as you go off, maybe in your own adventures with Strahd, I do recommend it. It's great. Maybe you'll have a great experience.
Don't die.
Watch out for that level 1
3
death house.
times.
And I just wanted to say to all of you guys, from the bottom of my heart, you are welcome, you are encouraged, and you are amazing, just like how you guys are amazing too. And I love you guys so much.
Thank you,
I
Liam.
love you too.
Love you too. Right
Thank
back
you,
at
Liam,
Thank
for
you
leading
everything.
Thanks, Dad.
And with all that,
Good night.